lifting solutions to prevent tripping hazards, and they're the best at what they do. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for detail.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
This hour is brought to you by the Harnish Auto family.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cat there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, let's do it. Brock and Salk Show, Seattle Sports 710, seattlesports.com, Seattle Sports app as well, all the podcast platforms, including Apple Podcasts. I've got some, I think I've got like 5 new podcast reviews, which is, pretty great. So I'll see if I can.
It's been a minute.
I know. I'll read those to you here in just a minute. Yeah, it kind of seems like they all come in at once. And I must have mentioned something a week or so ago because we got a whole slew of them that all came in. Not enough to push us over that 4.6, unfortunately.
We
or
also
below
already,
it.
I'm starting early because I'm leaving you guys to go on vacation to see my family for the holidays tomorrow. We already have some really good Here's the Thing submissions for tomorrow.
Nice. All right, so we should be ready. Lyle's stepping up into the big chair tomorrow. Are we ready? What's the thought? Are we good to go for tomorrow?
What's the JSN line? Good luck to y'all. Yeah, I think so.
All right. Well, hopefully your tenure lasts longer than Shane Waldron's did in Chicago. We'll see. We'll see if you have a little bit more staying power than he did. Yeah. Here, let me see. I'll read these to you right off the bat. Let me throw on the Ebenezer so I can actually read these. Some of them make more sense than others. This one I'm kind of confused by, but it's a 5-star review from K-Slam Sam. Says, Mike, you don't need happy pills. Go back to being edgy, please. Sorry you got dragged. Forget them. And then something, I want to see KS burn. Oh, that's a Kyle Seeger reference. Yikes. I don't get it. Have I gotten happy pills recently? Am I no longer
you were
edgy?
Arguing with everyone and their mom yesterday, so I don't know. I don't think so.
Yeah, it's kind of what I think. I don't feel like I've gotten the happy pills and lost my edge, but maybe I have. Lyle, what do you think? You grew up listening to this show.
Not that I know of. I feel like it was pretty. It's pretty on par.
All right, that's kind of what I feel. But hey, whatever. I appreciate it, K-Slam Sam. Awesome listen. Says love the show. Great guests. Thoughtful takes, inside information about local sports. Keep up the good work. Coach Salk. Oh, that's very nice. Thank you. Yeah, I may be doing a little coaching today. I have a little dilemma because Cecily's on 2 basketball teams, has practice for both of them at the same time. I'm helping to coach one of them, but that's the one she's not going to be at today. So do I go and help coach the team without Cecily there? That's big debate. I haven't quite figured out what I'm going to do there.
Which role is more important?
I know. Yeah, dad or coach. Probably coach, I would think. Yeah,
I figured you got a taste. You just need more.
More people counting on me. But I'm only the assistant coach, so I asked the coach whether or not he really needs me. Let's see. Here's one from Justin Vester, who says, great show. I haven't lived in Seattle for 20 years due to work moves, but I still love all Seattle sports. This is by far my favorite Seattle sports podcast. Love the chemistry in the show. Salk's the headline, but I love Brock and Mora. Wow, how about that? You have excellent guests and talk the right amount of football and baseball to keep me interested. Salk, I gave you 5 stars. You're welcome. Thanks, dude. Appreciate it. The headliner.
Ask and you shall receive.
That's the nicest thing I feel like anyone's ever said to me. Wow. Let's see, 5-star review, but this is from Phineas, who says, Salk said, what? Hey, Salk, please talk more about how cool it is that Barf bought a bunch of grown men lunchboxes and make sure the camera catches him working out in his khakis. He has way more Russell Wilson in him than you want to acknowledge. Also, please stop talking about what a winner he is. He can't sniff Pete's record of success in the NFL or college. Jim's a joke, and your appreciation of his foolishness is embarrassing. How about that?
Wow.
I mean, that's cool. I like the take. Phineas isn't taking his happy pills. Phineas has not lost his edge.
Oh, I like how he at least used your favorite joke ever in Harbarf.
I do like the Harbarf thing, only because it's so stupid. And then finally, this one's from our sniff. Great dudes and gal. Been listening from New York since 2012. Brock and Salk keep me connected to Seattle sports and beyond. I love Salk, and I now forgive Brock for not helping me put my dislocated shoulder back in at Houghton Beach volleyball court. How about that?
Well, now we need another Brock story time today.
Yeah.
No, I got a Brock story yesterday from somebody
You did?
too. Yeah, it wasn't like the one from yesterday where Brock's like, "Well, my wife can squat more than you" or whatever. But it was somebody who ran into me at the gym, and he said, "I have kind of a Brock story," because he was listening yesterday, and he said he was at a teriyaki restaurant ordering in.
So I know this is true. Brock's a huge teriyaki restaurant.
Okay, and I guess Brock was very carefully listening to his order, and then took it upon himself after he was done, saying, "Huh, you ordered the best thing on the menu. Good job," or whatever.
Like Brock. Yeah.
So.
That's a story I believe.
Did he do a loud clap?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Hands. That is, Brock is a big teriyaki guy. He loves to hit the little teriyaki joints around town. And he definitely will listen and then comment on and sort of judge, I would say, what somebody orders. So that sounds pretty accurate. All right. What do we want to talk about today? We got Joel Klatt. We're going to replay that at 6:30. He was ruthless yesterday, both to me and to the NCAA. But, man, it generated a lot of response around the building. A bunch of people came up to me to talk about Joel yesterday. And we got
you two have a good chemistry.
Is that what you call it? I feel like it's like walking into a meat grinder, just getting my butt kicked for 25 minutes every time he comes on. It's funny because he and Brock are the one that are friends. Those guys are cut from the same cloth, and I think they maybe talk about some stuff non-sports related off the air, just based on a few of the small comments he made. I don't know, just sort of a thought that germinated and kind of went through my head yesterday. But we got Daniel Jeremiah today. There's a bunch of Mariner stuff kind of percolating for me still. I think I got to a revelation yesterday, Lyle, and I don't love it, but I think I'm there. And this came from Brock's. I love when Brock gives us homework. I just don't do it. I appreciate that you gave it a shot. There was no chance I was going to do it because Brock wants you to do things that are take hours and hours of time.
As soon as I saw the word compute, I was like, "You've come to the wrong girl." I was horrible at math. I don't know who you think I am.
He wanted us to look at some of the deals that have gone down, and he added the Cody Bellinger deal from yesterday. He wanted us to look at those deals and try to figure out what the market is. Dude, baseball teams have a staff of 30 people working on that stuff. You want us to go home and take a stab at it? That's just not how this is going to work. But thinking about it, even just thinking about the idea of it, did eventually lead me to, I think, a conclusion of sorts. And that is because there really haven't been any straight prospects for bats deals. Hasn't happened, right? And so if you think, okay, why? Why haven't we seen any of those? I'm going to guess we don't see a lot of those in the offseason anyway, that's more of a trade deadline kind of an acquisition. You could go back and, Lyle, you could probably come up with examples that shoot down this theory. But for the most part, teams in the offseason are looking to get better for now. There's only a few teams that here on December 18th already know they're not in it next year. And most of those teams, not all, most of those teams are starting already on the upward trend where they feel like they've got some young talent and now they need to try to put some more pieces around it. Other than, let's say, the White Sox, I mean, you'd love to say the A's, but the A's feel like they've got some young talent. They don't feel like they want to be trading away any veteran bats or anything like that. Other than the White Sox, is there truly a team that right now looks like, we don't have a chance? Miami, maybe, but they seem like they've got kind of a young nucleus that they're happy with and building it up together. There isn't really a team like that, right?
Yeah, maybe the Rockies, but the Rockies never have any direction ever.
That's true. And also, the Rockies don't like to make deals like that, which is insane.
Right.
And also, you got to be wary of any Rocky bats anyway because of where they've been playing. So Yeah, there have been a couple of pitchers. Garrett Crochet is the best example who went for prospects. But for the most part, the players that are being traded are more of the, need for need kind of variety, right? Like best example being the Astros trade with the Cubs, where they had separate needs. One guy was almost done with his contract. The other guy had a few more years. So you throw in some prospects and younger players to offset some of the differences. But the Cubs needed an outfielder. They needed to get rid of an infielder. The Astros are looking to move on or at least replace what they were getting from Bregman. And so that deal kind of comes together in order to go need for need. So I don't really think the deal is out there, at least that I could come up with, for the Mariners to trade prospects for a bat right now. The only name that I could come up with, and I'm sure if I dug deeper, I could come up with one more. And by the way, this will never happen. The one name that sort of jumped out to me because we talked about him a lot at the deadline last year is what if you just tried to overwhelm the A's for Brent Rooker? He'd really help. He really would. What if you tried to just overwhelm them for Brent Rooker and, not let him play outfield anymore? Say, hey, you're a first baseman and a DH. You're going to be a right-handed complement to Luke Raley. You're going to DH on other days and, just kind of went with it. You could do it. I mean, you get 3 years of him. I mean, the A's would conceivably take a haul of prospects because they're the A's. But, this is a team that just signed Luis Severino. They got a pretty good young nucleus, as we talked about the other day. They got a couple dudes on that team, and they feel like they're building themselves into something you got to take seriously. Do they want to trade their best player? Probably not right now. Maybe they don't care because they're going to Sacramento and they don't care about selling tickets. But I do think that there's, not a great path for the Mariners to trade from their prospect list. Okay, so if you accept that that's true, and I'm not 100% sure it is, but if it is, you kind of have two roads to go down. Either you're going to do a need-for-need trade, which is why Luis Castillo keeps coming up, and it's upsetting, but I understand why that keeps happening, and that means you're almost locked in at this point to Boston or Baltimore, because I don't know who else is going to do a need-to-need trade who's got young hitting and wants your pitching. The Cubs, I think that ship has sailed. So the Padres, maybe you could come up with a deal with San Diego.
The Mets are reportedly interested, but I was just looking at this the other day. The Mets don't have anybody that would really line up.
How about their third base? What's the kid's
Mark
name?
Vientos. So that was the one name, but I know some Mets people, and I reached out to them, and they said they're not trading him. They're in a win-now window.
And they love him. He's like a cult hero there in New York. So I don't see that happening, but okay, fine. Maybe there's a off-the-wall kind of idea like that. But you can see why the focus is just Boston, Baltimore, and maybe San Diego, because at this point there aren't really any other options of teams that want to go need for need. There's only one other way to do this, guys, as we sit here on December 18th. If you're not going to go need for need with Castillo, you have to sign one of these free agents. And the three that make the most sense, maybe four, are Alex Bregman. I know he's expensive. Sorry. Anthony Santander, probably going to be expensive. Christian Walker, going to be slightly less expensive, I would think, than those guys, which is why I can't imagine how he wouldn't fit because he's old enough that he shouldn't get a gazillion years on his contract. Or Pete Alonso, who's going to go back to New York. We all know that. And so this is really just not that complicated. Those are your choices. That's where you're at. Draft and trade and develop, not going to work right now. Not in the offseason. Not the way the teams are lining up. I'm super late. I got to go to break. I'll come right back with everything you need to know. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
For Down Territory, going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
If you were the OC for the Seahawks, what's something you would add to the offense?
We talked about down the red zone deception, getting defenses to move right when you're going left and vice versa. You can do so many things off the motion. You force the defense to communicate, you get their eyes going different ways. I think that is a step that this offense can take, is just using the leverage, because that's what motion does too.
For Down Territory, every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
Guys, are you looking for affordable and guaranteed low T and ED treatments here in Seattle? Revive Men's Health Seattle has been offering innovative men's health since 2013. Our convenient low T and ED clinics and providers have over 10 years of experience and thousands of happy patients. If you're suffering from low T or ED, we have guaranteed solutions for you. Our solutions can provide immediate results, restore blood flow naturally, and even bring spontaneity back into your love life. And right now, Revive Seattle locations are offering free T-level checks and free exams. We can help you get stronger and improve your performance and even get better sleep. Plus, if you're an unsatisfied patient of another men's clinic, we'll transfer your care for free. Book today and your T-level check and exam will be free, saving you $199. Ask about our new patient specials and interest-free financing. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit revivemenshealth.com.
Hey Seattle, Jaden Schwartz. Still having roofing problems? Don't skate through the winter. Call Techline today. Techline has the strongest warranty in the business. Take advantage of our easy financing and seasonal specials. Happy holidays from our team at Techline Roofing.
Hey everyone, Rick Witters, owner of Cressy Door. Our family-owned business has been taking care of our neighbors every winter since 1952. On behalf of Cressy Door and all our wonderful families, we would like to wish you all happy holidays.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission. Free delivery. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BUY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BUY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BUY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
O'Brien Auto Group has some of the best new car brands in the Northwest. Those great new vehicles make the best pre-owned vehicles as well. O'BrienAutoGroup.com for the best factory certified vehicles. O'BrienAutoGroup.com for a large selection of the best pre-owned cars and trucks. O'BrienAutoGroup.com. Choose from hundreds of SUVs, trucks, hybrids, EVs, and more. O'BrienAutoGroup.com. One site is all you need. That's OBRIEN Autogroup.com.
O'Brien. Do you leave your car running unoccupied to warm up or stay warm during the winter? Don't do it. Car thieves call those steamers. They're watching for you and they'll steal your car before you know it. Every winter, Washington sees an uptick in auto theft, and a major reason is steamers. Share this information with friends and family. Prevent the theft and keep you and your vehicle safe. Don't get caught with your car running. These tips are brought to you by the Washington Auto Theft Prevention Authority.
You know what's really getting old? Having to do more with less. With Ramp, you can do more with more. Ramp is the corporate card and expense management software that saves businesses like yours an average of 5%. That's more for you to invest back into your operations, your staff, your bottom line, you name it. And that means less time spent on manual tasks, less time spent closing your books, and less time spent worrying about where your money went. All with Ramp.
I grew my hospitality company fast. So fast that we actually felt serious growing pains.
Ramp helped us automate our manual expense tracking, saving the team valuable time. Now we have more time to spend on what really matters, our guests and their experience.
Ramp gives you more time, more visibility, and more control over your business. Don't settle for anything less. Start using Ramp for free today at ramp.com/radio. Ramp.com/radio. That's RAMP.com/radio.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
This hour is brought to you by the Harnish Auto family.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, we talked a lot about litmus tests for last weekend. Big litmus test today for the Seahawks. We'll get our first view as to whether or not Geno Smith can participate this week. Clear path to the playoffs without beating the Vikings, but it gets a whole lot messier. The Seahawks would certainly then need help from the Rams, Commanders, a bunch of other things maybe to go their way. A win, though, over a high-quality opponent this week helps in a variety of ways, not to mention it calms a fan base that has been on a bit of a roller coaster over the course of this season. Wins didn't move the Seahawks up much in the rankings over the last few weeks, but apparently losing to an excellent Green Bay team did drop them down. I suppose that's what happens when you don't play well on national TV. But the Seahawks did drop to number 15, according to ESPN. They are down 2 spots.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Well, we're just talking through this a little bit. Names ticking off the list as the hot stove has really been more smoldering than burning. It's just sort of like a fire that's just sort of at the end, and it's just you sort of have to give it some oxygen and get that thing going. I don't think Cody Bellinger was a very good fit for the Mariners at all, but yesterday he went to the Yankees for a young pitcher, with the Cubs actually eating some of the cost for a player they just signed last year. Here is Jeff Passan with more.
It's impossible to replace Juan Soto. He is that special of a bat, but if the Yankees can get the best out of Cody Bellinger, like, say, 2 years ago when he hit over 300, his strikeout rates are low, and he's excellent defensively, then they're going to feel like they got the better end of this deal, because all it really cost them was money. The Cubs, on the other hand, have been looking to clear salary, perhaps for a trade to acquire a higher-priced player or to go out into free agency. What they knew they wanted after acquiring Kyle Tucker was to clear their outfield space, and Cody Bellinger was the perfect person to do that.
Yeah, we're waiting on players that do make sense for the Mariners. Infielders, right? Bregman, Walker, Santander, Alonso, those would all be huge upgrades, and none of those would require trading Luis Castillo. If they do go the trade route, I just keep coming back. I think it is going to be for someone like Tristan Casas or one of the young Orioles for a starting pitcher. I just don't see how it makes sense or what team is going to be looking to buy their prospects at the expense of a major league ready bat right now.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
It's tough to win if you don't score, like, at all. And the Kraken have now gone 6 periods this season against Ottawa without a goal. They fall 3-0 last night in front of the home crowd. Exactly the same score as when they met last month in Ottawa. So ups and downs for this team are just particularly crazy, it feels like. They played some inspired hockey last week, and then they just laid down the last couple of games and do absolutely nothing. So we'll see if going on the road is the formula to get them going. They'll head to Chicago tomorrow night. That's everything you need to know. 1:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. Lyle and Moore are giggling in the other room. I don't know what's going on. I'm sure I said something stupid.
No, actually, sorry. We were giggling about Brock's homework assignment. So I was like, I'm glad you guys thought that was kind of silly, because I thought you guys are stronger with baseball than I'm more of a football gal. So at least when digging into details like that. So I thought maybe it was just something I couldn't do. I'm glad that you guys found that.
No, it's just an absurd assignment. Like, no, we're not going to do that. What are you talking about? That's like the type of thing, honestly, that baseball teams have like an entire analytics department to work on. You're not going to do that overnight. What are you talking about, Brock?
Do you remember when Lyle first started and Brock asked him to like figure out how many undrafted offensive linemen there were on like every team in the NFL? He made it sound like it was something to do overnight.
Yeah. Also, Brock, go alphabetize it when you're done. Like, what are you talking about? All right. You want some long answers filled with vim and a little bit of vinegar thrown in there as well? Stick around. You'll hear me and Joel Klatt get after each other next on Brock and Salk.
The Mike McDonald Show, the first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
Our guys just played better after the first couple drives, and then I think we did some things to put them in position so they can go do what they do, and it's our job as coaches. I wish we would have started the game with doing those things, but you're never going to start every game perfect. Now, we want to, and that's why you game plan, and we also got to be able to cut some costs and move forward, but we just executed better. I think we calmed down and kept ourselves in the game.
Don't miss the Mike McDonald Show the morning after the Hawks game at 9:30 on Seattle Sports.
How was your drive to school?
Let me tell you, I had to get my iced coffee first. I just can't seem to put it down. My favorite rapper just announced a tour. My phone was buzzing like crazy. I'm so excited. I had to text all my friends right then to talk about it. Then someone started calling me and...
Let's try that again.
I turned my phone off right away. I never drive distracted.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to handle the busy holiday season, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
Traffic backups are inconvenient, but if your pipes are backing up at home, that's bad. There's only one cure for this pesky problem: the experts at Beacon Plumbing, Heating, Septic, and Mechanical. Trust them to clear your clogs. Stop freaking and call Beacon. 1-800-FREAKIN.
Hey, Bob Stelton here, preparing for another stressful holiday season, and this year I am prioritizing my well-being. That's why I went to my local Johnson Fitness and Wellness store. Their equipment is made for more than just a workout. It's made for better sleep and mental breaks. And their massage chairs, not just for relaxation, they're made for recovery, stress relief, and lowering blood pressure. The experts at Johnson Fitness and Wellness are here to get you through the holidays with flexible financing, white glove delivery, and treadmills, bikes, and ellipticals up to 50% off. Check out johnsonfitness.com or one of the 3 Seattle locations today.
Hey Seahawks fans, Tyler Lockett for Brown Bear Car Wash. We've got the perfect play for a spotless car. With the Unlimited Wash Club, you can keep your car game ready all season long. It isn't clean unless it's Brown Bear clean.
Home ownership. At Progressive, we know it's part of the American dream. It's winds blowing across a fruited plain, and also your new fire pit, which subsequently sets your gazebo ablaze. It's hard-hitting football, and an even harder-hitting price estimate from your general contractor. That's a star-spangled bummer. It's also around-the-clock protection when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive, which can help keep the American dream of home ownership alive and kicking. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Don't let cold season make you miserable. Try the quick drug-free solution for nasal congestion, Navage. Navage uses gentle suction to flush out your sinuses with refreshing saline, helping you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier all winter long. And here's even better news. Navage is now available at select warehouse clubs in a great new value pack. It's everything you need to start breathing better fast. Check out Navage at your local retailer today. Navage, Navage, breathe easy.
On behalf of Cairo News Radio, Seattle Sports, and Treehouse, thank you to everyone who helped make the 36th year of Holiday Magic truly magical.
This is the best part of our entire year here at Cairo. We don't have to do any bad news. It's all good news. It's you.
Holiday Magic may have ended, but the season of giving has not. You can still donate to Treehouse by going to mynorthwest.com/Holiday Magic. Thank you for serving Treehouse, and happy holidays.
Hey, holiday heroes. It's a special time of year at Shane Company. As a family business for 4 generations, we know firsthand that fine jewelry is the gift that says it all. From the engagement ring that says, "You're the one," to the diamond tennis bracelet that says, "Thank you for being you." We have the widest selection of fine jewelry gifts, in stock and ready to take home. Come pick out a pair of hand-matched diamond stud earrings or a necklace with a colorful gemstone. Check out our new Bloom collection, one of owner Tom Shane's favorites this year, featuring stunning sapphires, emeralds, or rubies. At Shane Company, every gift and every price range is crafted to our high-quality standards. We have jewelers working in every store to bring your gifts to life, making sure rings fit just right, setting center stones and engagement rings by hand, and engraving your pieces to make your gifts even more special. Your gifts will always be protected with our unmatched free lifetime warranty. Visit shaneco.com and come see us in store. Shane Company. your friend and jeweler.
Now that the rain is here, I remember my conversation with Anthony, the owner of Asset Roofing, about metal roofs. And not only are metal roofs not loud when it rains, they're more eco-friendly, last twice as long, and Asset Roofing can do them for up to 30% less than their competitors. You can find out more at assetroofingco.com. That's assetroofingco.com.
Certified work that's never in doubt. Asset Roofing excellence is on the house.
You're free now. Free to fill your feed with impossibly chunky chunkers who chunk harder than you ever thought possible.
Cats, corgis, babies, baby penguins, baby pandas, chunky baby pandas.
Free to make your smart devices do silly things. Free to open a world of remote work and a portal into Gametopia.
Who's the boss now?
Free to be everything you imagine and then some. That's how it feels to have Quantum Fiber Internet. Quantum Fiber, your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service in select locations only.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
I always have to gird my loins, Brock, before Joel Klatt comes on. I never know what I'm going to get attacked for.
You call our audience the softest in America.
It's true.
I can't think of a better guest to come and just punch you between the eyes.
I set it up perfectly.
You did.
Yeah, to make everybody happy. Joel Klatt. Joel Klatt. Oh, jeez. Oh, my gosh.
Klatt,
right off the
wow.
bat. Oh,
All
my
right.
God.
Hey,
Oh,
hot
no.
start, Salk. Way to go. Just an absolute flamethrower you are.
Yep. You're in my head. You totally, you're in my head. You're living rent free in there. Joel Klatt, Fox college football analyst, top analyst for Fox, and he joins us now. Hi, Joel. How are you?
Just sprinting around your dish like Usain Bolt.
Yep. I deserve that. I got nothing yet, but I'll bounce back hopefully by the end of the interview. Who'd you vote for? Who'd you vote for in the Heisman?
I've voted for Travis Hunter, the unicorn. I put Ashton Genty as my second player, and I put Shedeur Sanders as my third player. Ashton had a remarkable year, and Travis is unprecedented. And there is a difference between remarkable and unprecedented. We've never seen anything like what Travis was able to do. He is, in a lot of ways, as good as any defender in the country and as good as any wide receiver in the country. And that is something that is completely unprecedented, as I said. And the only comp is more Shohei Ohtani, because there's no one that's even done anything like this. When you look at his ranks as just a wide receiver at the Power 4 level, he's in the top 3-5 in basically every category. Then you look at what he is as a defender, and the respect that he is given as a defender is immense. You know, I've heard people probably like you that would criticize his defensive numbers, but that's just because guys like you don't really understand. So when it comes to defenders, in particular corners, a lack of numbers signifies an immense amount of respect. Think of it this way. BYU is going to walk in and they're going to create a game plan for this bowl game. And their offensive coordinator is going to walk into their offensive staff room, and he's going to say, hey, guys, we have to do everything we can to avoid Travis Hunter. He's the best player on the field. Okay, so our entire game plan has to be cognizant of where he is, who he's covering, and what coverage structure he is in. You know, is he in a jam technique? Is he in a zone? Does he have eyes in the backfield? Is he in man-to-man? Do we need to play the other side? Meanwhile, in an opposite room, the defensive coordinator is going to walk into his staff room, and he's going to say to his defensive staff, hey, guys, we need to do everything we can to take away Travis Hunter from their offensive game plan because he's the best player on the field. Just think about that for a moment, and that is why I voted for him at number one.
That's a good answer, and there's a lot of logic in there. I think you could have saved us 5 minutes and just said I voted for the two guys who went to my alma mater.
Well, Shador also was responsible for 82% of his team's offense. So, did you know that that's the best in college football this year?
I don't know that
did
I
you
did.
know that?
I don't know that I did know that.
I guarantee you didn't know that. I guarantee you also didn't know that it's the third highest percentage in the last 25 years.
I got to tell you, man, jokes aside, I'm actually totally with you. I think the Travis Hunter thing is incredible. I really do. Like, I can't believe, I think the numbers are amazing, especially given what you said, that everybody's trying to take him away all the time. I actually totally agree with you on all of this. And I think Shador is going to be a heck of a pro. Every time I've watched him, I come away thinking that dude's really good. He can really throw, and his offensive line does not give him nearly enough time. And if they did, I think he'd be putting up the same kind of numbers as any other quarterback out there. I think he's dynamic and really fun to watch.
But the thing is that he did put up those numbers. He led the country in completion percentage. Fair. He was second in passing touchdowns. He was third in passing yards per game at over 327. He's the fifth quarterback to be top three in those categories, and those three that I just listed in the last 15 years, with guys like Burrow and Bo Nix and Mac Jones, who had great years. And he did that all while being sacked the fourth most of any quarterback in the country, 38 times. See, so like the number three spot for me, and I'd be interesting, Brock, in your opinion on this, because I respect it, is I was going with what I felt like was the best quarterback year at number three. And it was basically a Cam Ward, Dylan Gabriel, and Shador Sanders discussion for me. And I thought Shador had the best quarterback year of any of them. Now, that's not to say that those guys didn't play incredibly well, but there's this kind of equation, variable. I think quarterbacks, generally speaking, are either surgeons or artists. And it's very rare when you get a guy that can be both and can be really effective in both areas. And Shador is one of those guys, and it's going to be the reason why he is taken as the top quarterback in the NFL draft. I think he might go number one, maybe number two in the entire draft. And it's because when everything is clean, he is surgical. He's on time. Brock, you saw him more than I did live, but I saw him live. Like, man, it's on time and it's beautiful. And he understands how to throw and change pace on his throws. Throw with touch, throw the layered ball, throw it down the field, drive it into tight windows and intermediate zones. And when he's on time and on target, man, it is surgical. But then he's got this Fran Tarkenton-style artistry of his ability to evade and elude the rush, keep his eyes down the field, and make plays down the field that you can't coach. And that combination of surgical play along with artistic play is something that is very unique.
One of the advantages of leaving my old business was I don't have to call bowl games anymore. And the timing of it could not have been better. You know a bowl game our boy Klatt's calling, Sulky? You know a bowl game he's calling, right? The
Holiday Bowl.
No, he doesn't. Brock,
the Holiday Bowl.
The
Holiday Bowl.
And you know who's in the Holiday Bowl, right?
Someone told him, your producer told him in his ear.
Brock told me the other day. I know. Brock told me the other day that Fox only has the Holiday Bowl.
That's it.
That's it.
That's correct.
I only try to make him look worse.
Yeah, I get no help.
I like you so much more right now. This is great.
So, Joel, how do you and Gus and crew prepare for a Holiday Bowl with a Wazoo team that now has 20 guys in the portal? And as of yesterday, just lost their kind of marquee quarterback. How do you even put this together?
Very carefully. I mean, to be honest, we're supposed to talk with Jake on Thursday, and I think it's going to be more of a counseling session than anything. Yeah. This is unfortunate. I really wish that it was different. I think everybody wishes it was different, and this is not just this game, but it's happening in every single game around the country. Think about Bo Perbula, the backup for Penn State, who has to make that decision to enter the transfer portal the week and this is a guy that gets meaningful snaps for Penn State. Yeah. And they're in the playoff, and he's going into the portal. The system is totally broken. I don't fault these players. I think that if you're looking at these players and you have some sort of contempt for their decisions, I think that reflects poorly on you. I think that if you look at this in reality, it is not just a flawed but totally broken system, and it's one of many broken systems that the NCAA has kind of heaped upon us. It's one of the worst, if not the worst organization that I can think of. Obviously, some of the three letters out there, they've been worse, in particular over the last 4 and 5 years. But this one is just atrocious. And Brock, what I find so offensive is that we continue in our sport, we continue to allow the same people that built old college football to try to reconstruct modern college football. And they do so with an incredible amount of self-interest at heart. And so we're constantly trying to put new wine into old wineskins. It's the same people that gave us the Bowl Alliance, that gave us the BCS, that gave us the 4-team playoff, and they now gave us the 12-team playoff. And yet they tried to retain the bowl system.
Who should do it?
And because they tried to retain the bowl system, they pushed the playoff out far into January, which is just like such a frustration. It is absolutely crazy to open the transfer portal and have roster construction while a season is being played. We do not open free agency the week before the wild card round of the NFL playoffs. That is lunacy. And it's so obvious that it's lunacy. And yet in college football, we do it. And then we look at guys like, Mateer or Bo Perbula, and we're like, man, I wish they were more committed. It's just so frustrating.
Who should do that? Great point. Who should do it? Who would you want to have making those decisions?
And the Big Ten should just break off. I just think that they should just stand on principle, and they could agree on a set of rules, and more specifically, they could agree on exactly how they're going to enforce those rules and move forward from there. I think that 2026 is a really, really important year in the history of college football, and that is because we need to construct this playoff in order to fix the calendar, not any other reason. And there's two main objectives to fixing the college football playoff. One is the calendar for roster construction, and then the other is that you can avoid the competition with the NFL, which is going to water down what should be the best part of our season. I believe strongly that we should just take the momentum that is created in November and play it right through December, and we should not take a break. There's no reason to take a break. Just play the playoffs, and then you can end the first week of January, which allows at least a 8 to 10 to maybe 12-day portal window before spring semester classes start, which is the whole reason why you've got to have, quote, an open transfer portal before the spring semester. Well, you can do that, and you can conclude the season prior to that as well. The fact that we have the playoff taking weeks on end, off in between each round, and we're going to conclude on a Monday night, January 20th, is the dumbest idea I've ever thought of. And I think the two guys that could really stand tall and do that are Greg Sankey and Tony Petitti, the commissioner of the Big Ten and the commissioner of the SEC.
There is no question that we are going to look back on these years at some point. I don't know if it's 26. I don't know if it's 36. I don't know when it's going to be, Joel, and look back at this era and go, how in the world were they that stupid? Like, how did you not wear a seatbelt in a car?
Are you
how did you smoke on it?
Like,
how did you smoke on an airplane?
Culture and college football?
No, just college football.
I could get on board with that.
No, more just college football. You smoked on an airplane. The whole airplane was full of smoke. Yeah, we did that.
Yeah,
you were driving 90 and you didn't have seatbelts in the car. Yeah, we did that. Like, you had a portal open. Players had to decide. My sister-in-law said this best. We talked about this last hour, Klatt. You know what college football is right now? It's a garage sale. It's nothing but a big, fat garage sale where one person's trash is another treasure. This is coming with the players and everything else. The absolute turnover is chaotic. And now, to your point about the schedule, there's not one person that thinks this makes any sense whatsoever that's in the sport. And yet we just kind of nod along, and we got the playoff this weekend, and the games are going to be so compelling, and the theater is going to be so great for the first time in all of these venues at Notre Dame, everywhere else, that we're all just going to kind of, go along with something that is total lunacy.
Yeah, I tend to agree strongly with this. I want to take you back. Oh, gosh, now it's been 6 years. 6 years. Yeah, Brock, I was talking there was a small committee of of people that the NCAA charged with, like, hey, go and give us a report on name, image, and likeness. And this is before anything. Okay. This is, again, 6-7 years ago. And a couple of those athletic directors who were on that committee, I had a long discussion with these athletic directors, and they just, like, they asked my opinion. And at that point, I told them, I said, listen, you can take 2 steps that are really uncomfortable for you and you don't want to take right now, or you can wait and the courts are going to force you to take 10 that wreck your sport. That's what I told them then. And that's exactly what happened. And by the way, that small committee recommended to the NCAA, and I've seen the report, recommended to the NCAA to take those 2 steps to allow for name, image, and likeness. This is prior to transfer portal. This is prior to all of it. This is prior to some of this litigation that actually ended up getting settled and is now will be settled here in the ongoing months. They recommended to the NCAA to take steps in NIL, which would have, I think, settled down some of the conversation from the players and some of that litigation. And they didn't, the NCAA didn't adopt their recommendations. They just sat there and then they waited for the litigation to come down, and boom, what do you know? They took forced into 10 steps that they couldn't take, and then they opened up the transfer portal, and now it's a total disaster.
So why
the NCAA is the biggest disaster in history of sport, period.
I love listening to you guys complain. It's fun. But Joel Klatt with us. I got to ask the follow-up then, which is, if everything you just said is true, and this is the worst organization, and I don't know that I could pick any real holes in what you just said, it's a mess. Why does arguably the greatest coach in the history of all sports want to join and coach at this level now at his age?
I mean, I don't know, Sulk. Do you want $10 million?
I do, but I don't have as much money as Bill Belichick does.
60% female on campus at Chapel Hill.
Stop it. What,
61%.
You guys stop.
Oh, man.
I see. Oh, you guys don't have good answers, so now you got to make jokes.
61-39, and he's dating a co-ed. Like, she's 24.
So he thinks
She's
the
gonna go
best thing
grad
is to
school.
bring more young girls around? Like, I don't understand what the logic is there. That doesn't make sense.
Is it because he
Why
thinks
does
this thing
Belichick
is...
want in?
I'll answer it. No. Yep, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Well, I think it's because he knows he can manipulate the whole thing, that this thing is so broken and stupid that I can pull enough levers that I'm going to be able to have inherent advantages at this level, like Nick Saban was able to find it at Alabama,
but Nick
that I
Saban
could never
just got
have
out.
at the NFL.
But Saban just got out and complained about it and said, I've got to get out because it's such a mess. Belichick, his buddy, says, I want to get in.
Videotaping a walkthrough and deflating some footballs. And college is like, we call that Tuesday down here, Bill. Let's go. Like, come on. How we doing?
Yep.
All right.
I will say this, though. Think about it, though. Just from take 2 steps back, and you think about all the inherent, like, it is unequivocally broken, and yet look how amazing it is. Which, at least for some of us, like, I continue to say, I think we're at the dawn of the golden age of this sport. And the reason is because I do think that there are going to be fixes that arrive. And we will get some structures that are better for the sport and roster management and all of these things. And yet, like, you look up and it's like, our sport has never been more popular. It has never been better. And so why is Bill Belichick here? Because you're getting in on Tesla at $10. You're getting in at Bitcoin at $125, where it's like nobody thinks that it's right yet, and yet the upside is tremendous. I firmly believe it's already the second most popular sport in our country. Now, it's a wide margin between the NFL and college football, but if they just do some small things to fix the calendar and fix some of these things, this thing is a rocket ship. College football isn't even scratching the surface of its popularity, and that's why a guy like Bill Belichick would want to get in on this. It's real.
Travis Hunter, a corner or a receiver at the next level, Joel?
Oh, good one. All right. I believe he's both, and this is not a cop-out. I believe that the proper way to have a plan for Travis Hunter is that you play him at corner primarily. He is a starting corner for your team. And then you have him as the 3rd/4th wide receiver on the roster. Everyone's going to carry 3 or 4 wide receivers, so he's the 3rd or 4th wide receiver. Now, Brock, as you know, just based on game plan, game situation, more specifically, that 3rd wide receiver is probably going to get, what do you think, between 25 and 40 at most snaps? That's probably what they're getting. So you can limit his number of snaps on the offensive side as a full-time starter. Number 3 wide receiver is a full-time. He's a starting player on your offense, and he's a large contributor. And he doesn't have to sit there, and he doesn't have to play outside as a 6'4" player. He can play inside. He can then be in motion. You can get him the ball in creative ways, and he can play as a starting corner on the defensive side. Let's say he plays 60 to 65 snaps on the defensive side. Well, now he's going to play 90 snaps. I think he can do that. He's just played on average, 138? So it's going to, at least for me, I think he can affect the game on both sides at the next level.
Get your popcorn ready. Because the next few months, by the way, the next few months leading up in the NFL draft is going to be a little bit like what you're talking about with college football. And the fact that Prime believes he can manipulate things. I'm sure he told you the same thing he told us in our production meetings, that if teams are not looking at Travis to play both ways, we won't be looking to go there. And I'm like,
that's right.
I'm like, what? Like you don't.
By the way, Brock, I would love your thoughts on this, because you were around him a lot, and I've obviously been around him a lot. But like, does Travis win the Heisman anywhere else?
Without Deion, without the marketing, without the sales, without just the cred that he has, it'd be a lot harder to do. A lot harder.
Would other coaches have allowed him to play both ways?
I think there's no way that another coach would allow them to play both. It takes foresight and fortitude.
Yeah.
And think about it. Let me just paint the scenario really quick, Salk. Because you're around coaches, and I'm sure they cringe a little bit, but you're around them. and so here they are, and now it's a Tuesday or a Wednesday. And the previous week, let's say the defense struggled a little bit, and the media is on them, and the fan base is on the coaching staff. And then here you are, and your best defender is not dressed for practice because of load management or rest or whatever it is, right?
Yep.
And he's just sitting there taking mental reps, and you're the head coach. Do you know the amount of fortitude that you have to fight off the narrative that, like, hey, my defensive coordinator is like, I need him in practice. Now the offensive coordinator, I need him in practice. You got to fight your own staff. You got to fight the media. You got to fight the fan base. And there's one guy in America that does not care what any of those people think, and that's Deion Sanders. And he told us that. Remember last year in that amazing soundbite when he was like, what makes you think that I care about what you think about me?
Yeah. I think there's probably a few. I would think we just talked about one, Bill Belichick. I think if that's what he wanted to do, he would be perfectly willing to not care what anybody else thinks. I think Jim Harbaugh's like that.
Bill Belichick would sit there on a Tuesday. I don't think Jim Harbaugh would sit there on a Tuesday.
They wouldn't
and
like
think
it.
Themselves like, yeah, I'm fine with my guy not being in practice.
That's a different issue.
Here's the other part is that it's not just about fortitude, but like foresight. And Deion understands because he was that guy. Yeah. So in his mind, he's like, I understand that kid doesn't need Tuesday's practice as long as he's mentally right. Whereas even a guy like Belichick or Harbaugh or any of these guys, Pete Carroll in his heyday, coaches have the blinders on, man, and they live for the day, and they live for, like, what did you do today that made you better for Saturday or Sunday? And that's their entire MO, right? They're just like blinders on. So to see a kid who's your best player who is not injured but not practicing, I just can't get over the fact of how unique Deion is to allow that to happen.
You know what's great about having Joel on, Brock? Seriously, and we don't say this enough. When he comes on, you don't need to prep that many questions because he talks so long to answer everything that you ask.
That's right.
You can only really get out 2 or 3 questions over the course of 25 minutes. It cuts the workload of prep in half at least because you don't have to prep any questions when he comes on. It's great.
It's incredible. I'm a dream come true for a guy like you that doesn't want to prep anyways.
Joel, thank you. Goodbye. That'll be the last word. I get it this time.
Yeah,
sorry. Oh, you cut out the QAnon line? We were done?
Well, you guys just went so far over, I had to cut it down a little. But yeah, you had.
It's
had a good comeback.
It was a good little comeback at the end. All right. Fun stuff with Joel Klatt. And I don't know if it's quite ironic, but certainly coincidental. While we're replaying that from yesterday, news breaking from The Athletic and then from Pete Thamel that unfortunately, I don't think Joel's going to get to talk to Jake Dickert before the Holiday Bowl because it looks like Jake Dickert is on his way to Wake Forest. And I don't think that should be a surprise. Not that I knew he was going to Wake Forest, but I don't think anybody should be surprised that Jake Dickert is out and that he's going to end up going somewhere else. And it's sad that Wake Forest, of all places, is the type of an upgrade over being at Wazoo. I don't think that should be the case. But that's your current college football world, as dumb as it all may be. So, anyway, bad news. Sorry, Cougs. First, John Mateer. Now, unfortunately, Jake Dickert. And, yeah, you're right, kind of back to where it started. Just worse. Just a huge bummer. It stinks. I'm sorry. All right, Brock's in just a minute. We'll ask him about this. We got a bunch of stuff to get to. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
You know, and I would ask the Seahawk fans and texters, you know, how do you feel about Geno now? Yeah, because I think there's been a lot of people that have been detractors, which is fine. I mean, I know that there's some good and bad with Geno, but now all of a sudden you look at it and go, oh, damn, that's a big loss. You know, and look, I thought Sam Howell was fine as a backup quarterback, but he wasn't going to win that game for you.
Again, you got thrown in a tough situation, and
I think it's the toughest job in the NFL.
Yeah,
backup quarterback, you don't get reps.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
Want to listen to Seattle Sports on your smart speaker?
Hey, smart speaker, play Seattle Sports.
This message is powered by the EQC Sportsbook at Emerald Queen Casino. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
My friends swim no matter the season, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now, thanks to Skyrizi and clear skin, count me in. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. For over 55 years, you've trusted us for roofing, siding, windows, decking, and gutters. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule a free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors.
Toyotathon is here at Toyota of Kirkland. To celebrate the event, Toyota of Kirkland has purchased $3 million worth of certified used and pre-owned vehicles on the lot ready for you to test drive and take home. The largest selection of certified used and pre-owned vehicles during Toyotathon can only be found at Toyota of Kirkland. Visit the wonderful team and beautiful showroom at Toyota of Kirkland today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Lowe's knows that to win the job, pros need the best prices. That's why only at Lowe's, MVP's Pro Rewards members can get a volume discount on eligible orders as low as $1,500 at the Pro Desk. That means you get the prices you need to start any job, small or large. Because Lowe's knows pros. Valid in-store only. More terms and restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms or Pro Desk for details.
You know what's really getting old? Having to do more with less. With Ramp, you can do more with more. Ramp is the corporate card and expense management software that saves businesses like yours an average of 5%. That's more for you to invest back into your operations, your staff, your bottom line, you name it. And that means less time spent on manual tasks, less time spent closing your books, and less time spent worrying about where your money went. All with Ramp.
I grew my hospitality company fast. So fast that we actually felt serious growing pains. Ramp helped us automate our manual expense tracking, saving the team valuable time. Now we have more time to spend on what really matters, our guests and their experience.
Ramp gives you more time, more visibility, and more control over your business. Don't settle for anything less. Start using Ramp for free today at ramp.com/radio. Ramp.com/radio. That's RAMP.com/radio.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Lowe's knows how to help you save time and money, no matter the job. That's why we can deliver supplies to your job site as soon as same day, so you have more time to get the job done. Because when you need it fast, we've got you covered. Lowe's knows pros. Valid on eligible in-stock orders and select zip codes, placed by 2 p.m. for same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Fees vary based on purchase. More terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
If it's hot, it's at GNC, and we bring you the best new stuff first. GNC has this winter's newest in weight loss, muscle building, and wellness, and the best energy drink flavors anywhere. If it's at the top of your feed, it's already at GNC. Ask a GNC coach about the newest drops from Rise, Mutant, Alani Nu, Drip Drop, and more at your local GNC store, or shop our full collection of flavors and online exclusives at GNC.com. If it's hot, it's at GNC. Live well.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
Get his freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to see you on the interview.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Hello! Morning, Brock.
Good morning, Michael.
You and Joel Klatt were in your bag yesterday ranting about the NCAA system. And moments ago, actually, while we were replaying Joel Klatt, got some news that we're going to add Jake Dickert to a list of people that have left either Oregon State or Washington State since the Pac-12 collapse. I just saw this tweet from someone named Shahan Jayarja, who lists this group of people that have left just since the Pac-12 collapse from those two schools. Pat Chun, Jake Dickert, Jonathan Smith, Ben Arbuckle, Cam Ward, John Mateer, Aiden Chiles went to MSU. Childs, all right. DJ
Uyunglele.
Yes, exactly. Damian Martinez, running back.
Oh, yeah, stud.
Josh Kelly, wide receiver to Texas Tech.
Stud.
Silas Bolden, other wide receiver to Texas. Easton Mascarenas Arnold.
Mascarenas Arnold,
Okay.
Linebacker USC. His brother Akili Arnold, safety USC.
Cornerback Jermod McCoy went to Tennessee. That's a partial list.
Yep. Yeah.
All those people have now left either USC or Oregon State. And, yeah, unfortunately, and this shouldn't be a huge surprise, Jake Dickert this morning, news coming out that he's going to go from Wazoo to Wake Forest.
Yep. Challenge. Big challenge. You could throw on the entire Oregon State Elite 8 women's basketball team, too, Salk. You know, Donovan Hunter and Reagan Beers and Von Olhoffen. Coach stayed, but everybody else left after an Elite 8 run, unfortunately. Ben Arbuckle leaves Washington State, and I think this was probably the final tipping point for Jake Dickert. I texted with him the other day, and he didn't say this, but I'm just kind of reading between the lines. It's one thing to lose personnel. It's one thing to lose an athletic director. It's quite another when you can't hire the kind of coaches that you know you need to hire to win. And lost out on an OC that he thought he had. OC goes to Arizona, unfortunately. And so I think if you're Jake Dickert, you're like, I mean, what do you want me to, like, is a Wazoo fan, 866-979-3776, is a Wazoo fan mad at Jake Dickert this morning?
I can't imagine it.
Are you furious at Jake Dickert?
I would be shocked if there was a single Coug fan with, like, their head on straight that was upset with Jake Dickert, because it essentially what you would have to be saying at some point is that you value loyalty to such an extent that you expect it over competitiveness for somebody who's in the world of sports.
Right.
And I don't think that's fair. This dude's been unbelievable. Now, look, disloyalty, complete lack of loyalty, not giving. Sure, those are things that you should absolutely criticize. But to call him any of those things after leaving in this moment, to me, would be asinine. Like,
when you're in a
this
position,
guy showed loyalty until it became an untenable situation, and he's a professional football coach. He's competitive. He wants to win. Now, I don't know whether going to Wake Forest is going to satisfy any of his competitive juices, but
players aren't going to be coming and going every single year.
No?
No. It's such an academic school, and it's so difficult to get in there that there is at least an attachment that those players are going to be there. Just kind of with the quality of students you have to recruit there, and pretty great place to live for staff and hiring people. I mean, if you're in management, think of it out there. You're in management, and your employees leave because they all get better jobs, and you can't pay what other people are paying. You're in management, and you want to hire great people around you, and you can't hire great people around you because they get paid more elsewhere. Right? I mean, like, what do you want that manager who's excelling to do?
Yeah.
What do they do in the real world? They go find a place where they can keep and retain their great employees, where they can develop people all around them, where they can all strive for success, where the playing field, the business field is fairly level. And in this situation, it is just completely not.
Yeah, I get a text here. I wouldn't say I'm mad. I'm just bummed. Yeah, but you're not. Even if you were mad, you'd be mad at the system, be mad at the situation, be mad at what's happened in college football, be sad in general. But I can't imagine anyone saying, I'm mad at him. He is not the cause. He is he's what's happened because of, right? I mean, he's on the unfortunate result. Yeah, it's a bummer, man. That is sad. I really enjoyed our conversation with him, and I think what he did at Wazoo, stabilizing that program first after, what had come before him, and then, he'd never been a head coach, developed talent, dealt with, kind of going through the entire disintegration of the Pac-12, and continue to have a lot of success and bring joy to the Cougs, who unfortunately had a lot of it robbed from them. I give that guy a lot of credit. I hope he has a lot of success.
Yeah, and I think he'll be able to kind of hire some of the people around him there that he's going to want to hire, and I think if you're Wake Forest, you love this hire. I mean, he's a developer. It's what he does. He takes 2- and 3-star guys, and he makes some great players and NFL players and wanted by others. And hopefully there, as he evaluated it and looked at the different job opportunities, this is a spot where, although you don't have the NIL, where although, the playing field isn't totally level, where although you're in the ACC and not the SEC and the Big Ten, as Klatt has said, could probably and very likely break off, at least you have a place because of the academic restrictions where you can have some connective tissue, where you can have some level of attachment. And it is not just a total free agent, free-for-all, every day, every moment, every season.
Yeah.
So
Wake Forest won 11 games a couple years ago.
They did?
Yeah. They were 11-3. They were pretty good.
Who's the best player ever to come out of Wake Forest? Aaron Curry?
Highest draft picked.
I'm sure he is. Who's the best player
Tim
ever to
Duncan. He played football and basketball.
That doesn't count.
You don't remember him blocking kicks?
Yeah, I don't remember that. No. I remember him getting destroyed by Marcus Camby. That's about all I remember.
All right. Okay.
What? Seriously, who's the best player ever out of Wake Forest?
They've had some linebackers and corners lately that have started in the NFL.
Okay.
And there's probably 3 or 4 of those guys around the league. Offensive line's really hard.
I'm trying to look right now.
Tough. Quarterback Sam, the QB that went to Notre Dame, spent 5 years there.
Sam Hartman, yeah, he was the quarterback of that 11-win
The
team.
good-looking kid?
Yeah, he was in the top 10 in the Heisman.
Doesn't
had to
count.
get Cody to confirm he was good looking.
He was good looking.
Well, of course, but also that guy ended up going to Notre Dame. Like, he's a Notre Dame quarterback.
Jesse Bates went to Wake Forest. He's a pretty good safety.
All right, Jesse Bates is good. Went there or finished there?
Finished there. Yeah,
Okay. He didn't go somewhere else in between. No. Okay. All right, Jesse Bates, I'll give you. That's a good one. That took way too long, though.
Sure.
Like, you could have best players to go to Wazoo would be a much better conversation, right?
Michael Bumpus, Ruben Mays, Ryan Leaf, the throwing Samoan, Drew Bledsoe, Mark
Drew Bledsoe's
Rypien.
name might want to come up here.
I mean, where do you want to go?
Mark Rypien won a Super Bowl, right? I mean,
Deion Henley, stud right now with the Chargers.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you want to do?
Abe
Where do you
Lucas.
want to go?
I mean, there's a lot of names that you would probably.
Steve Gleason.
Absolutely. So, yeah, unfortunately, that history isn't.
So that klatt conversation got some stuff going in the building, huh?
Oh, my
Folks
gosh.
fired up?
Man, everybody was fired up about Joel Klatt yesterday and his level of.
You think he could give you that business every day? You think if we had him every day, he could give you
I don't
that
think
kind
I could
of
handle
business?
that, to be perfectly honest. I don't know that my fragile ego would
He
be
did
able to
text me
handle it.
afterwards and go, did I finally go too far? I'm like,
No.
absolutely not.
What?
No.
That's what he thought?
Yes.
Why?
Because he's still a nice-hearted man. So.
He is?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know.
Yes.
I don't see a lot of evidence of that.
So did I finally tip it a little too far?
I don't think so.
Nope, not at all.
I think because sometimes I'll text him afterwards and be like, dude, that was great. I didn't do that yesterday. And so maybe he was worried that I was upset. Quite the opposite. I thought Joel was a lot of fun yesterday.
Well, now what do you do if you're Wazoo? Do you go out and do what Norfolk State did? Do you go out and do what
Mike
Tennessee
Vick.
Tech did? Did you go out and do what other schools have done? And
you
just
think Drew
kinda,
wants to come do it?
Hey, Drew, you want to come make $1 million and come coach at Wazoo?
He doesn't need $1 million.
Hey, Ryan Leaf probably would do it.
He probably
Ryan
would.
Leaf, yeah.
Is that really the direction you want to go?
I don't know. I mean, what do you want to do? Do you want to obviously go hire young and totally hungry and somebody at a lower level that's developed people? And I mean, the reality is in 2026, they will be going back to a newly formulated Pac 8, 10,
but
12.
I don't know, man.
Yeah.
It's rough. 253 points out that Tim Duncan was the king of the turnaround field goal block. So,
Yes, he
yeah, the big fundamental,
Yes, he
doing what
was.
he's got to do. All right, we'll come back here with everything else you need to know. Big afternoon for the Seahawks today. We'll tell you why next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
This is a step in the right direction, even though it feels like you just got dominated.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
Now you know what it feels like, and so does Mike McDonald. I remember the first time I got dominated as a football player. I thought nobody could touch me. And I go out there, and this dude grabs me by my jersey, throws me to the ground. I was like, oh, dang, there's something else out there. There's a monster out there that I haven't seen yet. And from that point on, my awareness was different.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Well, just a couple weeks now left, less than that in the month of December, less than that in the whole entire year 2024. And as it winds down, it is time to drive into savings at the Harnish Auto family. Hey, Brock Ewart here. And whether you are looking for a new car, truck, SUV, or EV, our 6 dealerships are offering unbeatable end-of-year deals. From incredible discounts to special financing options, there has never been a better time to go upgrade your ride. And if you've been listening all year, you know the Harnish Auto family truly believes in giving back to the communities they serve because they know that you, the people, really do matter. Whether it was raising record funds in the month of October for breast cancer awareness or filling the food banks throughout the month of November, they walk their talks. Come visit any of the 6 locations before the year ends. It's more than just a sale. It's a chance to be part of something bigger. Driving in the new year with big savings and bigger hearts. We are the Harnish Auto family, where people matter.
Americans love using their credit cards, the most secure and hassle-free way to pay. But D.C. politicians want to change that with the Durbin-Marshall credit card bill. This bill lets corporate megastores pick how your credit card is processed, allowing them to use untested payment networks that jeopardize your data security and rewards. Corporate megastores will make more money, and you pay the price. Tell Congress to guard your card, because Americans lose when politicians choose. Learn more at guardyourcard.com. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
The biggest and the best in the Northwest is now bigger and better. Hey, it's your boy Cliff Averill. Muckleshoot Casino Resort is the place to watch all the games in style. In fact, Muckleshoot won a stack of awards from the Seattle Times, Best in the Pacific Northwest, including Best Hotel View, Best Steakhouse, Best Sushi, Best Live Music Venue. Do I need to keep going? Hey, when they say the biggest and the best, they mean it. Muckleshoot Casino Resort is what you do. Please game responsibly.
When an injury takes your kid out of the game, the team at Seattle Children's is here for you. With the most experienced orthopedics and sports medicine professionals in the Pacific Northwest, Seattle Children's all-star team will get your kid back in the game and back to being a kid. Learn more at seattlechildrens.org.
Guys, are you looking for affordable and guaranteed low T and ED treatments here in Seattle? Revive Men's Health Seattle has been offering innovative men's health since 2013. Our convenient low T and ED clinics and providers have over 10 years of experience and thousands of happy patients. If you're suffering from low T or ED, we have guaranteed solutions for you. Our solutions can provide immediate results, restore blood flow naturally, and even bring spontaneity back into your love life. And right now, Revive Seattle locations are offering free T-level checks and free exams. We can help you get stronger and improve your performance and even get better sleep. Plus, if you're an unsatisfied patient of another men's clinic, we'll transfer your care for free. Book today, and your T-level check and exam will be free, saving you $199. Ask about our new patient specials and interest-free financing. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit revivemenshealth.com.
Hey Seattle, Jaden Schwartz. Still having roofing problems? Don't skate through the winter. Call Techline today. Techline has the strongest warranty in the business. Take advantage of our easy financing and seasonal specials. Happy holidays from our team at Techline Roofing.
The noon hour of the Bump and Stacy Show is powered every day by the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to pendergastlaw.com.
Chronic pain can be so life-changing that it causes depression. The effects can strain relationships and tear families apart. If chronic pain is impacting you or someone you love, don't wait to get help. I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. If your family is missing the person they once knew, schedule a free consultation to learn if our non-surgical and drug-free approach could help you get your life back. At Sound Pain Solutions, we've treated thousands of patients suffering from neuropathy, neck and back pain, and complex joint problems. Our personalized treatments include state-of-the-art technology like bioelectric therapy, laser, regenerative injections, pressure wave treatment, and others that stimulate healing naturally. Get a new focus on your family and the activities you enjoy, not your pain, medications, and limitations. To learn if you qualify for our non-surgical and drug-free treatment, call us at Sound Pain Solutions or visit soundpainsolutions.com.
If your family is obsessed with Wicked, you're probably wondering how much streaming and memeing your internet can handle at your kid's next Wicked-themed sleepover. Well, Xfinity Internet is powerful enough to handle hundreds of devices, so you can get a magical connection with fast speeds and amazifying power, even when everybody's online at the sleepover. With Wi-Fi that's truly thrillifying, one might even say Xfinity engineers are secretly wizards themselves. And now through December 22nd, get Xfinity Gig Internet for $25 a month for 12 months when you add unlimited mobile and get Peacock Premium, a $7.99 a month value included at no extra cost. Or lock in your internet price for 2 years for just $5 more a month with a 1-year contract. Early termination fee does apply. Go to Xfinity.com to learn more and keep the magic going from your screen to the big screen. And see Wicked only in theaters November 22nd. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Equipment taxes and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, it's a big afternoon of practice for the Seahawks. We'll get our first look at whether or not Geno Smith can participate. Clear path to the playoffs, right, Brock? You don't have to beat the Vikings to get there, but it gets a whole lot messier if you don't. And the Seahawks would then need help from the Rams or the Commanders or a bunch of other teams kind of to go their way. But beat a high-quality opponent this weekend, not only do you really get a chance to write your own ticket, but you would probably start to calm a fan base that I think has just been on a complete roller coaster ride over the course of this year. I think it would go a long way.
Yeah, you know, Big Ray made a great point yesterday. He filled in for Wyman with Bob yesterday, and he was talking about all the different teams he played on with the different coaching changes and how valuable it was to see success. Like, when does it turn? When do you get buy-in? It's when the players are feeling the scheme and the fundamentals and the teaching and seeing the benefits of it. I think the players have felt that, Salk, especially the defensive players. I think now this is the kind of game the fan base needs for this regime, for Grubb, for McDonald, for like the whole regime. Like, okay, you know, you've been good and you've beaten the teams that you should beat or, you know, on equal footing. Now beat a team better than you. Go beat a team that's 12-2, at least on paper, has been better than you, been more consistent than you, you know, played at a higher level than you. I think this is a game as much for the fan base to get that kind of buy-in, like, ooh, that is right. It is hard to play here. We can make a difference. This team can beat a 12-2 team and go from, you know, that proverbial good to great that we all love to see.
Yeah, when they won a few games, it didn't exactly change much in terms of the power rankings, but losing to an excellent Green Bay team did. I guess that's what happens when you don't play well on national TV, right? More people get an opportunity to see your struggles. But the Seahawks did drop to number 15, so down 2 spots on ESPN's power rankings. Again, this is why I've kind of argued that was not such a huge game, because I think if you beat Minnesota, you're right back in the same position you would have been. These 2 games taken together are big. You got to win really one of the 2 of them in order to set yourself up and continue to control your own destiny. But you can win this one, and you're right back in the driver's seat, right? I mean, I think it would erase almost any of the negative taste or the bad taste in the mouth.
So it's aggregate. It's an aggregate.
It's kind of aggregate. Finally.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right, Brock, names are ticking off the list as the hot stove. It's not really burned quickly. It's more of a smolder this year. But look, Cody Bellinger was not a fit. There's no part of Cody Bellinger that I think made sense for the Mariners this offseason. But he does go to the Yankees yesterday. They get back a young pitcher. Cubs actually ate a little bit of the cost for a player they signed just last year. Here is Jeff Passan with more.
It's impossible to replace Juan Soto. He is that special of a bat. But if the Yankees can get the best out of Cody Bellinger, like, say, 2 years ago when he hit over 300, his strikeout rates are low, and he's excellent defensively, then they're going to feel like they got the better end of this deal because all it really cost them was money. The Cubs, on the other hand, have been looking to clear salary, perhaps for a trade to acquire a higher-priced player or to go out into free agency. What they knew they wanted after acquiring Kyle Tucker was to clear their outfield space, and Cody Bellinger was the perfect person to do that.
Yeah, all right. So if he didn't make sense for the Mariners, which I don't think he did, who does? Well, they need infielders. That's the number one thing we know. And I'll just keep coming back to these 4 names: Bregman, Walker, Santander, and Alonso, all of whom would be massive upgrades. And just like Jeff said, cost you nothing but money. None of those would require trading Luis Castillo.
Yeah, you don't have to rob Peter to pay Paul or something like that.
And not that you can't do that and still have success, but Brock, we'll talk more about this a little bit later. You had sort of assigned us some homework, which neither of us did because it was
Lyle
insane.
did. No, Lyle did. Yes, he did.
No, he didn't.
Did you not see his late night email?
I did, but he didn't actually do what you were saying.
Yes, he didn't get to the final step of it
because he's not like an entire baseball analytics department.
I mean, it was incomplete, but at least he did the work.
Well, I looked at what you asked and basically came away with there aren't players that fit the bill.
Right.
The Mariners may want to trade young prospects or any prospects for hitting. That's not a route that
they don't have Crawford boxes for Isak Paredes. They don't have a short right field bench for Cody Bellinger. They're just
those guys didn't go for prospects either,
right?
My point is more that nobody's trading in the offseason hitters for prospects. Because all of the teams that would be in add prospect mode either don't have hitters you'd want or are in, hey, we're trying to sell hope right now and not trying to, disappoint our fan base at least until July. So that may be a route you can go down later in July, but I think it's very hard to imagine who you're going to go after right now.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
News came out just a few minutes ago. Jake Dickert apparently is on his way east. He will leave Wazoo and head to be the head coach at Wake Forest. The Athletic had it first. Pete Thamel had it as well. Just a massive disappointment for a guy who's done some really great work at Wazoo.
Yeah, I mean, a disappointment for the fan base. The reality of what college athletics has become. You open this portal up, you've got no leadership, players leave. Coaches leave, administrators leave. It has just left both Oregon State and Washington State in a really tough spot.
Yeah, just brutal. Speaking of being in a tough spot, the Kraken have now gone 6 periods this season against the Senators without a goal. They fall 3-0 again last night in front of the home crowd. Exactly the same scores when they met in Ottawa last month. A lot of ups and downs for this hockey team. They just don't seem to be. I mean, they were playing really good hockey a week ago, and then not real impressed with what I saw here over the last 2 games. So they will head to Chicago tomorrow night and look to rebound. That's everything you need to know.
Everything?
Is there other stuff I need to know?
No, I don't know.
You made it sound like I'm forgetting something.
Oh, what, Lyle?
What? Maybe I was too distracted to finish the homework over the fact that the Yankees clubhouse now has some real turmoil going after this Cody Bellinger trade.
Yeah, so if I understand properly, Cody Bellinger's wife, who in and of herself is not a problem. She's not
girlfriend,
like
girlfriend or wife?
I think wife. My understanding is wife.
Okay.
Cody. Right. My understanding is it's Cody Bellinger's wife, who's delightful, and it's not like she's a drama queen or she seems great.
No.
But she was previously dating Giancarlo Stanton.
Or they might have been.
It is his wife.
It is Cody Bellinger's wife.
Okay.
I don't know why anybody would doubt me when I get that. Look,
well, you're not really a TMZ guy. You're not really that.
I checked to get the details right on this.
Okay.
It's too important to get wrong, bro.
Right.
It's the kind of thing that's too important. And so do you think that's a problem?
Well, I mean, he's 6'7", 280, built out of granite, good-looking dude, beautiful. Sure. Like, what would be a problem?
Well, I mean, they're not together anymore. I mean, obviously,
No, every time you see him, you're like, oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You think the Yankees thought about that ahead of time? Should they have thought about that ahead? Is that something you're supposed to consider?
I don't know. Maybe they got a great relationship. Maybe there's no issues.
Maybe. It seems odd.
206 says they should box each other.
I don't know why. What do you mean box each other? Like one of them's not together anymore. Like,
right.
It's not like they're vying for the same girl. Like she married one of them. She's no longer with the other one and hasn't been with him in years.
You think Yankees brass at least asked, like, how did it end with her and Giancarlo? Did they end on good terms?
That does seem like a relevant question.
Maybe the way that ended. I mean, if it was totally amicable and like great, and hey, we're friends. It just wasn't for one another.
If it was totally what?
Amicable.
There we go.
Sorry, I was close.
Amicable.
Yeah.
I like amicable.
That came out. I had it in the spelling right in my head. I mean, if it was totally friendly.
You ever been around that on a team?
Ooh, let me think about that during the break. Okay. I must have been.
It feels like you must have been.
It must have been.
I mean, it happens in the NBA, it seems like, all the time.
I mean, the Seahorn Cannell was not great. That did not go great.
What was that?
Jason Seahorn and Danny Cannell? Google it.
Over Angie Harmon?
Yeah, just Google it. That was not a great deal.
I remember Jason Seahorn was with Angie Harmon. Was Danny Cannell with her at some point beforehand?
I don't have all the facts. I just know it was a little bit messy. So.
Well, if it involved Danny Cannell, I'm not that surprised. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll come back. More is going to take us around the NFL with some great news for Husky fans. Might be the only good news this morning. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
For Down Territory, going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
If you were the OC for the Seahawks, what's something you would add to the offense?
We talked about down the red zone deception, getting defenses to move right when you're going left and vice versa. You can do so many things off the motion. You force the defense to communicate, you get their eyes going different ways. I think that is a step that this offense can take, is just using the leverage, because that's what motion does too.
For Down Territory, every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here, and if you're a homeowner, let's chat right now. I want to try to help you guys save some money and get your roof replaced like right now during what is generally a slow season for roofers. And Riverside Roofing is open. They're available. They can work really quickly to take advantage of any dry days we have and get your roof replaced fast. Now, we've had some big storms. Man, just this morning, 50-plus mile-an-hour winds doing damage to Western Washington homes. So if you have noticed a leak in your roof or maybe some shingles that have blown off, save money. Replace your roof right now with the roofing company you can trust. That is Riverside Roofing, always evolving to provide value for the customer. First, that meant GAF Master Elite certification, so they can offer the best warranty in the market. Then it was implementing the catch-all system. That makes sure your yard is clear of harmful debris like nails or shingles. And now RiversideRoofingLLC.com has Quick Quote, which can give you a roof replacement cost in just 60 seconds. Pretty quick. Constantly improving, never satisfied with the status quo. You can find them at RiversideRoofingLLC.com and know that they are the roofing company you can trust.
I don't want to dig up my yard if I don't have to. That's why I hired O'Neill Plumbing. They're Seattle's trenchless plumbing pros. All rooter, all trenchless, always professional. O'Neill Plumbing, since 1917.
Hey everyone, Rick Witters, owner of Cressy Door. Our family-owned business has been taking care of our neighbors every winter since 1952. On behalf of Cressy Door and all our wonderful families, we would like to wish you all happy holidays.
Are you still dealing with a runny nose, congestion, or sinus drip this holiday season? Always having to clear your throat or cough? Hey, it's Dr. Ryan Stern of the Stern Sinus Center. Ryanair is a simple, non-invasive procedure that significantly reduces your postnasal drip and stuffiness. A recent clinical study shows almost 9 out of 10 Ryanair patients get significant improvement in their symptoms. We're proud the Stern Sinus Center was named a nationwide center of excellence. Schedule your appointment in Federal Way, Auburn, or at sternsinus.com.
I'm Bradley Johnson with 1-800-DUI-AWAY, and I want to talk to you about the holidays. They're a time for friends, family, good food, and ugly sweaters. But they're also when cops are out in full force, looking to pull you over and find evidence of DUI. During the holiday months at 1-800-DUI-AWAY, we see DUI arrests skyrocket. So if instead of carolers coming to your house, it's a summons to court, call 1-800-DUI-AWAY. We have over 25 years of experience keeping the holidays joyous, because too much of Grandma Betty's eggnog can easily take you on a midnight sleigh ride to jail. Call 1-800-DUI-AWAY or go to 1-800-DUI-AWAY.com to set up a free private consultation in Seattle, Bellevue, Everett, or Tacoma. Don't drink and drive this holiday season, because if you're caught driving with a nose too red and cheeks too jolly, you'll be calling 1-800-DUI-AWAY.
1-800-DUI-AWAY! Take your game day experience to the next level with a Mariner Suite. Suites are perfect for birthdays, anniversaries, client meetings, and that company outing you've been trying to plan for months. Enjoy first-class catering, VIP parking, custom setups for 14 to 400 people, and more, all with the help of a dedicated Mariners rep. Suites start at $125 per person, and season ticket members get 15% off. Reserve now at mariners.com/suites.
Munoz strikes out the side, and the ball game is over.
Direct savings and client focus, the cornerstones of the Diamond Dave philosophy.
Hi, I'm Diamond Dave Cantor. My team and I at Cantor Diamond can be your trusted friends with an inside scoop on the diamond world.
Just like they are to thousands of people around the world.
And just like we have been for over 34 years.
At Cantor Diamond, it's all about the diamonds and the savings, not paying for high-end retail locations or the overhead of a mall.
You stand to save big time with our by-appointment professional office approach, combined with direct importing.
When you choose Cantor Diamond, you choose huge savings, top quality, and excellent service. Call, email, or message us for an in-person appointment.
Or sit back and relax for free FedEx shipping anywhere in the USA.
Call Diamond Dave at 253-272-7007. That's 253-272-7007. Or follow them on Instagram at Cantor Diamond. That's at Kantor Diamond.
You know what's really getting old? Having to do more with less. With Ramp, you can do more with more. Ramp is the corporate card and expense management software that saves businesses like yours an average of 5%. That's more for you to invest back into your operations, your staff, your bottom line, you name it. And that means less time spent on manual tasks, less time spent closing your books, and less time spent worrying about where your money went. All with Ramp.
I grew my hospitality company fast. So fast that we actually felt serious growing pains. Ramp helped us automate our manual expense tracking, saving the team valuable time. Now we have more time to spend on what really matters, our guests and their experience.
Ramp gives you more time, more visibility, and more control over your business. Don't settle for anything less. Start using Ramp for free today at ramp.com/radio. Ramp.com/radio. That's RAMP.com/radio.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Brock, look at this sampler you got here.
Yeah, is that good stuff?
Yes.
Is
I mean,
it?
I don't know about the place it's from, but
Zabat's in New York City.
I think that's an R. Zabars.
Zabars.
That sounds familiar, actually. I think I've been there years ago.
Zabars,
but
yeah. It's from
three
Zabars.
things you got are
the
great.
black and white cookies are the best.
Yeah, so this is after you yesterday said chutzpah instead of chutzpah. I can see why your agent decided that he needed to send you some stuff to,
babka.
Babka. Yeah, he sent you some chocolate babka. He sent you some cinnamon rugula. And then black and white cookies, little mini black and white cookies. Yeah, that's a nice little sampler.
All kosher.
Well, I'm sure. Yeah, they come from a kosher deli. I mean, that's pretty good look.
What's
right
the
there.
best of those three?
Oh man, it's really hard to say. I mean, they're different. Like you can go time of day. I would say. Like, you could do the babka.
I don't think I've ever had babka.
Oh, it's good.
Is it good?
Yeah, it's really good.
Okay.
Yeah, chocolate babka's pretty good. I think you'll enjoy it.
All right,
that's a
good.
trip around Brock's kitchen, and Maura's going to give us a trip around the NFL.
All right. Sorry.
If you're
He was in
going
here
to a Jewish
distracting
deli, though,
again.
I'll say this over and over again.
Give me a second.
You want to, like, the best thing to get is chopped liver.
Yeah.
You gotta.
Lyle, you a chopped liver kid?
Oh my God, I'm so glad you asked. Chopped liver is the single worst
Disgusting.
thing I have ever
Thank you.
tasted. My grandmother once made me try it. I told her no forever. She's still like forcing me basically to try it. I had one bite. I said, this is the worst thing I've ever had.
You don't like the little bit of taste of blood in there, like that little iron taste?
I don't know what I tasted, but I was like, I will never, ever put this near my mouth again.
Chopped liver is one of my favorite foods, man. I love it.
That
Give
might
me
be
a corn.
your worst take ever.
Give me a corned beef and chopped liver sandwich. I'll take it every time.
Goldberg's, right?
Dingfelder's up in Capitol Hill. Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love chopped liver. Liver pate. Liver's
Lyle,
delicious.
when we're down at spring training, we are going to find a good Jewish deli in Scottsdale.
Yeah, you could probably find one.
Yeah,
Oh,
and we're
I mean,
going to
that's
have some
fine.
chopped liver.
Oh, see, that's
Corned
where
beef hash.
that's
Now we
on
are.
the line.
Yeah.
You don't have to do that.
Yeah.
Matzo ball. Yep, we're doing it all. Okay.
Who's we?
You're speaking super confidently about Lyle coming to spring training. Are you sure that's happening?
Oh, I don't know.
You're just definitely setting a high expectation for poor Lyle for a budget that you and I don't control.
Oh, it's fine.
All right.
Okay. Well, sorry.
I can
Thank you.
I can,
Thank you
It's like, yeah, it's
for-
fine. I don't
I
care.
can contribute.
Okay.
Thank you for
Oh.
stalling because I was not properly prepared. I apologize. Our Tuesday afternoon, Raheem Morris, Falcons head coach, seemed to dodge a question about whether the Falcons were considering starting Michael Penix after saying Kirk Cousins needs to play better.
He's got to play better. And, obviously you got to go back, you got to be able to look at everything. But, he wants to play better. He's got to play better. We got to find a way to get him to play better. And obviously we'll get to work tomorrow. And that's a part of our process, right? You go, you look at the tape, you review with the people that needs to be reviewed with. We get all the coordinators in the room. We'll talk with everybody. And we got to play better at the quarterback position.
To part B to that, if he can't, are you prepared to replace him with Michael Penix?
We got everybody on our roster for a reason, right? We got so much to get better at, and those things will always be discussed. That's just the nature of the beast in football. It's just so heavily talked about at the quarterback position because there's only one guy out there. So for us, man, our mentality is to find a way to win the next game. That's just the mentality that we're going to have.
But just hours later, the Falcons released a statement on behalf of Raheem Morris saying that Michael Penix will be the starter for their game against the Giants Sunday.
7-7, right in the hunt there with Tampa Bay. 3 games to go, and you're going to throw Penix into that mix with almost no preseason. Very little reps all season long, and now you got to come save them.
I appreciate when a coach gives the media grief as if they're asking insane questions and then hours later makes the exact same choice everybody thought that he should make.
Yeah.
That's one of my favorites. Oh, you guys are going to ask about that because he's the quarterback, but yeah, we're going to make that move.
Yeah.
Come on. Is it really necessary to go through the entire charade before eventually making that decision? Yeah, I think that is why there are people that start to wonder whether or not he's the one who even made the call at all, or whether that comes from above him. And you saw in the statement that was released later, it said for football reasons or something like that, as if trying to immediately squelch the idea that this came from somebody other than the head coach.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're protecting liability because if he gets hurt, he's guaranteed another $10 million next year. So you're protecting against that.
Right.
And you need some juice in your offense. Got a lot of weaponry. Got a good offensive line. Got a lot of, Bijan Robinson playing well. And Kirk is just not. 1 touchdown, 7 or 8 picks over his last 5 games. Really, the Seahawks kind of broke him. They were flying pretty high, and the Seahawks took it to him, and he's not really responded since then. So go get him, Mike. People be rooting and watching, certainly from afar.
I hope he does really well, don't you?
I do too. Oh, absolutely.
Well,
but it does
it's a
sound
soft
like
landing to start against the Giants.
Yeah,
That
but
helps.
I think Brock's point is a good one. Hasn't really taken reps and didn't really get much of a preseason, right? So
Yeah. And the game's going to be faster, and even though it is the Giants, they are a bit beaten up.
Good offensive line, though, right?
Good
In
offensive
Atlanta,
line.
that helps.
Really good running back, some great weapons.
Who's their offensive coordinator?
The guy that was going to go to Oklahoma State, Zach
Taylor?
Came
Robinson.
from Zach Robinson. Came from the Rams tree.
ZAC, right?
ZAC.
He's a ZAC, Zach. Yeah, I remember that. Okay.
All right, we'll go over to Detroit, where Dan Campbell was on 97.3 The Fanatic, and he said that this last loss is exactly what they needed. They may have gotten a little too comfortable during their 11-game win streak.
What happens is you get used to eating filet, and I'm talking to all of us, and well, everything's good, life's good, but you forgot what it was like when you had nothing and you ate folded bread, and it was just fine, and it gave you everything you needed. And sometimes you got to get punched in the mouth and remember what it used to be like to really appreciate where you are. And we'll do that. And so we got bad taste in our mouth. We got kicked around the other day. We lost a few guys. And you know what? It's exactly what we needed. This is exactly what we needed. So we're going to bounce back. We're going to respond. We got guys that are about to have an unbelievable opportunity here. And we will play the game any way needed to win. We still got a good offense. We got plenty of defensive players. I can go rattle them off right now. We're going to put the best 11 on the field. We're going to freaking cut it loose. We're going to play with our special teams. And I don't give a crap if we got to win by 1 point for the rest of the year. That's what we're going to do.
Gets the water moving, huh, Brock?
Yeah, well, what's most impressive? I watched that because my buddy John Jansen, who I used to do stuff with on Sirius, is a morning host there in Detroit. And I watched that, and what was most impressive is he dropped a freaking and a crap amongst 2 F-bombs.
Right, so he kind of goes back and forth.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he just kind of waited in between both waters. And the first F-bomb, they were on TV or on their video, and you could see Jansen's co-host looking at him like, did we dump that? Like, what was that? And then after that, at the very end, just another one.
I wonder what the shelf life is on Dan Campbell. I'm excited about what he's doing. I think it's been a phenomenal experience in Detroit. And I hope it's a long shelf life. I hope he has a lot of success. I do. I'm rooting for him, kind of rooting for the Lions and for their fans.
Yeah.
When I hear that, and again, I'm probably more cynical than however many people he's talking to in the locker room every day.
Yeah.
Don't you hear a lot of just like generic, like every sort of cliche football coach you could imagine from a TV show or movie?
People won't like this take, and that's okay. If he were 5'11", 180, and never played football like Kenny Dillingham, it'd be really hard.
Yeah, that makes sense.
When you're 6'5", 265, and your traps still touch your ears, and you drink, 8 shots a morning, and you lift, and you do all that, and you carry that presence.
I'm guessing that's 8 shots of caffeine, not 8 shots of like Goldschlager.
Correct.
Okay,
8 shots of caffeine in the morning, and you carry that like every day.
Yeah.
That becomes.
It probably makes
it's
it.
Just like the fiery way that he says it too. It's not like he's spitting these cliches and sounding like some.
I know, but the beginning of that was like every football cliche you can think of about playing hard and playing tough and this
like
and
their kneecaps.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of it.
But when he says it,
it seems to work and it feels authentic. I still wonder if there's a shelf life.
And when he did it, he said it and he's done it and he looks the part and he plays the part. He's the part, and the guy seems to really respond.
He's got a longer shelf life than me. I've been doing this here for like 16 years. I hope he lasts 16 years. That'd be pretty good for a coach there.
I was thinking about you in my workout this morning. When was the last time you did a burpee?
Next.
Is that before or after you
I'm not talking to you about this. This is your 3rd attempt to engage me in a conversation so that you can brag about your workout.
Brag?
That's 3. Let me just be clear to the people.
You think I'm bragging?
Brock.
I threw up a little bit because I'm so out of shape, and it was disgusting.
I feel like it's brag about how much you pushed.
Absolutely. 3. That's 3.
Stop.
Brock comes in right before 7. First thing he says is,
stop.
Wasn't sure I was going to make it here today. Threw up right before. Oh my God, are you okay? Are you sick? Just worked out too hard. Okay, that was 1. Next break, Brock comes out. Hey, I got 3 things I want to catch you up on from conversations we've been having in the breaks, okay? Tells me a great story to follow up on something that we have been talking about with Titus, which was great. Love the story, and Brock handled something really well. Phenomenal dad.
Whatever.
Seriously, no joke. Okay. Second one was, and I'm too much like my own dad, and I still love to work out. Like, first of all, that's not something we were discussing in a break. Second of all you're doing is humble bragging. The only person who brought that up in a break was you when you were telling me how much you worked out and how you vomited from it. And now your third one was to ask me about burpees. Right. That's 3 times in 45 minutes.
Yes. I'm a little worried about you. Okay? Because I'm worried about myself.
You're not.
Yes, I am.
All you want to do is brag about how much you work out.
Bro, trust me.
Don't bro me.
Bro, I'm trust me on this one. There is no bragging. with the limited ability I had to do burpee push-up jumps today, it was pretty sad to see the kind of shape I'm in right now. Push, next.
Alrighty. Troy Aikman suggested that the Bears try to trade for Kyle Shanahan on the Monday Night Football broadcast.
There has been discussion about do you give up some picks and see if you can maybe make a deal for a guy like Kyle Shanahan. I would be all in on that because he would develop a quarterback and he's a hell of a head coach. But can you pull that off? That's a better question. And who might you hire that has no head coaching experience as an offensive guy? You never know the answer to that as to how good they're going to be.
The Bears should do that if they could.
I think so, too.
It'd be a great idea.
So let's see. Parcells was traded, and Belichick.
Yep.
Wasn't Gruden. Gruden had some draft
Sean
picks.
Payton.
Peyton, yeah.
Yeah. Some precedent to that being done. And if you got Caleb Williams and you think you've got the guy and you want to get everything out of him.
I think that would be totally worth it. They should do that.
Do you think Shanahan wants out of San Francisco?
I think I would if I were him. Like, that thing is going in the wrong direction. You may or may not have lost the locker room. You're dealing with
only so
a
long
lot
a
of guys
cycle.
that have,
Yeah.
yeah, exactly. The cycle's coming to an end, and a lot of those guys have, they've gotten paid or want to get paid, and they're all sort of reaching a time that, I don't know, frankly sounds a lot less fun than trying to develop an excellent young quarterback in Caleb Williams.
I mean, I'll say this again, and it feels like it's a shot to Brock Purdy, and I love everything that Brock Purdy is, and he maximizes every gift he has. If this cycle is run and you're at this crossroads, I think the only way you stay if you're John Lynch and Shanahan is to find your next quarterback.
Yeah, that's Brock on Brock crime right there.
It is. It's messed up. But if you're going to pay Brock Purdy $50 or $60 million and you're going to limit the rest of your roster, as we know, and how that happens in this cycle, yeah, I could see him saying, yeah, not for me.
All right. Sorry, you got one more? What do we think? Do we have time?
Yeah, maybe we can squeeze this one in. So we thought heading into this season that Mike Vrabel and Bill Belichick might be the most sought-after NFL coaches for vacancies this offseason. But according to Dan Orlovsky on the Pat McAfee show, or at least the way McAfee was reading between the lines of Dan Orlovsky, it sounds like Vrabel could head to college football as well.
I just think that Vrabel's probably got a very clear sight and path with where he is going to be likely coaching.
Where? College or pro? Say it. He's saying Ohio State.
He'll be coaching football.
Pro or college?
I just...
So we wouldn't have thought college,
I'm not a
right?
reporter.
The answer is so it's
I'm not
college.
a reporter.
O-H-I-O. Is that what you're saying?
I think that there's a vision for where he kind of likely ends up coaching next year.
So Ryan Day wants to get to the NFL. College guys want to get to the NFL. And a couple older NFL dudes want to get to college. Help me make this make sense.
I don't know. You and Joel seem to have it all worked out yesterday. I asked you guys the question, and you both totally dodged it.
We did
you
not.
made a joke about co-eds.
No.
And
Not
Joel had some other dumb like you guys didn't have a good answer.
No, I think they both. No, my answer, which was good, and you said, "Oh, that's a good point." At that time, was
yeah, that's true.
They
Eventually, you made a.
I eventually got there. Story of my life. Eventually, Molly will date me. Eventually, if I stalk her long enough,
Eventually, you'll get to the answer here, so we can go to Blue 88.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which is, I think they feel like, no, man, too level a playing field in the NFL. We can tip it and tip the scales, and it's the Wild West, and there's no such thing as cheating anymore. So they think through coaches.
Yeah, I don't know about the cheating thing, though. That one didn't do it for me.
What's that?
Like, Deflategate and stuff is nothing. I don't know. That answer didn't do it for me.
All right.
I feel like Joel went joke because he didn't have a good answer, which is fine. I do that sometimes, too. But I feel like he didn't have a good answer. Let's do some Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
Blue 88! Blue 88! What?
We take you to the field as Brock Ewart breaks down 3 football questions as only he can.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
You know what you are right now?
What?
You were like me when I went out to shoot shotguns, clays.
Yeah.
They were orange. colorblind. I can't see the damn thing anyway. I'm blind.
Yeah.
I don't have my readers.
Sure.
So by the end of this course, like the 16th or 17th, I just literally was shooting from my hip. I just didn't even aim. I was like, I've got as good a shot at hitting this clay if I just shoot right now from my hip as I do trying to sight and anticipate I'm done.
That's where the whole expression comes from, right?
It sure does. And you're kind of that way this morning.
What do you mean?
You're just tired of this text toy. You're tired of, the
I'm
shots
not tired
fired
of the
at
text
you.
toy.
Yeah, and I'm just going to just fire from the hip.
No, I think I'm fine. Question number 1. I think Gino's going to be able to go on Sunday, but if he doesn't, what kind of plan would you have to develop for Sam Howell here over the next couple days?
I think every other play has got to be some form of run, play, pass movement. If you're going to just stick him between the tackles, we saw that. We saw that last season. 66 sacks he took at Washington, and everybody pointed the O-line. No, like, dude just is, from a timing and vision and everything else, it's not where he's at his best. I think you run the ball. I think you play pass. I think you move him, and certainly there's still going to have to be times that he plays between the tackle. Heck, get under center as well, because if you make him a predictable target back there. It's one thing with Gino at 6'3" and vision to see everything and all the years of experience to play with anticipation. That's not Sam. And to stick him in predictable gun situations, not beneficial. So I think you would have to be much, much more aggressive in your under center, in your play pass, and in your movement if Sam Howell is your starting quarterback Sunday, especially against this team that feeds off of predictability, that feeds off of tendencies, that brings pressures and unique pressures and simulated pressures and all of the disguise that they do on the front end and the back end of that defense.
All right, let's go to question number 2.
What? You got a little look on your face. What? What?
We got a text.
I see the look on your face. What?
That's from 253. It just made me wonder something. Like the text says, "Why does Saul hate Brock this morning?"
Yeah.
Which I'm assuming is a joke, but whatever.
No, you do. You hate me this morning.
It
started with the whole workout thing. I apologize, and I was not trying to brag.
Yes, you were.
No, I was not.
Yes, you were.
If you would have seen me,
were.
If you'd have seen my demeanor in the gym,
of course, you
leaving the gym, you'd have been
you.
like, Brock's
I
beaten
know
down.
you too well. I don't
He's
want to hear
beaten down.
it.
No, you don't know me. You don't know 48-year-old beating down Brock. No, you don't.
Yeah, I do.
No, you knew 33-year-old workout Brock that was
day.
like, he could still kind of do
I
stuff.
thought you have perfect tea. What's going on?
My tea is fine. My physical conditioning and shape with burpees was a disgrace.
It just makes me wonder, are there people out there that
was a middle-aged woman that she lapped me on the stairs the other day. Lapped me.
Yeah.
And I could see her secretly laughing at me. I'm huffing,
Secretly.
I'm puffing, yeah.
It's your karma for telling that guy that your wife could squat more than
While she was pregnant.
That was 20 years ago, Maura.
Yeah. Payback's the you-know-what, Brock.
What?
Comes back a long
Question
way.
2.
No, it just made me wonder, are there people out there that, don't make fun of their friends? Do they just, every conversation they have is serious? It's either, positive or negative, and there's no in-between? There's no teasing? Or is that the world they live in?
I sure hope not.
What a terrible way to live your life.
If you can't laugh at yourself.
And your friends.
And get poked at.
Right.
And poked back. You're
Very
missing out
strange
on
to
life.
me. Very
Eat
strange.
liver, Lyle.
All right. That's question number 2. Let's go to number 3.
Eat more liver. It's good for you.
Who's
You know what I'm going to do for lunch? I'm going to get chopped liver for lunch today.
Chopped liver's so good.
I'm going to do that for lunch.
So good. Get it with
Rich
corned
and
beef.
iron.
Do you actually like it, Brock? We've
Yes.
talked about this before. I thought
No, it's a little rich for me. I can't do just chopped liver, but
Get it with
mixed.
corned beef.
Yeah, Salk said mixed with something. Pretty good.
And if you want, throw a little bit of Thousand Island dressing on there.
And was the beef heart I ate a couple weeks ago pretty good?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Who's going to replace Jake Dickert? What do you do now to replace? What does that process even look like?
Well, every good AD has got a note card in the top drawer of their desk, Salt, with 5 or 6 candidates at all times, and especially in today's college football, you got to be prepared for that. I think you kind of have 2 routes, to be honest with you. And you've seen this in college football. You've seen this at Kansas and other places. And that is take somebody from an established Division III, Division II level, right? That's a great football coach that is won at that level, that's developed at that level, and that has continuity with staff. There's great benefit in that. Then you can bring the head coach, the offensive coordinator, the defensive coordinator, and guess what? You get great football. And you get at least scheme and discipline and all those elements. time on task together. So that's one way.
Yep.
The second way is, well, I guess there's three. That would be one way. Second way is to do, some of the hot shot hire. Honestly, go get an alum. Go get somebody that can fundraise. Go get somebody that, that can stand in front of the alumni and preach and teach and lives it and has got crimson and gray blood coursing through their body. And then number three is to go get the next Jake Dickert, to go get the next young and hungry coordinator that has great people skills and likewise can be a great developer, although it may take a little time to climb the learning curve.
Just based on your answer there, and again, I don't know what's available, but if I were advising somebody in that situation, option A would be my advice.
Yeah. So Fresno State did. Fresno State went out and hired the coach who was at North Dakota State for a lot of years. He left to go be the linebacker coach at SC, and after 1 year was like, yep, not for me. I'm a head coach, and let me do it at a level that I can grow and develop. So there are some of those that have that head coaching experience at the lower levels with a lot of success. And when you listen to the Chris Petersons and others, they go, yeah, they're great coaches. It doesn't matter if you're high school or Division III, II. Like, if you're a great coach, you're a great coach. And go take that skill set to the FBS level.
I like that. All right, there you go. That is today's Blue 88. 2.5 football questions with Brock today. Yeah. A lot of people saying, Brock, you don't have to try to brag. It's just authentically how you communicate.
You know what's funny when you guys talked about, when you mentioned does anybody not make fun of their friends? It reminded me of this interaction on Twitter from a couple years ago where somebody put out a tweet that said, I'm in a group text with 12 people. People check in every day. We share a gratitude list and a fear list. We've done it for a few years, and a lot of people didn't love that tweet. They thought it was kind of dumb,
sanctimonious. Yeah.
Yeah. So somebody quote tweeted it, which got a ton of views, and it said, "I'm in a group text with 12 people. Every day people check in. We share gambling picks and stupid hypotheticals. We then make fun of each other until someone's feelings get hurt.
Yep.
Those are my best friends."
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah. Isn't that a lot more relatable?
100%.
Yeah.
Way more relatable.
We went to a dinner, I'll never forget this, with 3 other teammates.
No. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about the dinner you went to a few years ago, the 4 of you guys.
No, not that one. Oh, that one was tough. No. And literally the wives all got together and were like, do you guys even like each other after the dinner? I'm like, yeah, we love each other. That's if you love somebody, you can make fun of somebody and you get made fun of back. Like, that's the give and the take, certainly in the locker room. And I think with male friendship in particular, it's...
Yeah, I'm just a natural locker room kind of guy. I mean, just always been in a locker room my whole life. It's totally natural that I would lead that sort of personality. All right, coming up next, Brock, I want to shout out field goals. They had a stat that kind of bummed me out, but I think that it led me to a couple takeaways. So I'll thank them for it. We'll do it next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
I don't think that we saw a game that showed that defensive improvements through 5 weeks was a mirage. I do think one of the stories to come from this game is you're not winning without Gino.
I do think the defense played better in the second half. Yeah. I think that the Hawks can still be a playoff team, and this could help them down the road. There are always positives in this situation, but now you know what it really feels like. You haven't felt something like this in a long time. You ain't felt something like this since the Buffalo Bills, and that was a while ago.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
For decades, we've been more than just roofing. From siding and windows to custom decks and gutters, we've been helping customers protect and transform their homes. Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing. I'm proud to announce our new name, State Roofing and Exteriors. The same trusted team, the same quality service, now with a name that says it all. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule your free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors. Your home, your way, held to a higher standard since 1968.
What's your holiday tradition? Now, if you're like me, it involves gathering around a big meal to celebrate. Well, what if there's no food on the table? Hey, it's G-Scott. This year, help someone less fortunate celebrate the holidays by supporting Nourishing Neighbors. The Nourishing Neighbors program provides grocery cards to the people who are the most impacted by food insecurity. So make a donation next time that you're at Safeway and help make sure everyone is welcome at the table for the holidays. Go to nourishingneighbors.com to learn more.
The Pacific Northwest is the perfect backdrop for the holiday season. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law reminds us that the roadways don't always agree.
It's that combination of additional travel, changes in routine, and winter weather that make this the most dangerous time of the year to be behind the wheel.
Any safety tips to help commuters keep the holidays joyful?
The number one cause of accidents remains distracted driving, even during the holidays. So store that cell phone in a place that eliminates temptation. It's imperative we set the example for our teens. Also, be aware of abrupt changes in the weather and prepare for it. Sometimes it's as simple as allowing additional distance for following or stopping. Lastly, make sure your vehicle is properly maintained for winter.
That includes four-wheel drive and chains when required at the pass. Please follow these safety precautions from my good friends at Pendergast Law and keep you and your neighbors safe this holiday season.
Happy holidays from all of us at Pendergast Law.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man, high five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Ooh, up top, bike shop. Yeah.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Messethorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years!
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo!
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five!
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only. Friday through Sunday, Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only. Friday through Sunday, Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission. Free delivery. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Pro Paint Days are back at Lowe's. That means it's time to save big on your next job. Right now, get your choice of 5-gallon pails of Valspar Signature Ceiling Paint or HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams Flat Ceiling Paint for just $148. Plus, get it delivered to your job site with free same-day delivery when you order by 2 p.m. Lowe's knows paint. Lowe's knows pros. Valid through 12/20. Delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Additional terms apply. See Lowes.com/same-day delivery for details.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get it freaking out!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
360 with a good question. Salk, just curious, do they actually label the cupboard in the locker room where they keep the teacups? That's good. Yeah, it's the teacup cupboard. To get ready for your tea after
They're not doing that anymore, though, right? Didn't you hear?
It seems like maybe that has gone away, which is too bad. It was a great tradition while it lasted.
Lyle, as you know, you grew up listening to the show. Back in the day when Salk would end his football games there at BB&N, they would have tea with the opponents afterwards.
Is that real?
Yes.
I don't know if I ever heard that.
I just can't for the life of me fathom
Tim
that.
Hasselbeck brought it up one day while we were on the air. He's like, well, at least we don't have tea after our games at Zavarian. I was like, oh, yeah, we did do that.
I mean, I've heard you talk about BB&N plenty, especially when Shane Waldron got hired, but I don't remember the whole tea thing.
I mean, like, have PB&J, like, have barbecue, have something. Maybe is the opposing team goes away on their bus.
Yeah.
But the break.
No, everybody would gather and their families would be in there. I mean, it wasn't like a sit-down tea, but it was like a buffet style tea with little sandwiches. And every game after all the different schools.
Especially in the land of Dunkin' Donuts coffee, that's just strange to me.
Well, Boston's, it's a mix of different things there. There's a lot of different parts to that culture there, and this was the tea side of that. All right. Little shout out to field goals. I saw this 2 days ago, and I wanted to react to it today, Brock, and I really have some questions for you about it. The comment they had was, the Seahawks have generated two pass plays of 30-plus yards since the bye week. We've been talking about all the really good things they've done defensively since the bye week, so this is sort of the other side of that. Yep. They have generated 2 pass plays of 30-plus yards since the bye week, fewest in the NFL. The third leading receiver on the team, in terms of yards over the last 5 games is Zach Charbonnet with a grand total of 86. Mm-hmm. Seattle's passing game is living and dying off of JSN and DK. Really, I think, interesting thought. Like, I didn't know that. I'm not necessarily surprised to hear it. It sort of jives with what I think we would have expected. Yeah. But I think that's really, interestingly kind of summed up into one small package. So what do you take away from that? A couple of things, right? First one, JSN and DK have been really good. Yep. And are really good. Those guys are an incredible combination at wide receiver. Those extra JSN targets had to come from somewhere, and thankfully they haven't come as much from DK. It sounds like they've been coming from the expense of some of the other receivers, tight ends, and running backs. Yep. So, okay, that one kind of makes sense, right? Are we together on that?
Yep.
2, it's really hard to have explosive plays when you can't protect the quarterback, and teams don't need to blitz you very often, so you don't get the opportunity for those big plays in one-on-one coverage. Mm-hmm. You play quarterback. Don't a lot of the big plays come off of blitzes?
They come off of blitzes. They come off of single safety, man-to-man. They come off of, putting extra people in the box so they stop the run and you can get, one-on-one and in a little bit more space rather than so much of, again, the shell coverage. It's like, sorry. We're not going to let you throw over the top of us, and you're going to have to run it and throw underneath and throw in the middle of the field. So structurally, defenses all across the league. I don't think this is uncommon to the Seahawks, Salk. I think look at passing numbers, look at passing touchdowns. Anybody poised to throw for 40 touchdowns this year, as Russell Wilson did years ago with his moon balls? Nope, you're not seeing that. It's a lot. It's
taking that away.
Yeah. So I think some of that is the structure of defenses all around the NFL.
The third thing, and this one's unfortunate, nobody wants to talk about it, but it feels true, is that Tyler just unfortunately looks like he's done, and they just haven't done a good enough job of drafting, developing, or finding another option at wide receiver. I don't think that, look, I love Jake Bobo. He also used to have tees, I'm sure, after his games at Belmont Hill, but he has not developed into a legitimate threat. Derek Young has been on and off the active roster. Laviska Shenault has been cut. Cody White showed up once for like 3 plays. Like, we just haven't seen another name kind of ready to emerge to take on that third wide receiver role. And for the most part, NFL teams want 3 wide receivers out there to spread the field.
Yep. I think that's totally fair. Just the amount of explosion still left in Tyler's legs. Like, is there just enough speed and enough explosiveness? He has all the savvy. He has all the feel, but JSN is doing so much of that with more dynamic ability after the catch, right? JSN's now 7th in the league, Salk, in yards, in receptions with 85. He's going to get over 1,000 yards on his first catch. Most impressive, he's got 85 catches on 114 targets. I mean, that is a 75% completion to him. Those are great numbers for your leading receiver. But yes, that third weapon, that just, explosive, if you're going to play over the top of DK, and you are going to give JSN space to operate, and he's going to take advantage of it and play as one of the best receivers in the NFL.
Has Jackson been playing more in the slot, or has Tyler been there?
No, I think he's been a little bit, to my eye, he's been moved around, and he's a little bit more in the slot.
Okay, so then you really need that sort of number 2 option. And again, I'll use the numbers more to describe the position than how many targets or their ability level.
Yeah.
But you just need somebody playing the outside opposite of DK.
Yeah. Yep. And DK's got 57 receptions on 93 attempts. So JSN was at 75%. I mean, that too has been some of the issue. He's at 61%. Like, that number's gotta
go up a little bit.
Got to go up, whether that's drops, whether those are tough contested catches. And we've seen both of those things, So some of that to me is also, Tyler had an explosive touchdown kind of drop there on the road down in Arizona. You got to make that play. Tough, very contested, but that's what this league has become. Like, you're going to have, if you're going to find explosive plays, they're going to be very contested.
The fourth one for me, Brock, is, look, the tight end and running back part of that has not really worked out. And the running backs, we know that they've struggled to, with their screen game for as long as we've been on the air together. It's just been a challenge for Seattle to put together much of a screen game. And while Charbonnet catches the ball fine, I don't consider him to be like a great running back who catches the ball. Kenny McIntosh hasn't really played a whole lot. I mean, like, those guys can catch it, but it's not, they're not like Marshall Faulk. It's not like who they're supposed to be. And as for the tight ends, look, I'm totally fine with looking for monster blockers. Brown is obviously, that's who Pharaoh Brown is. I have no problems with that at all. A.J. Barner maybe is going to trend towards being a little bit more of a weapon, but again, I see him as more of a blocker, at least right now. I never was a fan of the Noah Fant contracts, and I'm still not a fan of the Noah Fant
Noah
contracts.
is just one of those tremendous athletes, body beautiful, everything you want, but you just don't see that, like, huge, explosive, game-changing, breaking tackles, Brock Bowers kind of playmaking.
And it's kind of weird. Like, usually teams get kind of interested in something like that when they don't have it. I'm very surprised that after having Noah Fant for a couple of years, they were like, yeah, we got to sign up for more.
Right.
Like, usually the body beautiful guy is enticing to another team.
Right.
Surprised that was a move.
Right.
And again, I'll give Noah some credit. I think he's actually blocked better this year than in any other point of his career. He's been a pretty good blocker this year, and he's played a nice role in the running game. So this is not like sitting here to kill him.
And he's good. He's just
fine.
Great. Yeah, he's good. He's a good player. He's a good, serviceable player.
But there are some tight ends in this league that are doing a lot more than that. And so if you're not getting a lot in the passing game from your tight ends, and your running backs are adequate at that, but it's not like what they do, and you haven't developed a third or fourth receiver. Yeah, this is pretty much what you're going to get is relying on two guys. And if they start to take them away, and then, God forbid, you got Sam Howell back in there, you look kind of lost in your passing game.
Yep, I think that is all very fair. It's why I was kind of clamoring for Tyler Lockett, this last game. Like, Tyler's going to have to, either against the Rams or the Vikings Sunday, one of these games, he's going to have his 5 for 95. Right, 5 for 105. He's going to have that deep over where he's open and he shakes a tackle and it becomes one of those 30-plus yard plays. Like, he's going to have to bring some of that to the table here over the final 3 games.
So quickly, I'll just I'll read you this text and I'll let you respond to it, whether you think it's true. 425 says, no, Salk. I've been to every game this year and I've just watched Geno ignore wide open tight ends on seam routes and ignore Lockett open over the middle so that he can force it to JSN and DK over and over. Have you seen that?
I don't. That's hard for me. I mean, that's that fan's eyes where he's sitting and evaluating it. That's not necessarily what I've seen. And I don't think you're force feeding it when you're completing it 75% of the time to JSN, and the amount of efficiency and the completion percentage that Geno has, pretty darn good around the NFL.
Coming up, we'll give you guys everything you need to know, and then tons of questions for Daniel Jeremiah today. I've got to ask him what a 1.6 grade looks like. I have to know what that means. It's all coming up. Brock and Salk, Sales Sports on 710, SeattleSports.com.
When you're running the hurry up and don't have time for your favorite Seattle sports shows, listen to the podcast on demand.
How about that? Unbelievable. Who would have thought?
Every hour, every interview, every look behind the scenes.
He is your new Seahawks head coach, Mike McDonald.
We want to play a certain way, and you're just going to chisel away at it every day.
Find us on seattlesports.com, the Seattle Sports app, or wherever you get podcasts.
All signs continue to point to it being the right hire.
Never miss a minute of Seattle sports, the home of the Seahawks.
So I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and I would get, the same questions from people about what to do in the case of an accident. Do you need a lawyer? To the point where I decided that I would at least write a book which would answer the common questions that I would receive as a lawyer. Once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases so that we could really teach people about their rights, how to protect them, and how to decide on whether they need a lawyer and what lawyer to hire. I've found in my career that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
You're free now. Free to fill your feed with impossibly chunky chunkers who chunk harder than you ever thought possible.
Cats, corgis, babies, baby penguins, baby pandas, chunky baby pandas.
Free to make your smart devices do silly things. Free to open a world of remote work and a portal into Gametopia.
Who's the boss now?
Free to be everything you imagine, and then some. That's how it feels to have Quantum Fiber Internet. Quantum Fiber, your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service in select locations only.
You know what's really getting old? Having to do more with less. With Ramp, you can do more with more. Ramp is the corporate card and expense management software that saves businesses like yours an average of 5%. That's more for you to invest back into your operations, your staff, your bottom line, you name it. And that means less time spent on manual tasks, less time spent closing your books, and less time spent worrying about where your money went. All with Ramp.
I grew my hospitality company fast. So fast that we actually felt serious growing pains. Ramp helped us automate our manual expense tracking, saving the team valuable time. Now we have more time to spend on what really matters, our guests and their experience.
Ramp gives you more time, more visibility, and more control over your business. Don't settle for anything less. Start using Ramp for free today at ramp.com/radio. Ramp.com/radio. That's RAMP.com/radio.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
So here's the deal with Mariners season ticket memberships. You've got two great options. With a Flex membership, you have the freedom to pick your seats, games, and number of tickets whenever you want. Or if you like knowing where you're sitting all season long, go with a Reserved membership and lock in your seats from day one. Both plans get you access to exclusive pre-sales, year-round discounts, special event invites, and more. Check it out at mariners.com/25.
Cal Raleigh wins it in the 10th inning for the Mariners.
Toyotathon is here at Toyota of Kirkland. To celebrate the event, Toyota of Kirkland purchased extra inventory and has a premium selection of Tundras, Tacomas, RAV4s, Priuses, hybrid Camrys, and the all-new Crown Signa. Toyotathon is here, and Toyota of Kirkland is ready to celebrate with you. Visit the wonderful team and beautiful showroom at Toyota of Kirkland today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check you have a full tank of gas first before road tripping through the desert.
Empty? Seriously? Maybe I can walk.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Maybe I can't.
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Okay, I have to tell you. I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying... just beautiful...
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Think Gino practices today? I'm going to guess partial. Yeah, I was going to say partial participant, right? Mm-hmm. That kind of
Mr. Limited.
He's going to be Mr. Limited at practice today. That's kind of my gut as well. But that would be a great sign if he could do that and then do it again tomorrow. Mm-hmm. That kind of sets him up to be able to go on Sunday. And they really need him. And this game is pretty enormous. I think this is a bigger game than last week, partially because of the fact that you lost last week to Green Bay. But you beat the Vikings. Your path to the playoffs is not easy, but very clear. Mm-hmm. You lose, it just gets messier. You've got to beat, obviously win the next two. You've got to beat both the Bears and the Rams, but then you need some help. Not a ton.
You think the Rams are going to beat both? Who they at the Jets and the Cardinals? I don't see them winning both.
No?
I see them giving one of those games away as well, and everything will be on the line in LA to end the season. It's kind of how I see this thing playing out.
I don't know. We'll see. Regardless, beating Minnesota would be really, really helpful. Let's see. They're not getting a tremendous amount of respect in the rankings. They fell down a couple of spots after losing to Green Bay, which I guess, again, it's on national TV. People see that. That's going to hurt you.
And it wasn't close.
It was not. No. And, so now they're number 15, according to ESPN.
Yep, that feels about right. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, we're done.
Here's the second thing
I would just say. I would just say we'll be curious on the injury report side with Ken Walker and some of the other guys, Oluwole Timmy. It's not just all Gino. A team that was remarkably healthy going into that Green Bay game got a little bit beat up. So I will be curious what that practice report looks like.
We're seeing the names start to tick off the list as the hot stove just sort of smolders. There's not a lot of crackling and burning of the fire.
So
this
Bellinger
year.
could not have been your first baseman?
He could have been, but I think
you said not a fit. The outfield, like he couldn't have been your first baseman.
He could have been
for 1 year, right?
He could have been. I don't know. That one was not one that ever. Obviously, they didn't have to give up a whole lot to get him. So if it was something the Mariners really wanted,
and the Cubs paid some of the money on that.
Yeah,
too.
They paid $4 million down off of that. I never saw it as like a great fit for him. I don't know, not like the worst ever, but. It's another left-handed bat. I think that was maybe part of it, right? If you're looking for a first baseman, I think you'd prefer somebody who plays, who bats righty to pair him with Luke Raley. Maybe there are machinations you could have had.
You could have avoided some of the romantic issues that can be problematic in New York.
It's true.
Cody Bellinger.
They could have. I don't know. That one didn't really bum me out that much. But again, I think that some of the names that are available in free agency make perfect sense for this team. And I'll keep saying them. Bregman, Walker, Santander, Alonso would be 4. Jordan Shusterman on yesterday with Bumpin' Stacy says, he sees it more in the trade market.
The trade market right now is very, very difficult to navigate. And if they are unwilling to kind of play in the free agent space, which, let's be clear, sure, the easy thing to say, whatever, just go sign Alex Bregman or go sign the guy at the top. But the free agent space for the positions they're looking for is admittedly very thin, regardless of how much they're willing to spend or not. And so when you start talking about trade, it's just, I know we've seen them pull off as many trades as they have. It's like, how can they not, do something like that again? But remember, it took until the end of January for them to pull off the Polanco deal last year. And I do wonder if it's going to take that long to kind of find the right deal this year.
Yeah, he's talking about length, and I know, we played the sound yesterday of Justin Hollander saying that he's still confident that there'll be something there. I just, I'm getting real.
How about one trade, one free agent acquisition? How about that?
Let me at least just first say that I really find it hard to see how they're going to make a prospects for, veteran deal.
Right.
I just don't see one of those out there right now for them.
Especially bat.
Yeah, for a bat.
People are holding on to much more than their arms.
So now your deal has to involve somebody from your rotation. If you do that, you better be real confident in what you're getting back. You got to win the deal, which is not always easy to do.
Nope.
I just don't love the spot they're in. We'll discuss in a little more detail at 9 o'clock.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
I'm so sorry to all the Coug fans. Just a bummer. Jake Dickert has done one hell of a job here for the last few years, taking over in horrendous, situation and just going through even worse situations and just handling himself and his program with class and dignity. And unfortunately today comes out that he will be heading to Wake Forest.
To the ACC, not the Big Ten, not the SEC, not the easiest job either at Wake Forest. Previous coach Dave Clawson did a really good job, as Lyle said. Won 10-11 games a couple years ago, were relevant. That's not an easy place to turn around either, as they've been a little bit dormant the last couple of years. But I think Jake Dickert just finally said enough's enough.
He's
I've
going
lost
to be
this quarterback
in North Carolina against Belichick.
I've lost this quarterback. That's true too. I've lost that quarterback. I've lost this coordinator. I've lost that coordinator. Like, I can't keep my players. I can't keep my staff. I can't keep administration. What do you want me to do? So gets a chance to go to the ACC. Certainly a little bit more of a payday, a little bit more resources, maybe some more connection with kids that are there for some academic purposes as well. A really high-level academic school. You ever been to Wake Forest? Ever been out that way?
No, I've not. I know.
Small.
I've heard it's beautiful, that whole area.
Yes, it's like a small campus.
I think Heather really liked it.
Did she? I could see that.
I think she maybe applied there and thought about going there.
Yeah, I could see that.
Let me ask
Imagine
her.
how different her life would have been.
I know she liked Duke. She had a real thought about maybe going to Duke. Yeah. But the allure of Pomona was obviously too strong.
Sure, and then she met you, and she wasn't going anywhere.
Well, no, more like she went out to Southern California in the middle of a horrendous winter and was like, why wouldn't I just go to school here? Yeah, that's pretty easy. That's everything you need to know. 1:15 every hour on the Brock and Salk
Were you
Show.
her host on her visit?
No, we were the same age. How would that? We're the same class. How would I be your host?
I was just trying to tell a good story. That's all. Don't let facts get in the way.
We met, though, before classes started.
You did?
Yeah.
Okay.
We met pretty early.
Did you know, right away? Boom.
What? No,
Did you know?
we didn't
Yeah, you
date
knew
for
right away.
5 years. What are you talking about? Did I know right away? We were like friends. We dated other people. We weren't. What are you talking about? Know right away. What's the matter with you? You know this story. You're just being difficult today.
Lyle doesn't. Some of the audience doesn't.
The audience doesn't need the whole story of how Heather wooed me. I mean, not everyone needs to hear that story all the time, of the number of phone calls she made trying to get me to hang out. Yeah, not everybody needs to hear that. The dates she asked me on. Daniel Jeremiah is up next. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
Offensive lineman Jalen Sundell is with us.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
Olu suffers an injury. You get thrown into the thick of it. What was that moment like for you?
With it just being, a big game and being Sunday night football. And there was some nerves for sure right away, being the first NFL game that I'm playing my position in. Most of my college career was at center. So that's where I feel the most comfortable.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
I just know so many people this time of year heading into the holidays, right, who are thinking to themselves, all right, in January, I'm going to finally get healthy. I'm going to get through the holidays, and then I'm going to start losing weight, and I'm just going to make a New Year's resolution. That's all I got to do. But you know what? It's really hard to do that entirely by yourself. It's why so many people end up giving up pretty quickly. You can get help. You can get help from Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. They'll allow you to maintain eating delicious food, but at the right portions and still lose weight. Tons of it. I lost 35 pounds in 8 weeks. No joke. 10 pounds the first week. And I still ate good, healthy meals. I wasn't hungry. I bought all the food at the grocery store, and I wasn't hungry while I was doing it. It really worked out great. You should schedule a free 15-minute phone consultation now so you're ready to go, even if you've got to wait until the holidays are over. Schedule it now so that you get the help you need with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. Call 425-588-0080 or go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
I don't want to dig up my yard if I don't have to. That's why I hired O'Neill Plumbing. They're Seattle's trenchless plumbing pros. All rooter, all trenchless, always professional. O'Neill Plumbing since 1917.
Hey Seahawks fans, Tyler Lockett for Brown Bear Car Wash. We've got the perfect play for a spotless car. With the Unlimited Wash Club, you can keep your car game ready all season long. It isn't clean unless it's Brown Bear clean.
At Shane Company, we want you to be the holiday hero. We have so many ways to create unique, fine jewelry gifts. Give a ring or necklace with their favorite gemstone like amethyst or peachy morganite, one to match their eyes, or even pick out their favorite team colors. Customize our North Star charm with the gemstone of your choice for a reminder to follow their own path. Or create a personalized piece with zodiac, birthstone, and diamond letter charms. Visit us in store and shop online at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission. Free delivery. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
What do you get when you call Davis Law Group after a life-changing accident? You get an elite team of investigators who fight for you the second you become a client. You get compassionate legal professionals who take pride in helping you get your life back on track. And you get a proven team of trial lawyers who know the Washington court system and have a reputation for achieving excellent results for accident victims and the families. Call Davis Law Group for a free case review today or visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com to learn more. That's Davis Law Group. Better service and even better results.
Well, this week's First Mark Challenge victory goes to Brandy Cruz. Hey, Brandy, why? Why First Mark Insurance?
Service. I wondered for a second whether I was getting the VIP treatment, and I kind of asked, hey, is this what you do for everyone? And they're like, of course. The whole First Mark Challenge is meant to be personal, right? So it really is tailored and meant to be a personal experience for every single person. I will say I've just done whatever is the quickest and cheapest type of insurance, and I realized while I was doing it, wow, this is what it feels like to get insurance as a real adult. We had a million questions, and they walked us through every step of the process, and then they're working for you. So they're not working for insurance companies, they're working for you. To experience that level of service really shows you what the difference is with First Mark.
Brandy did it. My family did it. You got to do it. It's totally free. Take the First Mark Challenge. See how much money they can save you and how much better your coverage will get. Maybe you will be our next First Mark Challenge victory. Go to firstmarkinsurance.com.
For decades, we've been more than just roofing. From siding and windows to custom decks and gutters, we've been helping customers protect and transform their homes. Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing. I'm proud to announce our new name, State Roofing and Exteriors. The same trusted team, the same quality service, now with a name that says it all. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule your free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors. Your home, your way, held to a higher standard since 1968.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Oh, it's another day with Daniel Jeremiah. Good morning, sir. How are you?
I'm doing great. What's going on, guys?
It's kind of a weird vibe here this week, I would say.
That was a rough one.
It was. I mean, they really got there.
I kind of want to say sorry to DJ, too. I feel like these weekly Wednesdays, 4-game winning streak, pumping up the Seahawks. Lamea, all this goodwill. Saw the DJ actually pick the Seahawks to win over the Packers. Yeah.
We kind of in your head.
Yeah.
Was it like, have we been making you feel like that's something you have to do, or did you actually just have information that made you think that would happen?
Well, I mean, if they would have won, I would have said I did it on my own. But since they lost, I would kind of claim coercion. So that's how that works.
Smart. That's very smart. Brock was telling me he thought that was a really big game, and I don't know. I didn't feel like it was. I kind of felt like taken with the Minnesota game, like you kind of need to win one of the two to show that you belong in that conversation. But the nice thing about having two of them in a row is if you do lose the first one, that next opportunity is right there in front of you to try to prove that you belong. What do you think? Was that a big game for them on Sunday?
I think it was a big game, but I can see where you're coming from on the pairing the games together. I've kind of done the same thing with the Chargers, doing their games. They had a doubleheader coming up where they had Tampa and Denver, and it was like, okay, you finish up the year with a couple winnable games. You need to win one of those two. Now, the difference for both of those teams is that Seattle and the Chargers both got their doors blown off by a playoff team. So that's where it's like, okay, I'm okay. You can lose one, win one, but man, you don't want it to just be kind of embarrassing, which is what happened for both of those teams. So now it puts a lot of pressure as they each go into another game against a quality opponent. You got to have a better showing than what you saw last week.
Why did it happen in Seattle's case? The humble pie, the way it was served.
Well, I mean, for things going well, we sat on here and talked about it. I talked about the depth of the defensive front. We talked about how the offensive line, since they'd made a couple changes and it got Lucas back, that they had taken their game to another level. I went back. You remember we went over Lamea's scouting report, and we were trying to figure out. I was like, gosh, I thought I liked him more than I did in terms of the way the way I had him stacked. And I was like, well, I loved him in the run game. I had concerns in the pass game. Well, we've been talking about how the run game got cranked up and how he's been moving people, and Lucas being back makes a big difference. And this last week we saw the other side of the coin. I mean, in pass protection, he just got undressed. It was a rough one.
Okay, so let's come back to him in a moment, because I got a question for you that I have to ask. But when you say all those things, is that a bad matchup for the Seahawks against Green Bay, or did they get exposed by Green Bay?
Well, I think that both. I mean, I definitely think that there's things that will carry over from that other teams are going to look at. And if you can stop the run and put them in situations in favorable down and distances where you can pin your ears back, it's not a great pass blocking offensive line. It's an offensive line. It's better built with the way they're currently constructed with the guys they have out there right now to get after you in the run game. Come off the ball, use their athleticism at tackles to get out in the perimeter, then cut guys off on the backside. But in pass protection against a physical, kind of a dynamic front that they have, you go look at Devontae Wyatt, what he tested and what he looked like coming out. That's a mismatch. And the teams you're going to play in the tournament have those types of guys. So that's why I think that was more than just a one-off game. There were some concerning things going forward.
Doing this every day as we do, and being an old quarterback, I'm probably too harsh at times on these coordinators, DJ, as an armchair quarterback. But I just felt like in this game in particular, everything that you'd done since the bye to get under center, to run the ball a little bit more, to play pass, to not just be a target, it just felt like. And then as the game and the line was overwhelmed, they just stayed in the gun. And it was pass, 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 pass. 5 straight passes for Sam Howell when the game was a 10-point game in the fourth quarter. And it was a 3 and out, and it was eventually a pick. And I just, did you see enough? Are you much of an armchair quarterback with these coordinators? Do you find yourself doing that an awful lot on Monday mornings?
I wouldn't say as much. It's because you were a better quarterback than me, so you see life through that prism. I don't. Look.
Can I get some movement? Can I get some play pass? Can I change protections? Can I get a play pass protection so I don't get Lamea isolated on this guy over and over and over? Can I move the pocket? Can I get some jet sweep? Can I get some eye candy? It just felt like it became so predictable, and when you come to predictable, you become a target.
I went back this morning and, I spun through the game on Monday before we did our show. And it's like, you know what? I want to just focus in on Howell. So I'm going to go back and just watch all of Howell's dropbacks and go through those. And that did strike me that, that you talk about just uncomfortable. Like he never got comfortable in there. Some of it was pressure. Some of it was just him on his own. The ball was all over the map. And I think with someone like that, getting him on the move, off play action, just getting him out of there. Like he just seemed, you could watch the first couple plays and just say he is not comfortable in the cockpit. Like you've got to get him out and move him around a little bit. And he never settled in. And you have the one turnover, man, they were darn near a couple more. He was very, very, I would just say skittish, for lack of a better word.
If Geno can't go this week, and there's some optimism here that he will be able to, but if he can't, and you've got Sam Howell under center, can you win? I mean, can he be better than he was on Sunday?
Well, not with the plan that you had last week, and to what Brock was saying, committing more to the run game. Now, the challenge here is that with Minnesota's offense, they're capable of taking you out of your run game by putting up points early. So this is where the defense, if that were the case, the defense has to keep this tight and close so that you don't have to abandon the game. They can't have a pass-first offense with Sam Howell against that aggressive Flores blitzing team and have success throwing the football down after down after down. They have to keep the game close. They have to be able to run the football, and I would utilize him in some of that as well. But that's the formula that they'd have to use.
What was the grade, Salk? One.
Yeah, we talked last week, right? About
Daniel doesn't like
I
PFF
know. I
grades,
don't
especially
blame him.
I referenced this grade. On our podcast this week. I did the same thing because I looked at it. I'm like, I want to watch the pressures because I sort the stats, and I'm like, I don't really pay attention to PFF grades, but I'm quite certain I've never seen a 1.6. I don't remember ever seeing that before.
Lamea gets a 1.6 grade.
That was
in pass blocking from Pro Football Focus. We had to assume it was some sort of a misprint, like maybe it was supposed to be 11.6 or 19.6. I don't know, but 1.6. What do you how? If there were 40 passing plays in the game, does that mean he was bad on 39 of them? Like, what do I make of that?
I watched all of it, and it was as rough. It was as rough of a pass protection performance as I've ever seen. Like, I can't remember seeing a game where there was more consistent pressure, and it was crossing your face. It was power. It was not picking things up and seeing things. I'm going through it right now. I'm looking. I just pulled it back up. He gave up 11 pressures. So they threw the ball. He was in pass block on 44 snaps. And on 11 of those 44, he gave up pressures.
What's a normal amount for a guard?
You want that to be in a game like that. You're talking about 1 or 2 is where you want to be.
So 11's not a great number.
That's not ideal. That's not ideal. So there were three guys who gave up double-digit pressures. Okay, so he gave up 11 and 44. Glasgow with the Lions, he gave up 11 as well. But that was playing with the Lions, and he pass blocked 66 times in that game against Buffalo, where it was just a track meet. And then the only other one who was double figures was Joe Thuney, who, wow, he's a great player. Yeah, well, he's a guard who had to kick out and play tackle, and, oh, by the way, had to go up against Myles Garrett. So that was 10 in that ballgame. But 11 and 44 is not a great.
But okay,
I mean, I would love
then,
it. I would love it for Jackson Merrill, but I would not love that for my guard.
That's funny. Even then, even as that number exists, as bad as it is, how does that lead to a 1.6? Like, those other guys didn't get grades in the ones, did they?
No, but I mean that. I'll pull it up
1.6.
So the pass block. So 24.6 for Glasgow. Joe Thuney got a 43.5.
Okay.
I mean, maybe they bake it in when you're playing against Myles Garrett that it's like grading on the curve.
I'm sure it is, but it's worth 39 points. I don't know. It feels cruel. It feels like you're just trying to embarrass the poor guy.
Yeah. Nice. Again, I've never referenced a offensive line grade from PFF ever in my life, but when you're going through and watching pressures and you're just looking at the line of statistics, and I that caught my eye. I have never seen that before.
I guess what I would say is, if you're right, you can't use Pro Football Focus grades as any sort of biblical barometer. But if it's a 1.6, you probably didn't have a very good game.
I'll give it to you this way. I've gotten to this new thing now with the ability to kind of mirror your laptop. I don't know why it's taking me this long to figure this out. But instead of just being in this little cage in my office, I'm like, okay, I'm going to go into the family room and I'll just mirror it to the family room TV. And I'll just, watch, and I was going through watching that video on Monday, and I was watching that pressure reel because I wanted to see what this was all about. And my son, who is 16, is he 16 now? Maybe 7, yeah, still 16. On his way to school, walked by while I was watching tape, and I didn't even tell him anything that was going on. And he just looked and goes, ugh. So I was like, well, like that's probably what gets you a pretty low grade when you get the 16-year-old with his eyes still with eye boogers in it on the way to school, and he just gives you a walk by. That's what it is.
DJ, how has Minnesota done this? They were supposed to be in rebuild and move on from Kirk Cousins. They've had tragedy off the field. They've lost personnel. How in the world are the Minnesota Vikings 12-2?
Well, I think they're very talented. And you can look at that, and you'll see that, I'm sure, when the Pro Bowl stuff all comes out, they're going to have a bunch of guys. I think Kevin O'Connell is one of the 3 to 4 best coaches in the NFL right now. And I know there's more accomplished, more experienced, but in terms of the mixture of schematics as well as leadership and injecting confidence into young players, developing players, seeing guys come into their organization and play better, not just Sam Darnold, but seeing young players like Jordan Addison get better and better and better the more they're playing. I think he has done a phenomenal job, and he has a great coaching staff. But look, they're talented. I mean, you look at the guys that they have, they are really talented, and then defensively, Flores is just committed to just an all-out assault, and there is no, there is no cause for concern. There is no worrying about what could go wrong. It is attack 100% of the way.
If he is in the top 3 or 4 coaches in the league, who are the others?
Well, I think you kind of look at the longevity candidates. I mean, you've got the Andy Reid faction. You've got I would put Tomlin just for the overall consistency and what he gets out of his teams year after year, maximizing their talent. And it'd be hard pressed to not have John Harbaugh in there as well.
Okay, so
those would be the ones that come right off the top of my head.
So that means you're putting O'Connell ahead of Sean McVay?
Oh, no, I would put Sean McVay over him. Let's go top 6.
All right. It is funny how once you start doing exercises like that, you're like, wait a minute. This guy's pretty good
well,
too.
that's why I'm a victim of something I accuse others of, because during draft season, my pet peeve is this guy's a first rounder.
Right.
And I'm like, well, according to everybody, we have 95 first round picks this year.
What about the guy we watched on Sunday night? Because it sure seems like LaFleur would belong in that camp as well. And Brock and I had some conversations this week about how of the guys in that tree, and it feels like we just mentioned 4 of them, right? And throw Shanahan's name in there as well. The difference with both LaFleur and O'Connell is that they seem to have a little more sense of how to coach an entire team and motivate and culture set, rather than a Shanahan who seems to really just be more about just the straight up X's and O's and sort of creativity of the offense.
Yeah, there's kind of scheme, and then there's the the personality aspect of it. But on Shanahan, like it'd be fascinating to kind of group coaches based stylistically, because Shanahan, I think I would put, even though it's a different side of the ball, I'd probably put him in like the Belichick tree. Just kind of a little prickly, a little gruff. That's a good way to put it. Not the most talkative, not going to smile a whole heck of a lot. And then we have the guys who, I think that really McVay, you look at the guys with him outside of Shanahan, when you look at McVay, Kevin, and LaFleur, I think those guys have a pretty, maybe a holistic approach and seem to enjoy life a little bit more.
Is the confetti analytic one that is used in scouting departments? It's an old Joe Klattism. I think he likes to say it. I've heard him say it a few different times. Can you picture this guy? Yeah, go ahead.
Well, first of all, come on. Yes. And I talked to Joel on the phone 2 days ago. That's thievery, okay? Because we did that on the podcast a million years ago. That was my line. It was my line. The confetti test for quarterbacks. Don't let Joel steal that. Don't let him get away with that.
We got to have Joel back on. We had Joel on yesterday, and he was just taking shot after shot at me. And now that's good. We need a little extra ammunition.
Lyle Lamora, cut that. Cut DJ right there, calling it.
Do you find the same thing as me that when you have Joel on one of your shows, you have to do less prep because all of his answers are 10, 15 minutes long?
That's fair. Yeah, that's fair. Unless you ask him about his baseball career.
Funny.
So confetti test. Sam Darnold and Geno Smith.
Yeah, I think. Look, I feel more comfortable saying that I can in this setup where they are right now. I give the confetti test to Sam. I could see that. I could see them on the stage. I could see that confetti falling.
Mm-hmm.
With Geno, it's just. I mean, off this year, it's just been so up and down. It's hard to give you a yes on that one based off what we've seen this year. There's been times in his career, or over the career in a couple of years where I would have answered yes to that. That hey, provided he has all the pieces, yeah, I could see that happening. I don't see that happening right now.
How about just pieces? How about not a 1.6 grade in front of him at right guard? How about it just a somewhat stable situation at the line of scrimmage? Because the passing metrics, the late game metrics, the accuracy metrics, the eye test of seeing him out and skittish Sam Howell in was like, whoa, this is night and day. And maybe that's more reflective of Sam and everything else. But is there something to be said that with two guards, that Geno Smith, with people around him, can see confetti dropped or still no?
Well, and I don't want to put on one play, but then you go and watch just the red zone.
I know.
Turnover in that game.
I know.
And you're like, what the heck what was this?
Yes.
Yep. Just trying to jam it in.
There have been 4 of them. He leads the league. He's got 4 in the end zone, red zone.
And you don't just have to watch that one play. You can watch the play before it that probably should have been picked off.
Yep.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's I can't just excuse that away on what's in front of him. And if we're talking about the confetti test, to me, it's not about distancing yourself from the people behind you. It's trying to reel in the people that are in front of you. And that's where, I think at this point in time, I'd say he comes up a little bit short.
Well, then you and I probably will feel similarly in the debate that Brock and our friend G were having yesterday. And G had come in and said, I think Geno Smith made himself a lot of money just by virtue of seeing Sam Howell come in and how bad it was. And I was on the exact opposite side, and I said, I would hope not. I mean, like, who's comparing the two of them? I don't want to know what Geno's like compared to Sam Howell. I want to know what he's like compared to hopefully something out there that is better. I don't really see how that changes the leverage for Geno Smith. What do you make of it?
I make of it we should table this conversation until we get together next week and we see him on the field with Sam, and then we can we can bring back the confetti argument. We can bring back in the off season if you have a decision between those two players, what's the gap between them? Like, that's the comparison. We can put Sam Howell to the side. We can put the other upper echelon quarterbacks you'd have to run through to get to a Super Bowl to the side. Let's just look at those two guys on the same field. Now, obviously, I would take what Sam has in front of him and the complete support system that he has.
And just to be clear, that's Sam Darnold, not Sam Howell.
Sam Darnold. Yes. Sorry, about multiple Sams here. But Darnold to me on the same field with Geno, that's going to be, I think that's going to be a great test. It's a great measuring stick.
Have you started, I know we've sort of asked a couple times about this, and I always kind of forget when you're really digging into it, but any conversation about the type of leverage Geno might have, to me, has less to do with Sam Howell and more to do with what might potentially be available in the draft this year, and going up against Green Bay and knowing their ability to take quarterbacks rather before they really need them. Is there anything in this draft after Sanders and Ward?
The one who got me, that piqued my interest at least a little bit was just Aller, and he's not there yet at Penn State, but there's a lot in his body. There's a lot of ability. He's big. He's physical. I know he came out, Brock, I believe, and said the other day that
he's coming.
It was kind of, but it wasn't. I'm coming back to school. It's like, I look forward to more. It was just enough left out there that I was like, well, that sounds to me like I'm coming back unless we go on a run here in the postseason and we win 2 or 3 games, and I light it up, and then I look at the landscape of this quarterback class and say, screw it, I'm not going to take advantage of this opportunity.
Yeah. But outside of that, it's pretty lean. I was reading something yesterday that Dylan Gabriel,
first round.
Dylan Gabriel's just
tiny.
He's tiny. I mean, he's 5'9" something. That's really hard. So not a great.
But
not a great
I do
group.
I do appreciate the fact that I remember playing in college and having officials come up to me and be like, hey, and maybe this was just at the level at which we played at App State, but like, hey, your knee pad's got to come down to cover your knees. You can't be out here. And I'm like, Dylan Gabriel he looks like John Stockton playing quarterback back there. How is that allowed? I guess you don't have to do that anymore.
That's good. You know what I've learned about you, DJ, over this year of doing these? You and I are aligned in a lot of ways. A lot of similarities. Green bean casserole, everything else. I'm really curious on this one. Christmas shopping. Christmas shopping. You done? You got it all hay in the barn? How much are you a one-dayer? What does DJ do as far as taking care of the wife and kids?
Have you ever seen the show Guy's Grocery Games on the Food Network?
Guy Fieri? Yes.
No, yeah, Guy Fieri. But they do the grocery games. They give him you got to go. He goes, okay, here's the meal you have to make.
Yep.
You have 30 seconds to go through his little supermarket and grab all the ingredients, and then you got to make the meal in 30 minutes.
Yes.
That's my Christmas shopping. So we are T-minus about 2 days before that trek takes place.
So you walk into one store and buy something for everyone in that store, and then you're done.
No. I mean, look, I could visit 3 or 4 stores, but I could do it very fast.
Yes.
One mall.
One mall.
That's all.
That's me today.
One mall.
That's me this
Everything
afternoon.
I
That's
need.
exactly what I do this afternoon.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. Is Nordstrom part of that trek?
Yeah. I mean, you really used to be. Yes. Now, now there's a couple that would would be in front of that. But yes, that's on the list. That's on the list.
I got Brock dropping a lot of cash at Allo today, guys. I got that.
There's very little that you can't get for somebody on Amazon. I got to tell you.
I know.
You can do pretty much everything you want to do right from the comfort of your own home.
Here's the problem, though. Now with Amazon, like all the kids, everybody has we all have the same sign-in, so it's like you can get on there and see what everybody's getting.
That's right.
That's why I like the guys.
But if your kids are old enough for that, then it's not like you need a huge surprise.
It's a one day.
We don't. We do
2 hours.
One
today.
day, get out and knock it out.
Love it.
Yeah.
Love
All right.
Once
I'll be
again,
praying
totally
for you, Brock. I'll be
Thank
praying
you.
get that.
This afternoon is the time.
You got to get him gift cards
you
to that ice cream shop that I love in Encinitas. That's what I'd be getting. If I lived in San Diego, that's what I'd be getting my kids.
Really?
Okay.
Yeah, it's like an ice cream cookie shop right on the main drag there in Encinitas.
Okay.
It's really
well,
good.
I struggle with dairy, so don't get me that.
All right. Well,
DJ, did the Seahawks win Sunday? Do you think they turn it around in this aggregate 2-game Green Bay Minnesota slog? You think they find a way to get this done at home?
Can I be honest with you for a second?
Yeah.
I have to do these picks for NFL.com.
Yep.
And at this point in the year, it's just like I hate doing it. It's just it's like you get the text. I need all the game picks, and I was running around. I've got my kids coming home from college and just stuff. And so the guy in a moment of honesty here, I just wrote back to the editor. I said, "Pick whoever you want, man. I
Shoot from the hip.
Shoot from the hip. Just go.
I think
so. I'm
going
to get credit or blame for some really good or really bad picks this week, and I'm going to wear it or I'm going to accept it either way. But I gave up my picks this week.
All right. Well, we'll rip you for it if they're wrong next week and see if we could generate a little bit of people.
I'm as excited to see who I picked as I am to see who wins. To be honest.
DJ, thanks.
Next
as
week
always.
we got to figure it out. Next week's Christmas. Next week.
Yeah, we're not meeting next week. We're not talking on Wednesday. We're not working, and I don't want to hear any grief about me not working. So,
no.
We'll talk to you in 2 weeks.
Yeah,
actually,
that works,
no,
guys.
because that's New Year's.
Oh, gosh, well, we got to do something. Maybe
we got to figure
Tuesday
something
the
out.
following week.
We're gonna have to figure something out. DJ,
All right.
thanks, man.
Okay.
We'll talk to you.
You guys, see you later.
There's Daniel Jeremiah, and yes, we'll figure out some days where we can meet up with him because Wednesdays aren't going to work.
You like that line? Your head poked up at what line did he say about? Not behind, but chasing what's ahead when it's coming to the quarterback.
Yeah.
We're
That
going to have to
intrigued me.
dig in.
Oh, you want to dig into that?
Maybe at 9:30. You want to do some hot stove
Yeah,
next?
I think we got to do some hot stove, and then 9:30 we will dig into that and a few other national comments about the Seahawks. So that's the last hour of the show. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
I don't think that we saw a game that showed that defensive improvements through 5 weeks was a mirage. I do think one of the stories to come from this game is you're not winning without Geno.
I do think the defense played better in the second half.
Yeah.
I think that the Hawks can still be a playoff team, and this could help them down the road. There are always positives in this situation, but now you know what it really feels like. You haven't felt something like this in a long time. You ain't felt something like this since the Buffalo Bills, and that was a while ago.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, Brock Heward here with Shannon O'Kelly, president and CEO of IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. And Shannon, we're not just rehabbing injuries anymore. Now we're in the business of speed and performance. Talk to me.
Yeah, Brock, we're really excited. We just opened up our IRG Physical Therapy and Sports Institute in Fremont. It's 5,000 square feet of AstroTurf rubberized flooring. We're not only going to treat your physical therapy conditions, but we're also going to help you as a patient athlete, a recreational athlete, work on strength, speed, explosion, vertical explosion, horizontal explosion. I mean, we're going to create an athlete out of you and get you back to activity at your best.
What was the genesis of this?
Oh, there's a huge need out there. I mean, you talk to people and you start looking at patients that are going through rehab. Rehab is just part of the processing, getting people to a point, but then the next point is really doing the strength and function explosion and the athletic training skills that everybody wants and needs.
Schedule online right now at irgpt.com, irgpt.com.
The Lee Johnson culture to me is empowering all of your employees to do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. You know, there are certain things that it doesn't matter what level of employment you are in our organization. If it's not the right thing or it doesn't feel right, they have the ability to take care of the customer and make the decision without asking a manager, without asking an owner. Yeah, the end result is they can speak to the customer with more confidence. They're definitely more confident in what they're trying to provide the customer, what the customer is trying to accomplish, and just giving them a better experience.
His name is Justin Meek. He's the leader and caretaker of more than 300 full-time employees for the Lee Johnson Auto family. Justin believes everything about doing the right thing begins and ends with Lee Johnson's company culture. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Direct savings and client focus, the cornerstones of the Diamond Dave philosophy.
Hi, I'm Diamond Dave Cantor. My team and I at Cantor Diamond can be your trusted friends with an inside scoop on the diamond world.
Just like they are to thousands of people around the world.
And just like we have been for over 34 years.
At Cantor Diamond, it's all about the diamonds and the savings, not paying for high-end retail locations or the overhead of a mall.
You stand to save big time with our by appointment professional office approach, combined with direct importing.
When you choose Cantor Diamond, you choose huge savings, top quality, and excellent service. Call, email, or message us for an in-person appointment.
Or sit back and relax for free FedEx shipping anywhere in the USA.
Call Diamond Dave at 253-272-7007. That's 253-272-7007. Or follow them on Instagram at Cantor Diamond. That's at Kantor Diamond.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Yeah. Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man, high five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Ooh, up top, bike shop. Yeah.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Messethorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years!
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo!
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five!
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
You know what's really getting old? Having to do more with less. With Ramp, you can do more with more. Ramp is the corporate card and expense management software that saves businesses like yours an average of 5%. That's more for you to invest back into your operations, your staff, your bottom line, you name it. And that means less time spent on manual tasks, less time spent closing your books, and less time spent worrying about where your money went. All with Ramp.
I grew my hospitality company fast. So fast that we actually felt serious growing pains. Ramp helped us automate our manual expense tracking, saving the team valuable time. Now we have more time to spend on what really matters, our guests and their experience.
Ramp gives you more time, more visibility, and more control over your business. Don't settle for anything less. Start using Ramp for free today at ramp.com/radio. Ramp.com/radio. That's RAMP.com/radio.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour is brought to you by Muckleshoot Casino Resort.
Give me a freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Mark Marcus. Sorry about just Mike
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
I appreciated your question that you kind of posed to me and Lyle yesterday, Brock, asking us to look through the deals that have been consummated in baseball this offseason and trying to figure out what the market is, what the value is if the Mariners want to try to make deals themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, the fact that...
Because the market is what the market's willing to pay.
That's true.
Right?
And the fact that teams have entire, like, departments that figure stuff like that out, and that's what they get paid to do all day, didn't detract me from thinking about your question, even though there was no way I was going to try to actually answer it. What I ended up with was realizing that they need to almost don't really have much of a choice but to go the free agent route or the trade a pitcher route. Because as you just start looking at the teams that would be sellers right now, meaning teams that are interested in acquiring prospects in exchange for veteran hitters that they have on their team, none of them have logical bats to trade. I could come up with two. First of all, there aren't many teams that are in that position. You just start going through the list of teams in baseball, and very few of them are in the sell mode right now. That's not to say that they haven't or won't be again in July, but just looking and going through the teams, most of them, I mean, I can just run through them real quick, right? I mean, Orioles are buying, Red Sox are buying, Yankees are, but the entire AL East is buying. NL East, you know, there's not much there either. Miami, maybe, but they don't have anything, right? Washington, they do, but they're young and they're not getting rid of them. Washington's got nothing. Right? Mets, Phillies, Braves, they're all not in that. You want to go to the Central? I mean, that's usually a place where you would look, but 4 of the 5 teams in the Central won more games than they lost last year. Twins, Tigers, Royals, and Guardians all won between 82 and 92 games. So, okay, the White Sox are one of those teams. Luis Robert's a name, if that's really a direction you want to go, but that's not really what you're looking for right now. Okay, in your own division, the Angels and A's, well, the Angels are out there signing pitchers, trying to get better, as are the A's. I guess and you're not going to make a deal with the Angels, but maybe if you really want to try to revisit the Brent Rooker idea, you could try to just bowl over the A's with a Brent Rooker offer with big-time prospects. I don't think they say yes to it, but all right, maybe that's one option. NL Central, Pirates, they don't really have anybody like that. Reds don't really have anybody, and they're not looking to make that. Or I guess the Reds do with Encarnacion Strand and some folks, but they seem like they're in trying to compete mode rather than getting rid of those guys mode, right? All right. Rockies, you're going to be very nervous about anybody from Colorado. And then the Dodgers, Padres, and Diamondbacks and Giants are all in go mode. So what, there's maybe 2 or 3 teams in all of baseball that don't consider themselves to be moving forward right now and are trying to take a step back, and most of them have pitching and no hitting or just aren't a good fit for you for some reason. So now you're kind of stuck. Maybe the Padres are looking to unload salary. That's the next thing you're looking for, right? Are there teams out there looking to unload salary? Maybe the Padres Maybe they're still too far over their skis after making some moves that they quite frankly can't afford. So maybe you could work something out for an Arias or something like that. But I don't see it happening. They won 93 games last year and were one win away from being in it.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I mean, they just barely ended up getting clipped by the Dodgers.
Yep.
So I don't think the Padres are too interested in breaking anything up. They're desperately trying to figure out how they can keep as much of that together as possible. You have to go down one of those roads. You have to either trade one of the pitchers. I'm loath to do it unless you get the absolute right deal, which is why I think we keep focusing on the two teams there that make sense, Boston and Baltimore, because I don't know who else is going to make a deal that's going to get back enough young but powerful and impact hitting to make it worth dealing one of your 5 starters.
You know, it's amazing.
Sign a damn free agent.
Yeah,
the ones that are available this year, maybe it's a little thin. Maybe they're not the greatest class, but there are 4 or 5 guys that play positions of your need that are not going to command Juan Soto / Trey Turner / Corey Seager money. You got to get in the market for those guys. I don't see how else you do it.
I was looking at some numbers, just some of the odds makers numbers, and the Mariners are, I think, 5th or 6th in the American League. I mean, right in the hunt. It's not even like the Seahawks right now, who plummeted 100-1. Like they're not a bad bet. And in a make-believe world, Salk, with make-believe monopoly money and Chris Larson and Mr. Stanton liquidating and saying, "Screw it, we're all in.
Mm-hmm.
We're going for this thing." Like, we've got these 5 pitchers, we got pieces here. If in a make-believe world, if we could add Christian Walker and Bregman, right, to first base and third base, what does this team's odds and shot look like? Not giving up any of your starting pitching, keeping your starting pitching, keeping Logan Evans, keeping Emerson Hancock, keeping all your pieces in place. And
what happens if you were to really add salary? Like, what if you were to be the team that signed Bregman and
Christian Walker? Just sign Christian Walker and Alex and Bregman. Are you not a World Series contender immediately in the American League?
I don't know how you wouldn't be.
You have to be, because the American League West is as weak as it's ever been after this Kyle Tucker trade, and Bregman's not going back to Houston. This is the window.
And by the way, you'd have a really good, that lineup would be pretty scary. I mean, you say Walker, I say Santander, but whatever, take your pick. That'd be a pretty intimidating lineup.
You put Walker and Bregman with
Julio
and Cal
and Randy.
I mean,
obviously now you're just dreaming though, right? I mean, there's been no evidence to suggest they would do anything.
But this isn't a dream. We're like, wow, I hope we can get this pick. Wow, this isn't a dream. Like, wow, I hope he can develop.
You just have to go do it.
You just got to go spend.
All right. So, Brock, I agree with you. You're right. Just go spend on those 2 guys or 2 of those 3. And yes, you would be or Pete Alonso could be the first base option. Whatever. Yes, that would be unbelievable. Even one of those guys completely changes. And I can understand that they have a budget and they're like, okay, fine. Maybe 2 of those guys is too much long term and they're too old. Fine. You can afford one of them.
Mm-hmm.
There shouldn't be a team in baseball that can't afford one, because we're not talking about the guys like Trey Turner or Corey Seager.
$350 million contracts for 15 years.
And I'm not saying that you're not going to have to spend some cash on any of all 4 of those guys are going to command some significant money because they're all good players.
Mm-hmm.
But I just don't see this in the same young shortstop hitting free agency thing. So how can you not go after some of those guys?
Just imagine,
especially given that you're not in a spot where draft, trade, and develop works right now.
So just imagine, this is what Passon always educates us on too, in this window of opportunity in these different cycles. If you would have said to us 6-7 years ago, you're going to build this thing up, you're going to have the best rotation in baseball,
Mm-hmm.
you're going to win 80-something games every year, you're going to be right in position. Then when it's go time and pull the trigger, and you have a free agent class on the corners with guys that are proven commodities, and Pete Alonso and Christian Walker and Santander and Bregman at the exact needs that you have in a weakened American League West, and you've got that opportunity, it's there.
Yeah.
It's there.
It really is. It feels pretty simple in this case.
It's simple for us on the outside. It's not simple with budgets and tens of millions of dollars.
Yeah, but if I'm Jerry, I'm now going back saying, look, here's the thing. Look at what's there in terms of, I'd be happy to trade prospects for a bat. That'd be great. That doesn't feel like a trade that's possible right now. And is much easier to do at the deadline when 5 or 6 of the teams we just discussed are going to be out of it and looking to start rebuilding again. So, yeah, you can still use all of those prospects and find ways to deal them at the deadline, but they're just not as useful to you right now. So unless you, yes, you can trade pitching. That is going to be the other option open to Jerry and Justin. But you know me, I am not the biggest go crazy signing free agents guy. I think that there are other ways to make your team better.
Yeah, like build your young core.
But
build your pitching rotation.
And they've done that.
Like build your farm system.
They're doing a lot of that stuff.
Yes.
But the way this particular offseason shakes out, I don't see a lot of other options short of one of the pitcher deals that we've talked about other than going the free agency route.
That's what Passon said when I talked to him for a few minutes at the winter meetings. And I'm fine sharing it because he said the very same thing on these airwaves plenty of times. He said people are going to look back on this rotation in 10 years. They're going to regret it. They don't capitalize on it.
It's really, really frustrating. All right. Let's see. Need to know coming up next. Oh, we got the fantasy forecast. Early fantasy forecast today because Moore is going to be off tomorrow. She's off to Iowa for some time with family and vacation.
Sioux Falls, Des Moines.
Hit the beach.
Dubuque.
The beach on, the Corn Beach or whatever it is they've got there. So please, Moore could use some fantasy forecast questions. If you've got questions heading into what I assume are playoffs for everybody this weekend, yes, text them in 866-979-3776. And Moore will have some fantasy thoughts for you guys at 9:45. Oh, man. Let's give you everything you need to know next, including the sad news for the Cougs. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
Flu 88 on Brock and Salk.
As bad as the defense played early in that game, they turned it around.
Every day at 7:45.
What did they do to shut down Josh Jacobs in that Green Bay running game after the initial burst?
In that second half, you started to see them defeat blocks, like that simple block destruction. Jaron Reed getting off a block, Hankins getting off a block, Leonard Williams with 2 monstrous plays, right, to get stops in most critical moments.
Flu 88, answering 3 football questions as only Brock Heward can.
Hey, have you been with the same insurance agent and carrier so long? Maybe you're in the same boat as I am. Maybe your carrier has walked away from the insurance business and your rates and everything else, and your premiums are just going through the roof, and you are stressed and you are confused and you need answers and you need a teammate. Well, you need First Mark Insurance. We heard so many First Mark challenge victories, Molly and I, over the years, that we decided, why don't we take this challenge? It's totally free. And boy, am I glad we did. First Mark has saved us thousands on our premiums and right now is working so hard to find us a new insurer, and they will do the same for you. Here's how they go to work for you. They fully analyze your current coverage, making sure you're not overpaying for the wrong coverage. Then, unlike you and me, they go to the market. Dozens of major carriers they've got relationships with to find you the best fit. And that's it. No stress, no confusion. They're your teammate. And they spent the last, 3 decades helping thousands of families, including mine, successfully manage this complicated world of insurance. So please don't wait a morning longer. Take the First Mark Challenge. It's totally free. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com. That's firstmarkinsurance.com. It's all waiting there, right there for you at First Mark, your teammate that does the work for you.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Welcome to Staples.
Help! My family's in for the holidays and I need gift ideas.
That's why we're here. Staples has amazing deals on everything you need. Photo gifts, laptops, and gaming systems. Even custom holiday cards and shipping solutions to send gifts to the family that can't make it.
Perfect! Have anything for Uncle Frank? I love him, but the guy is never quiet.
Noise-canceling headphones. For you.
You get it.
Unwrap huge holiday savings at Staples. And right now at Staples, save up to $350 on select computers. Ends 12/28, in-store only.
This holiday season, give the gift of Mariners baseball. Why settle for a pair of socks when you can grab a pair of tickets to see the Red Sox? A gift card? Skip it. And snag seats to see the Cardinals. A wine opener? Or how about an opening day trip to T-Mobile Park? For tickets and our complete schedule of marquee matchups, including the Yankees and Dodgers, plus can't miss collectibles, fireworks nights, $10 value seats, and more. Visit Mariners.com.
A walk-off grand slam for Cal Raleigh.
Chronic pain can be so life-changing that it causes depression. The effects can strain relationships and tear families apart. If chronic pain is impacting you or someone you love, don't wait to get help. I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. If your family is missing the person they once knew, schedule a free consultation to learn if our non-surgical and drug-free approach could help you get your life back. At Sound Pain Solutions, we've treated thousands of patients suffering from neuropathy, neck and back pain, and complex joint problems. Our personalized treatments include state-of-the-art technology like bioelectric therapy, laser, regenerative injections, pressure wave treatment, and others that stimulate healing naturally. Get a new focus on your family and the activities you enjoy, not your pain, medications, and limitations. To learn if you qualify for our non-surgical and drug-free treatment, call us at Sound Pain Solutions or visit soundpainsolutions.com.
Toyotathon is here at Toyota of Kirkland. To celebrate the event, Toyota of Kirkland has purchased $3 million worth of certified used and pre-owned vehicles on the lot ready for you to test drive and take home. The largest selection of certified used and pre-owned vehicles during Toyotathon can only be found at Toyota of Kirkland. Visit the wonderful team and beautiful showroom at Toyota of Kirkland today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com.
At aimyourdigital.com, we'll help you target the right audience, build your leads, and crush your quota. Take your business to the next level. Our digital marketing strategies help grow awareness of your product or service, all while building trust in your business. Our approach involves leveraging multiple tools and strategies to deliver exceptional results that are customized to your unique business needs. Don't wait to run out of sales leads. Keep your business growing. Get started with aimyourdigital.com today.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, it's going to be big this afternoon, Brock, to see what Geno Smith is able to do. Can he at least be a partial participant in practice? I'm going to keep coming back to that word that Mike McDonald said yesterday, that there was the possibility he could practice. Well, if he does, that obviously makes you feel a whole lot better for the game this weekend. And yeah, we'll find out a little bit later today if that's even a possibility. They can make the playoffs without beating the Vikings, but it's a lot harder, and it requires other teams doing something that, is out of your control. Beat the Vikings and everything is still right in the middle of your control.
Oh, 100%. And to beat the Vikings, you're going to have to handle the onslaught of the assault of their defense. A Sam Darnold an offense that, can do what Green Bay did, and that's put you in a hole and make you more one-dimensional. So it's going to take total complementary football.
Brian Flores, one of the best defense coordinators in football.
He feels that way.
And because he's had success doing that wherever he goes, I actually thought he was a pretty darn good head coach for a little while there.
Yeah, he was a little on the Shanahan, Belichick gruff side and wore out his welcome with a bunch of players. I don't think relationally handled a lot of that stuff well. And some of those comments from Tua after the fact, I think, speak to that.
He really strikes me as somebody who would do really well in his next chance.
You might. He might, and he certainly is going to be interviewed and get a lot of opportunities because he's turned that Vikings defense. They used to just kind of be an offense team, right? Kirk Cousins, all these receivers, all these yards, and he's turned them into, the 2024 version of the Purple People Eaters.
Pretty darn impressive. Seahawks remain, 15th now in the ESPN Power Rankings, so they drop down 2 spots. It's going to happen when you lose on national TV and get their doors blown off the way they did against Green Bay.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Yeah, we just spent a while talking through this, but it is frustrating. I mean, names are coming off the grocery list. Like you're going to various aisles, and stuff is not there anymore. People have already picked through the shelves, and that's what it kind of feels like for the Mariners right now this offseason. There's still names.
Kind of. The free agent market's not. There's a lot of dudes still out there, right?
You're starting to see the names disappear, and I just
And the
don't.
Oreos are there, the turkey's there, the ham is there. There's still some major components to what, especially what you need on your table, right?
Just go buy it. Just got to go buy it. And, just frustrating to see.
Just send out Christmas cards, okay? Just send them out.
I'm not doing that this year. I told you.
I know.
Hey, we got your Christmas card, though, yesterday.
You did?
Yeah.
What do you
A
think?
lot of good hashtags.
Yeah, that's Molly's idea.
It was good. I mean, the hashtags are a little...
Couple years ago old.
They're a little out of date.
Hashtag longboard.
But
yeah.
Hashtag long body is what you said.
Long body,
But
yes.
I do still like it. I thought it was a clever idea.
Yeah. Molly did all of that, by the way.
You didn't do anything. You used to be such a big role.
And even the picture I'm in, that was in some of the rough
That was
stretch
AI.
with the health.
I think that was AI generated. It was an AI generated picture of Brock. Anyway, we just talked through it. Mariners need help, and they need to go out there, and they probably need to either trade a pitcher or sign somebody in free agency, because I just don't see a natural fit for them or somebody who's going to be a natural partner for them to try to trade prospects for proven offense. I don't see it out there this offseason.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Kraken did not look good last night, and they fall at home 3-0. Meanwhile,
Is this just a team with searching for an identity in year one of a new head coach?
No.
That even though you brought him in and he knew these guys and he was within the structure of your organization, you don't feel that way?
No.
It's just more of a talent issue.
I just don't think they have enough talent to play consistently good hockey against the better teams in the game.
Yep.
I think it's just very simple. It's just they don't have enough talent. Top tier, top end talent to play that way night in, night out. They can do it in spurts, but they just can't do it every night. And
then
especially
unfortunately,
missing their captain, that doesn't help.
Yep. And unfortunately, on the other side of the state, over there in Pullman on the Palouse, a lot of talent is left.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of talent. Cam Mort is left. John Mateer is left. You went through that list of players over the last couple of years, and great players who have done remarkable work in other Power 4 programs. And this morning, the news that Jake Dickert has left. He's going to be the new head football coach at Wake Forest, and you lose staff, you lose players, you lose administration. I don't know what more you want from Jake Dickert.
Yeah, I'll say it again. It's mentioned it earlier. The guy did everything in his power to rebuild and get that program through some really difficult times, right? After, what was the guy's name who left during COVID? I don't even remember the guy's
Rolovich?
name. Yeah, Rolovich. Nick Rolovich. Oh,
he
my gosh.
didn't leave. He got
Well, whatever it is, he disappeared. And so, that was a weird spot to be in.
Brutal.
He took over, did a great job, navigated those difficult waters, navigated through the end of the Pac-12, made the team competitive this year. Again, I give him a ton of credit for his loyalty. Any of the Cougs I know feel that way. Maybe there are others out there that are angry, but I think if you are, that's a you problem. That just shows you're looking for attention or something, because I can't imagine any Coug that actually looks at the whole thing would be angry at Jake Dickert and not just angry at, the Pac-12 and Washington and Oregon, all of Fox and ESPN, all the people that it makes sense to be angry at. To take out that anger on someone like Jake Dickert is just immature.
Yeah, it's harsh. And I get it, because he talks about his heart being there, and he was so sold out every day he was there, raising funds in their collective, right? Talking about staying there and being loyal and all of that. But when the whole industry is broken and on fire around you, and you can't do your job, and you can't keep people, and you can't keep players, I think it's very unfair to think you can keep him on campus.
So there you go. That's everything you need to know. I mean, I guess it must be so frustrating to be in a spot where, you just don't have the resources you need to compete. And luckily for Jake Dickert, he has the opportunity to go somewhere else where he'll have more resources, hopefully for him, and, be able to start fresh and compete, and his, job skills are transferable. He can go do all that. I would definitely feel worse for somebody that is in a spot where you feel like your business, team, whatever it is, doesn't have the resources it needs to compete against better competition around you. And so, yeah, I totally get some of that frustration. But anyway, that's, I guess, the direction that Jake Dickert's going to go. We've got 3 pieces of sound that I want to get to here, Brock. One from our friend, DJ, who just joined us a few minutes ago. You're right. He made me pick my head up. And then I got
me. We did a simultaneous.
The what now? What did you just say now?
Yeah, we did.
We did a little whack-a-mole head pop-up. Yeah, a little meerkat over here. And then Chris Long and who had the other one? I don't know. It's a third piece of sound with, Rich Eisen taking some shots at the Seahawks that I'm not sure are warranted. So stick around. We'll play all of that and then Moore's Fantasy Forecast. So if you got questions, shoot them over. 866-979-3776. We'll be right back. I'm Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
I don't think that we saw a game that showed that defensive improvements through 5 weeks was a mirage. I do think one of the stories to come from this game is you're not winning without Geno.
I do think the defense played better in the second half. I think that the Hawks can still be a playoff team, and this could help them down the road. There are always positives in this situation, but now you know what it really feels like. You haven't felt something like this in a long time. You ain't felt something like this since the Buffalo Bills, and that was a while ago.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
All right, we are getting real close to this big holiday, Christmas, coming up here next week. If you don't feel like cooking or cleaning, you haven't made plans yet, let Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel have you covered. Indulge in the mouthwatering Christmas Day menu at Falls Buffet. They got savory roasts and delightful sides, decadent desserts, and they're serving up that prime rib with all the fixins. How good does that sound for Christmas? Head to snocasino.com. You can see the whole menu. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Some said a life-threatening brain tumor would dim Aisley's spark. But this future pop star is back to full sparkle, and she's ready for her big encore. Through research, compassionate care, and support from people like you, Seattle Children's is fighting for lasting cures. So for every kid that didn't have a chance, this relentless fight is for you. Because this isn't about beating the odds, it's about changing them for all kidkind. Hope, care, cure. Seattle Children's.
FX's Say Nothing.
We thought joining the IRA was the noblest thing a person could do.
Northern Ireland, 1971.
They could beat us, they could shoot us, but the one thing they could never get us to do was talk.
Based on the true story and the New York Times bestseller.
You were taught that you were fighting in the name of the people. And I think people should know that it's all lies.
FX's Say Nothing. All episodes now streaming on Hulu.
Pro Paint Days are back at Lowe's. That means it's time to save big on your next job. Right now, get your choice of 5-gallon pails of Valspar Signature Ceiling Paint or HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams Flat Ceiling Paint for just $148. Plus, get it delivered to your job site with free same-day delivery when you order by 2 p.m. Lowe's knows paint. Lowe's knows pros. Valid through 12/20. Delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Additional terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
Well, this week's First Mark Challenge victory goes to Dan. Dan, why did you call First Mark Insurance?
I had the same insurance company for 30 years and just accepted all the premium increases as inflation or feeling tethered to them because I have earthquake coverage and was uncertain about being able to get that anywhere else. But when I talked to Ken at First Mark, wow, he came back with bigger umbrella policy, better earthquake coverage, which I didn't think was possible. And when he came down with the premium number, it was a no-brainer. We were saving over $2,500 a year. Don't wait, because it's annoying to think of what I could have done with that money over the last 10 years had I done something sooner.
Well, Dan did it. My family did it. You got to do it, and it's totally free. Take the First Mark Challenge today. See how much money they can save you and how much better your coverage will get. Maybe you will be the next First Mark Challenge victory that I get to talk to as well. Simply go to firstmarkinsurance.com, firstmarkinsurance.com.
The Monkey Bar and J.R. Finicki's remind listeners the holidays are meant to be a time of good cheer and warm gatherings with family and friends. Don't spoil the spirit of the season by getting behind the wheel after drinking. Always designate a sober driver or take a ride share for a safe ride home. Let's work together to keep our roadways safe and accident-free this holiday season. Happy holidays to you and yours from the entire team at the all-new Monkey Bar in Marysville and J.R. Finicki's Pub and Eatery in Monroe, serving up good times in a friendly atmosphere for over 25 years.
If you're looking to build a beautiful new custom deck, now is the time to take advantage of off-season savings from MasterDecks. Save big. Save up to $7,500 off your new deck from MasterDecks. From design to completion, MasterDecks does it all, building dream decks of all shapes and sizes across the Puget Sound. Don't miss out on off-season savings. Save up to $7,500 off your new deck. Get started today. Go to masterdecks.com. Masterdecks.com.
Now that the rain is here, I remember my conversation with Anthony, the owner of Asset Roofing, about metal roofs. And not only are metal roofs not loud when it rains, they're more eco-friendly, last twice as long, and Asset Roofing can do them for up to 30% less than their competitors. You can find out more at assetroofingco.com. That's assetroofingco.com.
Certified work that's never in doubt. Asset Roofing, excellence is on the house.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission. Free delivery. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
This hour is brought to you by Muckleshoot Casino Resort.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
So I got three things that I wanted to react to here, Brock. You know what? I got Rich Eisen, I think I had. I've got a little Chris Long. I've got some Mark Schlereth. Before we get to those, though, let's come back to something that we both heard from Daniel Jeremiah just a few minutes ago. We spoke to him at 8:30, as we do every Wednesday, and we brought him into the debate that we had yesterday about this time regarding Geno Smith and whether or not he, quote-unquote, made himself money, right, on Sunday night after the world got an opportunity to see Sam Howell. And, so here is a little bit from DJ on that. And you were asking about the confetti test. Could you imagine him, in the confetti and lifting the trophy? And he said, well, between him and, you're going to get a chance to see it this week between him and Sam Darnold. And he thinks Darnold is probably somebody he'd rather give the money to.
I'd feel more comfortable saying that I can, in this setup where they are right now, I give the confetti test to Sam. I could see that. I could see them on the stage. I could see that confetti falling. With Geno, it's just, off this year, it's just been so up and down. It's hard to give you a yes on that one based off what we've seen this year. There's been times in his career, over the career in a couple of years where I would have answered yes to that. Hey, provided he has all the pieces, yeah, I could see that happening. I don't see that happening right now.
Okay, so he's not necessarily buying in on the pay the guy the money, and his reasoning for why he goes into a little bit more depth.
Well, I don't want to put on one play, but like then you go and watch just the red zone. Turnover in that game.
I know.
And you're like, what the heck what was this?
Yes. Yep.
Just trying to jam it in. That's I can't just excuse that away on what's in front of him. And if we're talking about the confetti test, to me, it's not about distancing yourself from the people behind you. It's trying to reel in the people that are in front of you. And that's where, I think at this point in time, I'd say he comes up a little bit short.
Well, I think he just kind of summed up what I've been trying to say in a much better way than I have.
That's where you and I were like prairie dogs. They're the dumbest animal, by the way. I haven't been on my mountain bike in a while, but when I am out in these fields, like those stupid prairie dogs, poking their head out as I'm rumbling by, like, what are you doing? This is actually when you're supposed to protect yourself, not pop your stupid head out.
Well, they're protecting everybody else in the group.
I guess they are.
They have scouts.
You and I both were prairie dogs right there. When he said that, it's not distancing yourself from the people behind you. And he's done that. Last couple of years, he's done that. I mean, he's much better than the people behind him. Are you reeling in the guys in front of you? Are you chasing those guys down?
Are you seeing any evidence of that?
Gosh, between the 20s, Salk, yes. Between the 20s, yes. Late games, yes. Completion percentage and these shots and the intermediate throws, yes. I think he does those things as good as Justin Herbert and a lot of the guys that are there in front of him. But in the red zone, critical decision-making moments, not once, not twice, not 3 times, not 4 times. Just, you can't have that. At this stage, being 34 years old, you just can't. So I get it. I think that's a fair criticism, one he would absorb. I think one he'd have to take, as hard-headed and stubborn as he is and everything else. I think he can even look at those plays and go, just can't have them. And they've been crippling. If he doesn't throw that red zone interception, it's 14-3 instead of 14-0. Does that change the whole game and outcome? No. Green Bay was the better team, really, from beginning to end, the more physical team, the more complete team, the more complementary team. But it certainly doesn't help. Yeah. But certainly doesn't help and can't happen with a veteran at this stage.
Well, and look, if you could flip one result this year and be in a much better position, it would be the Rams game, right? I mean, obviously the Giants game would be nice, but the one game that really would help you most if you could go back in time and flip the results would be the Rams game, and that's another one, right, where unfortunately just the decision-making in a couple of key spots ends up costing them that game, and that's really the biggest thing standing in your way right now. Imagine if you win that game. What your team looks like today, right? You're 9-5 at that point, and you've got the edge over the Rams. You could conceivably even lose that last game and still get it. I mean, it really changes the entire way you're looking at your season. Now, that doesn't mean everybody's looking the right way this season. I heard this from Rich Eisen. Moore sent this over, and I got to say, I was pretty surprised by it. I'm not sure exactly what he means, but here's Rich Eisen on the effect of Sunday night's win for Green Bay and loss for the Seahawks.
I believe they ended the Seahawks season last night. I don't know how long Geno's going to be out, and I don't know how quickly they can get Sam Howell up to speed, but the Packers broke the Seahawks last night, and it's unreal. Seahawks were coming in on a head of steam, sitting there at 8-5, and now they're 8-6 because they lost to the Rams in Seattle. They're not in first place. The Rams are. And now they've got to have Sam Howell, we think, unless Geno can somehow come back from something that knocked him out of a game with a knee injury, all holding their breath because Seattle's got Minnesota coming in next.
I mean, look, if he's just talking about the Sam Howell effect, fine.
Yeah, with that context, I get that a little more.
But if you're trying to say, first of all, they certainly didn't end it from a playoff perspective. I mean, I saw somebody saying, oh, no, that was a must-win. Not really. You beat Minnesota, and you're just fine. Honestly, you beat Minnesota, and the Green Bay game essentially goes away. You've taken away margin for error, this and that, but you can make up for that literally on Sunday.
Yep.
And if you're trying to argue that, they broke the Seahawks, come on, it's a week-to-week league. They've been playing really well for 5 weeks, and then they didn't have a good game. I don't see that as being a broken Seahawks team. Do you?
If Sam Howell starts Sunday against
totally
Minnesota?
Different. Now that's the third part of it. That's a totally different
Correct.
issue. But just based on now everybody has a blueprint and they can't do it. Stop. No. I mean, they lost one
not
game.
In this league.
I don't want to hear it.
And Minnesota, by the way, is 12-2, but it's not as if they've blown the doors off everybody this season.
Right.
They've had a bunch of close, compelling games, and Sam Darnold's had a couple hiccups where his teams picked him up, and he has been a little bit turnover-worthy and everything else. So, yeah, I'm not going to say they ended the season.
That one felt a little much to me.
If you add the context of Sam Howell, if Geno was lost for the rest of the year, okay, then it would be a very difficult climb.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
It doesn't feel like that's the way this is going to go, at least based on everything we heard from Mike McDonald on Monday, and we'll find out a little bit more later today. Now, these two, I think, make a lot more sense. Here is Mark Schlereth on kind of where the Seahawks slot in.
They do a good job of handling the teams that aren't as good as them, but they're not in the class of Philadelphia. They're not in the class of Green Bay. They're probably not in the class of Minnesota. They're probably not in that upper echelon. They're the next notch below. I said 3 weeks ago the Rams are going to come back and win this division. I just think that they're I think they're better quarterback. I think they're built a little bit better, and it's really interesting. They looked at their group up front, their offensive and defensive lines, and they said, if we're going to compete with San Francisco, which we haven't been able to, we've got to get better running the ball. We got to get better, more physical up front on both sides of the line of scrimmage, and they've done that. And now I know San Francisco was beat up this year, but they controlled those lines of scrimmage in these two games that they played.
So I agree with the first part of that. I mean, we've said it basically all week, and that was sort of the problem with losing the litmus test game. Yep. You don't look like you're in the same tier as those other teams.
Correct.
I don't know that the Rams are either, though. Like, I mean, to sit here and say, oh, the Rams are a step up, like, yeah, we'll see. I don't know that I believe that. Like,
I don't think their offensive line
hot and cold all year.
I don't think their offensive line is that good. They've gotten some people healthier, but it's not as if they are overwhelming at the line of scrimmage, and they're really young defensively. And they hit on some of their young guys over the last two drafts. There's no question about that. They're difference makers, and at times have been game wreckers, but they got to do it over the course of the entirety of the season. And those young college players that were coming off of a college season a season ago are now getting to, wow, this season is still going on.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's Christmas. It's New Year's.
I'm tired.
My body hurts, and I've never been through this kind of journey.
Wait till these college kids are playing on the end of January. Wait till they see that. Chris Long maybe goes into a little bit more of a description of why. He gives a little bit more reasoning for why you probably don't put them in that upper echelon tier.
Just not a great night for Seattle. They're one of the weirdest teams in the NFL, where it's just like, bro, like. They have some really.
Which team are they going to be today?
Well, it's so matchup dependent, because if there's somebody that can out physical you, they're gonna have a hard time. And so when you think about them making a run, like even if they get in, I just don't feel like it's going to happen. Gino's not playing well enough at large this year to carry this team the distance, and now he's banged up. And like, what do? You turn to Sam Howell in a must-win game.
All right, so the Geno stuff aside, we've sort of talked all through that. He gives, I think, a very specific reason for why they're not in that upper echelon. Mm-hmm. They're just not physical enough.
That's right.
That's got to be their offense specifically, right? I mean, their defense seems physical enough.
Oh, yes. Yeah, their defense is still, those first two drives notwithstanding, and there was a lot of eye candy and a lot of, things that Green Bay did in their openers, as Mike McDonald was talking about, to get them thinking, to get their wheels spinning, to get them reacting rather than hitting. But their front seven is plenty physical enough. You're talking about their offensive line. You're talking about just not being a heavyweight. And when you're facing those elite fronts, and you're facing the caliber of those guys, and it's a different caliber coming in.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this group this week is better than the one you just faced. That heavyweight that just punched you and knocked you around and gave you a 1.6 grade, yeah, you got better dudes coming in this week that are playing even hotter and even better football.
Yeah, I think your goal for this week, assuming Geno plays, is just survive offensively and don't turn the ball over. And try to win this game with your defense. Try to do something to take the ball away, to confuse Sam Darnold, to kind of just put him in a bad spot. If you're bummed out about that offensive line, Brock, and you're bummed out about that 1.6 grade for Satolamea, I don't know that I should play this for you, because this might set you over the top. This is also from Mark Schlereth yesterday on Wyman and Bob with Ray in there. I don't know whether I should play this, but I'm going to. I think this might be too much. No, I'm not sure, but I'm going to play it anyway. Here's Schlereth talking about, a former Seahawks guard, Damian Lewis.
I'm watching Damian Lewis film right now in Carolina. That dude is kicking ass. His footwork, his explosion, like, he has played unbelievable football. Like, really, really, like rewindable moments in every tape I watch. I did a game of theirs that they went into overtime with Tampa Bay a couple of weeks ago, so I watched 3 games of that. Now I'm back on Carolina this week against Arizona, and I'm watching them right now, and I've got notes, up the kazoo about how good how good they are in their inside 3 guys.
How do you feel about that one?
I'm not ready for that one.
No, I didn't think you were.
Why'd you do that to me?
I didn't think
you started this show hot, taking shots.
I know.
Kind of end the show.
I felt bad, but
out in my face.
I know. I feel bad playing it for you. But I heard it this morning.
Change the scenery. So you just needed. Yeah, you just need to change.
No, I don't think it's that. I mean, that's a pretty damning piece of information, right?
Yeah, that's not really what you want to hear. Could you have gotten that from Grubb and Huff, if he were here? Honestly, I mean, it would have been a change of coaching. It would have been a change of some technique and development. Could that have been some of the difference?
Maybe, but you sure would have had to pay him based on stuff you'd seen that hadn't been working. And
correct.
Carolina was willing to do it. And
kudos
it's
to
working
Dan
really
Morgan
well for
and
them.
that staff there and their crew that is getting, looks like the bang for the buck, because there were a lot of bucks spent on him.
Oh, boy. Anyway, that's where you're at. We got tomorrow at 8 o'clock, Brock.
I hear an epic match. I hear that Mora, because she's heading to Iowa, she's going up to Dubuque again, Dubuque or Des Moines or Cedar Rapids or Iowa City. She's going, I think, doing the whole tour.
Quad Cities, maybe?
That she decided with her long little fingers to hit the password and get in there and listen to some of Here's the Thing. I guess it's an incredible batch. She's doing what great leader does. She's making sure
it's going to be that good tomorrow.
Yeah.
Do you think it'll be good enough to break? Do we have enough to break it into two and do like half at 8, half at 9:45 tomorrow?
Why would you need to do that?
Depends on how much you have.
Well, because there's no more mean tweets. Like, so, things are sort of in flux a little bit at 9:45, and so if we get enough submissions, I thought that might be a possibility. If you guys
maybe
you
should ask people to send some more.
All right, well, send some more. You got to download the app, and then you can leave us messages for Here's the Thing, which we do Thursdays at 8 o'clock. Right now, an early edition of Mora's Fantasy Forecast.
Oh, that would be me.
Fantasy Football Forecast with Maura Dooley.
And that is right straddling the line between awesome and really annoying. It's right on that line.
Well, you're going to love to see what you have in store tomorrow, because one of the things that you have is a new show open submitted by Danny.
Oh, my gosh. That sounds exciting.
It is a wrap. I'll tell you that.
We've always wanted a wrap for a show open, so I'm glad to know that somebody's
good.
finally delivering on that. Yeah.
All right. Well, usually I like to start out with just a little piece of advice if you need some help. I know there's probably some people in the fantasy playoffs right now that lost David Montgomery last week. And that's tough. So one that you could try is Tyjae Spears from the Tennessee Titans. Tony Pollard is dealing with an ankle injury. So that means that Spears is the next man up, and the Colts have given up the 6th most PPR points to running backs. So he could be a decent play this week if you're in a bind. I think Craig Reynolds will probably be the next man up for the Lions. They'll probably let him take some pressure off of Jahmyr Gibbs, but I don't think he will get as many touches as David Montgomery.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not sure that in the playoffs that's who I would go with.
Okay.
All right, yeah, we've got some questions here too. 360 says, if Ken Walker is healthy, pick one: Ken Walker, Zay Flowers, or Jerry Jeudy.
Oof.
So initially, I had written this down, and we just got some breaking news. I said I would go Jerry Jeudy if Jameis Winston starts, because they have a good chemistry.
He's not
had
gonna,
a few hundred
right?
yards.
They're going with DTR.
Yeah, Kevin Stefanski just said they're going to go with Dorian Thompson-Robinson instead. I think I just don't know that he has the same chemistry with Jerry Jeudy that I would trust that in a fantasy playoff game. I also don't love Ken Walker or Zach Charbonnet this week against the Vikings defense that's giving up the 3rd fewest fantasy points to running backs.
So sounds like Zay Flowers it is.
Yeah. This Vikings team is pretty stout against the run. And unfortunately, we haven't seen the Seahawks prove to us that they can get this run game going.
And I would think even if Walker's going to come back, I don't know whether he's going to get all the snaps. I mean, you know, maybe you're going to kind of rotate it a little bit.
Honestly, if they
Charbonnet
say
hasn't
that
done
he's
anything
ready
wrong.
to go this week, that's just going to make it more confusing as to who to start.
Hey, Brock, what's the deal with Rashad Bateman? You still
Give me
there?
1 sec.
Hold on. Oh,
That
we
would-
got a
that
little
would be
Brock
my
issue.
fault.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Brock, what's the deal with? Now we still don't have you. We're gonna
How
get
about
you. Hold on.
Wait, hang on.
Chill. Stop talking. Oh my God, he's getting mad now. He's throwing his headset around. Stop the hammering. Would you please? It's coming from over here and over there.
I think we thought that he had to step
I know.
out.
It looked like he did, but then he came running back. I thought we were gonna. I wanted
Kyle
to
and I
ask.
were fooled.
Wanted to ask him about Rashad. Oh my God, he's. Every time I turn on a Ravens game, it's Rashad Bateman who's making play after play after play instead of Zay Flowers. He's good in fantasy, Maura? Bateman? Oh, there's Brock finally.
Hello.
Hey, buddy.
Hi.
Dude, you all right?
Jeez. Was that a good acting job? Did I look like I was furious?
I think you were. I didn't think you were acting at all.
Yes.
You have me totally snowy.
Rashad Bateman's a good player.
Where'd he come
he's
from?
Good, solid. Minnesota. University of Minnesota Golden Gopher, I believe. Yeah, he's a good player. Yeah, okay.
I think he and Zay Flowers get a pretty even. It just, I don't think Lamar really plays favorites. They both are right now getting like between 3 and 4 catches a game.
Just feels like every time I turn on my TV, Bateman's got another touchdown.
No, I just looked up his numbers. You must just be looking at the right time.
Sorry.
Let's see. Bateman he scored 2 touchdowns last week, but before that, he had 1 week 10 and 1 week 12.
I don't always trust your eyes, Salk, with what you see
Really?
on TV. Yeah. Sorry.
Every time I turn on the TV, Bateman's scoring another touchdown.
Yep.
All right. Well, for the 360, I would pick Zay Flowers out of that group you gave me.
Great.
Then the 509 says Patrick Mahomes or Aaron Rodgers. I hate this question because my answer is going to be Aaron Rodgers, only because Mahomes is a little banged up. Andy Reid already said that they are going to be cautious. And he's playing the slightly tougher defense in Houston if he does play. Rodgers has been putting up decent numbers the last few weeks, and the Rams have given up the 9th most fantasy points to quarterbacks.
We're rooting for Aaron
So
Rodgers this
regretfully.
week. Yeah, that stinks.
I think you can watch his deal on Netflix.
Can I really?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
could I?
Enigma.
Oh, could I?
Yeah.
James Fallows and Josh Ernest, thank you both for joining us tonight. Really appreciate it. Stop the hammering. Stop the hammering out there. Who's got a hammer? Where is it? Where's the hammer? Is it on the... Go up on the other floor. Somebody go up there and stop the hammering. Stop the hammering.
All right, we
I'll
got
go
more
down to
questions
the
here.
floor myself and stop it. Keep the commercial break going.
Oh, boy.
Sorry, that's Lawrence O'Donnell losing his mind on MSNBC.
Yep.
All right, 509 says, for tight end, should I start Brenton Strange from the Jaguars, Dalton Kincaid, or Hunter Henry? I'm actually going to go with Brenton Strange here.
Really?
You're going to go with the guy I've never heard of over the other 2 guys that I have?
Yes, because he didn't see a lot of targets with fellow tight end Evan Ingram healthy. But with Ingram out now, he had 11 catches on 13 targets last week for 73 yards. And he also scored 2 touchdowns in the 3 games that Ingram was inactive earlier this year. So, Lawrence
Who is he? I've never heard of that guy.
Really?
No.
And the Raiders are giving up.
What did you say his name was? Brenton Strange?
Brenton Strange.
Who in the world is
He went to
Brenton
college at Penn
Strange?
State from 2019 to 2022.
What? He must have legally changed his name. Because I had
He was
Penn
a
State.
second-round pick.
Brenton
Second-round
Strange.
pick, Brock. You don't know him?
He had to. It must be a religious thing.
Well,
He had to change his name.
Based on the volume he gets with Ingram out, I'm going to go with him. Kincaid's only hit double-digit points once since week 7. Hunter Henry's seen a decent amount of targets, but he's only scored 1 touchdown the entire season. And the Bills are pretty solid against tight ends, which is who New England is facing this.
Have you ever thought about doing that, Brock?
Yeah, his name was John Smith when he was at Penn State. Now he's Brenton Strange.
It says he was third team All Big Ten in 2022.
Yeah.
You ever thought about doing that?
What, changing my name?
Yeah, for religion.
Changing name.
Like changing your name for religious purposes.
No, I have not.
Okay.
Nope.
All right, I got one more here. 253. Need wide receiver advice for my third. Jalen McMillan, Marvin Harrison, or Xavier Worthy. I'm going with McMillan. He's come on strong the last couple of weeks. 9 catches on 13 targets for 134 yards and 3 touchdowns.
Yeah, J-Mac.
Facing a Cowboys defense that's been struggling. Marvin Harrison, 60 yards is the most that he's put up in their last 6 games, and he's not getting consistent targets. And Xavier Worthy is going to have to depend on whether Mahomes is going to play. And Marquise Hollywood-Brown just practiced in full, so he may have some more competition at receiver there.
Good stuff, Maura. An early version of the fantasy forecast before you take off and leave us here with Lyle for the next few days. Lyle, you ready?
I'll say what I said at the start of the show. As JSN.
Stop the hammering.
Well,
That's what you said earlier?
No, I
Jeez.
said what JSN said. Good luck to y'all.
Maura, have a great, well-earned, awesome time in Iowa with family.
Iowa. Oh, my goodness. You go to Iowa one time.
One time.
Can't live
One time per year. Whatever. One time every time you get a little vacation. Maura, have a great holiday. Enjoy the time with your family. We will be back tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. with a regular old day. Lots to do tomorrow. And, the hay.
Barn.
See you, everybody.
Bye.
Get to the chopper!
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
This is a step in the right direction, even though it feels like you just got dominated.
Weekdays, 10 to 2.
Now you know what it feels like, and so does Mike McDonald. I remember the first time I got dominated as a football player. I thought nobody could touch me. And I go out there, and this dude grabs me by my jersey, throws me to the ground. I was like, oh, dang, there's something else out there. There's a monster out there that I haven't seen yet. And from that point on, my awareness was different.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man. High five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Up top, Bike Shop. Yeah.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Messingthorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years.
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo!
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five.
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code MOVE to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code MOVE for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code MOVE for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Good morning, beat freaks. Who's ready to move? Let's start this day right.
Tasha's morning dance parties are meeting rave reviews.
Lose your phones and find your groove.
They need an ops manager to help their community dance the morning away.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Adam Schefter here with Vivid Seats. We've got some late-breaking news coming out of the stands. According to multiple sources, Vivid Seats fans are scoring rewards on every purchase and at a rapid pace. Obviously, these rewards are a game changer, and coupled with their MVP-worthy ticket selection, why get tickets anywhere else? Don't drop the ball this season. Shop with Vivid Seats and earn rewards on every ticket. And as the official ticketing partner of ESPN, Vivid Seats is offering you $20 off your first $200 ticket purchase with code Schefter. That's code Schefter.
If the playoff picture has you stressed, let us give you something to breathe easy about. Hey, it's Dr. Ryan Stern of the Stern Sinus Center. Let us fix your ear, nose, and throat problems. Let's make your congestion, sinusitis, snoring, and allergies a non-issue. We can diagnose and treat everything, from allergy workups and treatments to modern nasal breathing procedures to advanced balloon sinuplasty. Come see us in Federal Way and Auburn or at sternsinus.com. That's sternsinus.com.
'Tis the season to be bold.
Gino's going to throw right down the seam. Touchdown, Seahawks! JSN with the touchdown.
To rep your team.
The stands are rocking right now.
Your style, your way. This is the Pro Shop. Shop official Seahawks gear now at Seahawks.com/Pro Shop.
You know what's really getting old? Having to do more with less. With Ramp,
You can do more with more. Ramp is the corporate card and expense management software that saves businesses like yours an average of 5%. That's more for you to invest back into your operations, your staff, your bottom line, you name it. And that means less time spent on manual tasks, less time spent closing your books, and less time spent worrying about where your money went. All with Ramp.
I grew my hospitality company fast. So fast that we actually felt serious growing pains. Ramp helped us automate our manual expense tracking, saving the team valuable time. Now we have more time to spend on what really matters, our guests and their experience.
Ramp gives you more time, more visibility, and more control over your business. Don't settle for anything less. Start using Ramp for free today at ramp.com/radio. Ramp.com/radio. That's RAMP.com/radio.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Washington State football coach Jake Dickert is leaving the Palouse to become Wake Forest's new head coach. This was initially reported by The Athletic and later confirmed by Washington State and Wake Forest. Dickert took over for the Cougs midway through the 2021 season. This has been his best year yet, an 8-4 record that included an Apple Cup win over rival Washington. I'd like to forget that one. He recently lost his offensive coordinator, Ben Arbuckle, who left for the same position at Oklahoma, and quarterback John Mateer entered the transfer portal Monday. The Cougs are set to face Syracuse in the Holiday Bowl on December 27th.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. You guys have heard the news by now. Jake Dickert, formerly head coach of the Washington State Cougars, is off to Wake Forest, and college football is in a very bad place. Two different conversations happening here, Bump. The first is what everything means for Washington State. So if you're a Coug listening, and I know many Huskies are just kind of curious about this, and we'll talk about what it means for the Cougs. Are they still going to play in a bowl game? What's it say about Washington State? But then there's an entire conversation to have about whether college football, who's maybe putting out some of the best products that it has in a long time, games, bowl game matchups, playoff teams, players, is also in a really weird, and many would say dark, broken place. So let's start with the news itself. Washington State has already lost their offensive coordinator, their starting quarterback, and now this morning their head coach, Jake Dickert, headed to Wake Forest to take over their football program. This just 2 days after Dave Clawson resigned. It was first reported by The Athletic, later confirmed by both schools. We'll start with, what does this say about Washington State, Bump? Obviously, you're an alum and you feel passionately about this school. How did you react to the news? How did you feel about the news? And then where did your analytical part of your mind go?
My first reaction was fight for Washington State. Win a victory.
Single tear.
But, you know, it's this is just the reality of the situation. Washington State didn't have enough. We offered John Mateer $1 million. $1 million in Pullman makes you a $100 millionaire, essentially, right? And he turned it down because other schools have bigger banks. I'm like, all right, we saw that happen. And as soon as someone has a good year at Washington State, you just assume that he's going to dip, all right? Hudson dipped, and he wasn't even the best receiver at Washington State. You're going to get better offers. Understood it. It is what it is. That's our reality. Then with Coach Dickert, I was surprised, but then I wasn't at the same time because I go, Wake Forest. Wake Forest, man. I'm looking at the comparison and the football tradition and all that stuff, but I go, but they got more money. Like Jake Dickert was literally sitting there saying, I can't do this. I am stressed the F out. I'm developing guys. They're leaving. We're giving them $1 million. We can't compete every single year. I have to build a new team. That is stressful. And you know what he does with that stress? Takes it home to wifey. The kids feel it. He's not the vibrant person that we know that he is. I don't blame the man. I mean, I wish he would stay, but I understand it's a better opportunity over there. And it's crazy that we're looking at Wake Forest, a football program that has 2 double-digit winning seasons since 1908 or something like that. And he said, look, I'm going to the ACC where I think that I can compete because we'll have more money. I can hold guys down. I can go out and poach some guys if I need be. You're not poaching anybody if you're Washington State. You're just going into the portal and saying, look, we can help develop you. So it's just a frustrating situation, but that is the reality of being a Washington State Cougar. We don't have the resources that other schools have, and you need to get somebody who has connections to the school. You should hire 4 or 5 former players to help build this program. The head coach, you go get the most experienced guy, but this is what I would do. I would hire 4 or 5 former players as assistants, let them develop and grow, then one of them take over eventually. Now you have that connection. You need guys with connections. The unfortunate part is the last time we had a guy with connection was Paul Wolf, and that was the worst thing that happened to our organization. No disrespect to Wolf, but he knows what his record was when he was there. So my first reaction was sadness, frustration, but then I understand. I ain't mad at Dicker. I ain't mad at Mateer. I'm not mad at Cam Ward. I'm not mad at Hudson. I'm not mad at anybody who enters that portal or goes and gets a better situation, because that's what life is all about. Survive, advance, right? Help out your family. Give yourself a better opportunity. So those are my initial reactions.
I think that a lot of people were confused when they saw Wake Forest. It's one thing to think, for me, a UW alum, I look at Kalen DeBoer and I go, well, look, not only are you chasing the bag going to Bama, but you're also getting an opportunity to coach at one of the most storied football programs in the country. I got it. I understood it. It made sense to me, even if I didn't like it and even if it completely ripped apart my program. Wake Forest, I think for some Coug fans, they were like, well, why? Like, this isn't a school that I would anticipate would come in and poach my head coach, so why? And I think it ultimately comes down to the transfer portal and how that might be different for a school like Wake Forest with their academic regulations. And then also NIL money and those pockets being a little deeper than people think with Wake Forest.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, all pockets are deep. I know people are like, well, he's going to win 4 or 5 games. Yeah, probably, at least to start. But he feels like he can build over there. He feels like he has a legit chance to do something and to have some type of stability. Here's the jacked up part is that Wake Forest is one of those schools in the ACC to where if you do have a good year, some of those guys are going to leave as well. But you have the financial stability to go and get players, man. And Jake is a smart dude. He weighed out all his options. He's looking at WSU and Wake Forest, and there's clearly an advantage for him over there with Wake Forest. People are looking at the record and saying, oh, well, he's going to do this and that. He might do that, man. But it's about the stress, the quality of life, man. If you see my guy Dickert in these last few days in these interviews, he looks burnt out. He looks defeated. He looks like, what do y'all want me to do? And anybody hating on Dickert right now, I mean, you got to understand, he ain't from here. He ain't from Washington, he's from Wisconsin. All right, he went to Wyoming, then he went to WSU. This is his path to hopefully being a head coach at one of the Blue Bloods. That's what everyone does this for. You want to be a head coach at a Blue Blood. That's why Kalen DeBoer comes here for 2 years, does his thing, and boom, he dips. This is college football. It hurts because as Cougs, we understand that we don't get coaches like this all the time. We don't get them. We don't get teams that are great all the time. We go like every 3 years in a 10-year span, we'll get a squad like that. That's the reality of the situation, so that's why it hurts. But I am not mad at Dicker. I wasn't mad at Chung when he left to be AD at UW. I wasn't mad at Mateer. Living this reality. It's up to us to try to do something. We got to open up our pockets, man. I don't know if our pockets are that big.
Joe in Bellevue, speaking of those pockets, says, I'm surprised some of the wealthy alumni of Wazoo and UW to some degree, I would swap that, aren't stepping up with big dollars. I think football is different regionally. And I'm going to be totally honest with you. I think there are wealthy Wazoo alum. There are wealthy UW alum. People in tech, people with a ton of money. I mean, one of the richest people, I don't know about in the world, but is an Oregon State alum.
Yep.
Is like a big name in AI development. But do you care about football? You know what I mean? It's also about the relationship that those alum have with the school, with the football program. And football regionally in different areas of the country might mean more to certain people. I don't know. That's just kind of like how I've always looked at it, because I've thought the same thing before. Like, I know there are rich UW alum, but how much sway and how much power does the school, does the football program have over those pockets? Bump, what does it say that for Dickert, more than wins and losses, more than the prestige of another program. This isn't Ohio State swooping in, scooping them up. That the transfer portal and NIL might have impacted him more than anything. Like, what does it say about the state of college football that a head coach did what I think some people would think is a lateral move, but it's because it made, for him, I would imagine, it made sure that the transfer portal and NIL would impact him less.
You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of, you heard of the red line theory? It's like when real estate and brokers were keeping minorities out of certain neighborhoods because they wanted to keep it rich and pure.
Yeah. Oh, no, very
their
real.
words, right?
Yes.
That's what this is. It's like NIL is a red line. Look, we're trying to keep the rich rich. Y'all broke. Y'all stay broke. WSU, stay broke. New Mexico, stay broke. There's no competing at this point. You got to get lucky. And the thing about Washington State was that you would get lucky every now and then. You would have a class with Eric Coleman, Hamza Abdullah, Carl Pamo, Ryan Leaf, and you get those guys together, and they're going to stay together for 4 years and compete for 4 years. One of the reasons why I went to WSU was because they had back-to-back-to-back 10-win seasons. They built something there with their core guys. Nobody's leaving. So now it's you have one good season. There is no building. There is no, okay, next year we're going to improve with our core guys and move on. Unless you're Georgia, unless you're Bama, unless you're these other schools. And even they are losing guys, but they're not losing them at the masses, and they're not losing their top names. There's no more building. It's one and done. You get a team together. It's like an NBA team that grabs a whole bunch of veterans and says, all right, this is it. It's like back in the day when we had Karl Malone, Gary Payton, Shaq, and Kobe on the same team. Like, this is it. We knew we had one shot. If it didn't work out there, we knew it was over. The Pistons jacked us up. That's what this is right here. It's for the smaller schools, for the red line schools. It's one and done. If you cannot win this year, you can't go all the way, then expect disaster because schools are going to come poaching. And they've been talking to Mateer since week 6. Guarantee you that. Actually, week 1, when he came out and threw for like 300, 400 yards and introduced himself to the world, they're like, oh, what's going on in Pullman? And the tampering is crazy with this. It is nuts, and there's no way to really track what's going on. Guarantee Mateer knew he wasn't coming back. He knew for a while he wasn't coming back. But can you blame the young man for taking the opportunity? Guarantee you Dickert was thinking about it like, babe, I cannot do this. I am stressed the F out. How am I going to compete? And Dickert is a competitor, man. He don't just want to go out there and throw any type of team on the football field and pray for the best. He wants an opportunity to win, or at least an opportunity where he feels there's financial stability, and we just don't have that at WSU.
And what's weird, and now we're just talking about the transfer portal, this also affects bigger schools. I mean, a current college football playoff team, Penn State, just lost their backup quarterback, and I know that you guys just think like, oh, well, it's a backup quarterback, but Bo Pribula is a big part of their offense. He plays a pretty notable amount of snaps with the way that they use him in some of their kind of swap out quarterback packages. So this is pretty notable for Penn State, and they did that because of the transfer portal window ending on December 28th. While there's a spring window, you have to keep this lined up with the academic calendar. I saw someone texting in earlier saying, well, they should make it to where there's a consequence for transferring. Maybe you have to wait a year or two. 2 years would be way too long. But the point is that the transfer portal did change those rules to where you could go immediately. The only lingering problem is that it still lines up with an academic calendar. And that academic calendar does not line up with the college football playoffs right now. So you have guys that have a December 28th deadline where they can't play with their current school once they sign up with that new school. But they got to get to those new schools. They got to enroll in classes. They got to get into that academic calendar. And for some reason, the NCAA has decided to have just complete lack of oversight when it comes to this very serious problem.
The NCAA is trying to build a house, and the process is all jacked up.
You know?
It's like you got the foundation, but you're trying to put the electrical in without the framework, and then the drywall guys are here, and they're looking like, where's the frame? And then the drywall guys put it up, and then the electrical guys like, there's nowhere for us to work. It is chaos right now. It is chaos, and it's partly because this was a rushed process. It's because the courts got involved and said, you know what? Hey, open it up. Open it up right now. And I blame the NCAA because they profited so much off of these guys for so long. But then I'm also like, well, they really haven't had time to really think this through and try to fix some things. Now, where do you go from here? Like, where do you go from here? You have to come with a plan and make it make sense. I would talk to the leaders in your sports. I talk to all the top dogs who are head coaches, all the top dogs who are football, basketball, baseball, soccer, gymnastics. put a survey out there or get together somehow and line this thing up to where it makes sense to these guys. I'm not in that mix, so I don't have the answers for you. But I am looking at a house being built, and I'm looking at the process, and it is all jacked up.
I read, so we're going to continue this conversation in 15 minutes with talking about the NIL aspect to it, because I know that that's a really popular talking point and very controversial for a lot of listeners, and so we're going to dive right in. But sticking with the transfer portal thing, tell me what you think about this potential solution. It was from an article in USA Today. This author said, well, what if instead of this December 28th deadline, like this winter transfer portal and then later an April portal, what if there's just one? That sometime in, let's say in February or March, you get through the playoffs, that there's one transfer portal window so that teams in the playoffs don't have to worry about this. And that instead, college football coaches just have to sacrifice spring games. Like, I know that you want to get your team in place as early as February and certainly in March and April and May. And there is obviously a history to that, but also a massive benefit. But you got to pick one. Like, if you want to do a pro model, then how about you start your season and get your team complete in early summer? And that at least lets people not leave before these bowl games, and you don't get a situation like Marshall, or you don't get a situation that I'm looking at with the Holiday Bowl with, like, is Wazoo going to play?
Yeah, you got to delay that process as much as possible. I'm with that 100%. Look at the NFL and do what they do. Start OTAs in April or something like that, and then you work your way. It's a slow progression in there. But, yeah, the spring, the allure of spring, that's the thing about spring, though, is that spring football don't make much money out west. Down south, though, they're selling out 80,000 people showing up to a spring game. It's all about revenue. That's why I don't think they're going to get rid of the spring game, because schools are making money. They're televising. SEC Network is televising the Georgia spring game, the Bama spring game. They're making money off of it. And that's the root of all of this. The root of all evil is money. And that's what we're seeing. Money was being made. Players weren't being compensated. Players are being compensated. Money's being thrown at them everywhere. You got the spring games going on. The right thing to do is get rid of that and follow the NFL model. But the network's going to be like, hold on. We make a few milli off of these spring games. We don't want to do that. Again, the house is being built and the process is jacked up.
The 425, the NCAA is conveniently stupid. There's no way this isn't premeditated chaos. I'm not kidding. And I'm not a serious conspiracy theorist, but I definitely let my mind think, like, did they do that? Like, there are times when the NCAA is so hands-off and has so little oversight that I genuinely think to myself, are they doing this on purpose to make a point?
Do you trust the government 100%?
No.
So why would we trust NCAA 100%?
I'm just saying.
It's the government of sports. It's ridiculous. I'm sure there's some corruption going on here, and it's getting out of hand. It hit home. You know, like I've seen it all go down, and I'm going through my neighborhood like, man, it's going down over there, man. Let me go check up on that neighborhood. Everybody good? Okay, cool. But now my house is on fire, and I'm like, hold on, who's going to help me? My house is on fire. So, but it's the business of college sports, and it's a shady business. It's like sales. I was a salesman for a while. And there are really good salesmen out there who move with integrity or whatnot, and companies that do. But I was in sales, and it was the shadiest business I've been in. You're forcing people. You're undermining people. This is what this feels like at this point. Shady sales business.
Joel Klatt had some really interesting stuff to say about this. We're going to get to that in less than 15 minutes. Right now, let's get to headline rewrites.
Extra, read all about it.
Headline rewrites.
We must make headlines.
The real story behind the headlines in today's news with Bump and Stacy.
Headline number one, Michael Penix has officially been named the Falcons starting quarterback for the rest of the season. What's the real headline?
I think you mean Falcons pick starter with 2 functioning Achilles tendons. Just another way to look at this headline. Like, yes, Bump, both you and I yesterday.
I said yesterday it wasn't going down.
Hey, and I did too. I said, hey, conspiracy theory. The NFL knows they're going to go with Penix, and that's why they flexed Falcons Commanders in Week 17 into Sunday night. But I didn't think they should, because the schedule gets really easy. Why not let Kirk, who you gave $100 million to, just keep playing? However, Kirk clearly doesn't have 2 functioning Achilles tendons.
Kirk wasn't playing well. We were talking about it with 5 games without a touchdown. And I also said...
That's crazy.
I also said that we have to trust the evaluation of the coaches. So Raheem Morris came out, and when I heard him speak, I was on my ride home. I was listening to ESPN National. And I heard the interview from Raheem Morris, and he couldn't commit to not starting Cousins. And I go, oh, damn. 30 minutes ago, I just said it ain't going down.
We just told Curtis no.
And we felt it. And Curtis was right. Curtis went out there and said he thought they would do it. And I heard that, and I go, oh, it might go down. So you got to trust his evaluation. He's tired of seeing the old man go out there and throw picks. I hope Michael Penix goes out there and balls out, man. The worst thing that could happen is that they're in contention now, and they fall out of contention because the rookie looks like a rookie. But thankfully, that man Penix is like 25, something like that. So he's a mature individual.
Headline rewrites.
Headline number 2, Major League Baseball released a 62-page pitching study yesterday and concluded that higher velocity and spin rates are contributing factors to the increase in arm injuries. What's the real headline?
Okay. Next, you're going to tell me repeated blows to the head cause CTE. Calm down, baseball.
Where's
You're
this
crazy.
science coming from?
This is wild. What do you mean that increasing velocity causes arm strain?
This is like a monumental discovery.
This is huge.
I mean, who would have thought that throwing harder increases injuries? Yeah, we know that, man. Well, thanks for the data, I guess. But what are you going to do about it? Nothing.
Right.
Humans got to evolve and get more ligaments and tendons and all that stuff to support that. I don't know what. Okay, thank you for the information. We already knew that. Whenever I see a frozen picture of a pitcher, right, a still shot, and I see the flex in that elbow, you see all the muscles and tendons and stuff, man, you know that ain't good for you. There's a reason why softball pitchers can pitch every single day, because it's such a natural movement, that underhand type thing. Whenever you get over the top, man, that elbow, that shoulder's in jeopardy.
So the part of your takeaway where you said, and what are you going to do about it? Nothing, is really where I think a lot of folks in baseball have a problem with it. Jeff Passan said, this was most interesting to me. MLB says pitch velocity is the greatest driver of injury. We all, right? Like, no one was surprised by that actual finding. He said, and yet teams at the college and pro levels continue to prioritize it. Not only do kids emulate what they see, they train specifically for it. So he's saying, not only are you doing nothing, you're continuing to say, hey, we found out that really focusing on increasing velocity can increase the likelihood of arm injury, but we want you to continue doing that because, I don't know, we want unreal pitching.
Back in my day, man, they wouldn't let us throw curveballs because they were concerned about our elbows and stuff. Now I'm seeing 11-year-olds, 12-year-olds spin that thing. And also, I think this is going to show up in quarterbacks as well, because now quarterbacks are from different arm slots now too. And the more parallel you get to the ground, the more tension you have on that elbow. Like, you stay up top, it's still going to jack your elbow up, but because they're hitting these different slots, bad things happen.
Can I tell you quickly about the funniest thing I saw? So I live near Green Lake, like right next to the Green Lake Park. And this was like 3 years ago. But Patrick Mahomes, at this time, everyone's trying to emulate what they see with Patrick Mahomes, right? And these crazy arm angles. I'm watching this group of like 3 guys just play catch with a football at Green Lake Park. And each one of them were trying to do this crazy like Patrick Mahomes flick of the wrist thing. And they were missing each other by like 10 yards on either side.
These are grown men or teenagers?
Young adults, like let's say 20. Around there, but it was so fun. I don't think a single one of them caught a ball. Just throwing it at each other. They were playing fetch with each other is what they were doing.
Fetch.
They were playing fetch.
Headline rewrites.
Headline 3, the Milwaukee Bucks have dethroned Bumps Lakers as NBA Cup champs. What's the real headline?
First, the Lakers don't have the most NBA titles anymore, and now they don't even have the most NBA Cups either.
Wow.
Yeah, we do. We're tied. We're tied.
You're not alone anymore.
We're tied.
You're not alone at the top.
That should have been a headline. We're not alone. We still got the most. We're tied.
Do you have the most?
We're tied.
Because the
We're
Bucks
tied
have
for the most.
You,
as well.
We're
tied for the most.
It's you and another team.
Yeah, that's fine.
Have
That's
the
fine.
most.
You know, I was excited to see the excitement of the players. I go, oh, they really care. But then I realized you get a $500,000 bonus for winning that thing too. So they're probably thinking about all the things they're going to buy with this money they didn't really account for with their account at the beginning of the season. So good for them. But Giannis looked good. Dame Dollar did what Dame Dollar does. But look out for OKC, man. That is a young team on the rise. I know it hurts Seattle.
I know, but you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
SGA in the game look good. They're the best defensive team in the league right now.
And they have fun players, and I hate it.
They are going to make a deep run into the playoffs.
If college football is broken, what was the single greatest cause? That's next.
Handoff to Charbonnet. Turns upfield 10, 5, touchdown, Seahawks!
The Seahawks gear up to face another tough opponent at Lumen Field.
Ball comes out. Ball's picked up by Julian Love. He's got it on the far side of the field. Breaks a couple of tackles.
This Sunday, Justin Jefferson and the Minnesota Vikings come to town.
I don't know how Jackson Smith-Njigba always gets open on those crossing routes, but he does and picks up 18.
Kickoff 105. Pre-game coverage starting at 10 on your home for the Hawks, Seattle Sports.
Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. The best place to watch all your favorite sports. Featuring wall-to-wall viewing screens, 6 windows, and 30 kiosks. Be there at emeraldqueen.com. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
The Lee Johnson culture to me is empowering all of your employees to do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. You know, there are certain things that it doesn't matter what level of employment you are in our organization. If it's not the right thing or it doesn't feel right, they have the ability to take care of the customer and make the decision without asking a manager, without asking an owner. Yeah, the end result is they can speak to the customer with more confidence. They're definitely more confident in what they're trying to provide the customer, what the customer is trying to accomplish, and just giving them a better experience.
His name is Justin Meek. He's the leader and caretaker of more than 300 full-time employees for the Lee Johnson Auto family. Justin believes everything about doing the right thing begins and ends with Lee Johnson's company culture. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here with a little help, little advice for all of you homeowners out there. You can save a bit of money by getting your roof replaced right now during what's usually a slower season. Riverside Roofing is open and available. They can work quickly to take advantage of these dry days and get your roof replaced quickly. All these storms, they do damage to Western Washington homes. So if you have a leak or you've noticed some shingles have blown off, save some money. Replace your roof right now with the roofing company you can trust. That's Riverside Roofing, always evolving to provide value for their customers. First, it was the GAF Master Elite certification, which allows them to offer the best warranties on the market. Then it was implementing the catch-all system, which assures your yard is clear of harmful debris. And now Riverside Roofing LLC.com also provides Quick Quote, which offers a roof replacement cost in just 60 seconds. Always improving, never satisfied with the status quo. That's RiversideRoofingLLC.com, and they are the roofing company you can trust.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission. Free delivery. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Increase leads and get more customers. We create tailored digital marketing strategies that deliver results. So on your next campaign, aim higher. Go to aimyourdigital.com and get started today. aimyourdigital.com.
Seahawks Insider, brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. Now here's Maura Dooley.
Good Morning Football's Manti Te'o joined the Bump and Stacy show yesterday and highlighted the ways that he's seen this Seahawks defense change since the arrival of linebacker Ernest Jones.
I've been so happy to see Ernest Jones fly around, make a lot of plays, make a lot of tackles, but then also to be able to be the general on that defense amongst a bunch of alpha guys. And get them all playing on the same page and playing the same play, but playing it very, very violently. And something that I've been really happy to see the Seattle Seahawks defense kind of take on that Legion of Boom kind of identity again. It's been nice.
The Seahawks Insider is brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. For the latest on the Seahawks anytime, go to seattlesports.com.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here with my friends at Snoqualmie Casino. And if you don't want to cook or clean on Christmas, I'm sure you're not alone. Who does? Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel has got you covered. How does this sound? Mouth-watering Christmas Day menu at Falls Buffet with savory roasts, the delightful sides, and then decadent desserts as well. They're also serving up prime rib with all the fixings. You want more details? Go to snocasino.com for the full menu. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
You're free now. Free to fill your feed with impossibly chonky chonkers who chonk harder than you ever thought possible.
Cats, corgis, babies, baby penguins, baby pandas, chunky baby pandas.
Free to make your smart devices do silly things. Free to open a world of remote work and a portal into Gametopia.
Who's the boss now?
Free to be everything you imagine and then some. That's how it feels to have Quantum Fiber Internet. Quantum Fiber, your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service in select locations only.
You know what's really getting old? Having to do more with less. With Ramp, you can do more with more. Ramp is the corporate card and expense management software that saves businesses like yours an average of 5%. That's more for you to invest back into your operations, your staff, your bottom line, you name it. And that means less time spent on manual tasks, less time spent closing your books, and less time spent worrying about where your money went. All with Ramp.
I grew my hospitality company fast. So fast that we actually felt serious growing pains. Ramp helped us automate our manual expense tracking, saving the team valuable time. Now we have more time to spend on what really matters, our guests and their experience.
Ramp gives you more time, more visibility, and more control over your business. Don't settle for anything less. Start using Ramp for free today at ramp.com/radio. Ramp.com/radio. That's ramp.com/radio.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Is college football broken? That's really where this conversation is leading. Some people think it is. This was what Joel Klatt had to say on Brock and Salk yesterday.
The system is totally broken. I don't fault these players. I think that if you're looking at these players and you have some sort of contempt for their decisions, I think that reflects poorly on you. I think that if you look at this in reality, it is not just a flawed but totally broken system, and it's one of many broken systems that the NCAA has kind of heaped upon us. It's one of the worst, if not the worst, organization that I can think of. Obviously, some of the three letters out there, they've been worse, in particular over the last 4 and 5 years, but this one is just atrocious.
Now, Bump, I do want to clarify, because I listened to this interview, that Joel also did say, and also we're seeing the best product we've seen. I mean, 2 people from his alma mater made his Heisman ballot, you know what I mean? And one of them won, Travis Hunter. So we are seeing the best two-way player in college football. We've seen a player who could break Barry Sanders' record. We've seen a brand new team atop the college football playoff rankings. Like, we've seen a lot of really good things over the last couple of years. I've watched more college football over the last couple of years than I ever have before. So it's not that there isn't a ton of talent. It's not that there's not great games and fun upsets and storylines. But there's clearly a lack of oversight, and it's leading to some really weird, bad situations.
Yeah, here's the good part about what's going on with college football. Free agency. There was a time in the NFL where you got drafted by the Packers, you were Packers for life, son. Like there's no switching teams. And what we saw with free agencies, organizations were allowed to build, right? You get dynasties like the Cowboys, the Steelers, the Niners, teams that have won multiple championships. And that's the great thing about free agency. But you know what they have? A salary cap. Like, yeah, you can switch teams, but just because Jerry Jones got the most money in the league, he ain't just going to be able to buy everybody. That's what's going down in baseball, and I don't see that changing at any time soon because of the CBA and their players. They like that system. But it just feels different with football, and I think that's what we're seeing. Free agency, that's the good thing. Because we're seeing a guy like Travis Hunter go down to a HBCU, then transfer over to Colorado and do his same. We're seeing guys like Cam Ward develop in WSU, go to Miami, make more money, and help his team get into the playoff picture. Didn't finish the deal, but got into the playoff picture. We're seeing guys like Kyle McCord, who was booted out of Ohio State, go to Syracuse and get them to like 9-3 or something and put them on the map. That's the good thing about what's going on. The bad thing is the big boys, they got more money and deeper pockets, are in control of this whole thing. They are in control. Unless you are from a smaller school, which is not too small, but smaller than the big boys like Colorado, if they didn't have Deion, Colorado ain't what Colorado is. NIL, the collectives and the alums aren't more likely to invest in that program if Deion's not there. So that's what the small schools are going up against. What can we provide? What can we bring to the table that allows us to be as attractive as these bigger schools? And you know what it is at this point? It's nothing. Unless you have a hot coach that brings dollars to the university, you're just going to have to deal with the one and dones. This is now college basketball, where you get that top recruit, and he goes to Duke for a year, and that's why Krzyzewski got out the game, because he goes, I'm only going to have this guy for a year, and he's out. He's going to the NBA. Nah, we're done with this madness. So it's there's pros and cons to this thing.
Yep.
The cons is that the small stay small, the big stay big, the rich get rich, and how are you going to compete? There's no longer developing young men, developing a culture, a system that works. I was at WSU, and we weren't a great football team, but I learned so much sticking it out. I almost transferred out of WSU because I wanted the football more. Ended up being the best decision I made was staying there. But when I did, if I were to transfer, I had to go to a lower division school. I couldn't transfer to make a parallel move. There were some stipulations to that, and that influenced my decision. And that was the best decision I made, was to stay at WSU and develop and grow as a man.
Yeah.
There's no development. So now you're getting these young men and women, and they're getting all this money. Stacy, if you would have gave me $2 million at 19 years old, I would have been acting a fool out there in the Palouse. My goodness.
Okay, so this is kind of what leads me to this part of the conversation. The big elephant in the room that isn't an elephant for long, because the conversation always gets to it, is NIL money. The idea of an influx of millions of dollars, including sometimes millions of dollars for one athlete, right? One guy getting a ton of money. The influx of NIL money. Now it's allowed a program like Oregon to stay insanely competitive, so competitive they're the number one team in the country.
Mm-hmm.
It is also, I think, leading a lot of people to go, oh, college football is just a business now. Now, I do want to say one thing before I throw this your way, and I know you agree with me. It's not like college football wasn't corrupt before, right?
Oh, it was corrupt.
Introducing the idea of kids legally getting money for their names, images, and likeness, or making these deals, or getting money from booster clubs or whatever it is. There was a version of this already happening under the table, and there was also an immorality that was very real to an industry making billions and its students making nothing.
Yeah.
There is something to that felt wrong for a ton of people. I think the problem is that we introduced a solution and then had absolutely no guidelines, no oversight, no anything. It was, what if we do this? And then it just was a free-for-all.
Yeah. Exactly. The idea of NIL and players getting money is good, because there was a time I would play at WSU. I look into the stands. There were number 5 jerseys everywhere. Why were they printing number 5 jerseys? Because your boy was doing his thing. And I saw none of that. Exploited me for sure. I saw none of that. There was a time where I put on NCAA football, EA Sports, and there's a number 5 on there with braids, 5'11", out of Culver City High School. But that ain't you, bump. That's just a guy who resembles you, profiting off of that. That's where the lines kind of get crossed a bit, because you want these kids to profit off them. There's a reason why you go to these commercials, March Madness, are showing these kids hitting their shots, and the BCS at the time, they're showing Reggie Bush and Lindell White.
The kids
and all
are the
these
product.
Teams. They are the product, and you're benefiting off of that.
And you're the only one who doesn't get money.
And you are what people show up to see. They don't care about the coach like that. They don't care about the commissioner of the league. So the idea is right, that you have to pay these guys. But now it's like, all right, there has to be some type of control to this whole situation. And someone said, well, haven't the big guys always been in control of the top recruits? Yes, they have. But you know what the smaller guys would do? The Wazoos, they get a group and develop them. They stay together and they get better, and you get a chance to compete against the big boys. All right. There's a reason why Boise State beat Oklahoma in the Fiesta Bowl back in 2003. Boise State had the right group of guys who developed, who got better, and they took down the giant. You're not going to get that anymore. Because the small schools who bring these guys in they're going to develop them for a year or two, and then they're gone. The top dogs are always going to have control of the 4 and the 5 stars. We get that. It's more giving the underdogs a chance, giving a team like the Mariners an opportunity to get the right group and go out there. And granted, they can spend more, but I'm trying to make some parallels here. So that's the difference, is that there's no development anymore. It's just everybody bouncing around. And I think they should get paid. I think they deserve to get paid, but there has to be some type of structure to this. It is chaos right now.
Well, and again, the problem isn't introducing a potential solution to, players not being able to make any kind of money or being punished for making money. If you were to have a car dealership come up to you and say, "Hey, bum, can we pay you $500 for an appearance to sign autographs?" You would have been punished under the old system. And there was something that people felt was fundamentally wrong about that. The problem is the NCAA, for some weird reason, saying, "Oh, we'll just leave it to you guys to figure out," or it's letting the conversation instead become, selfishness on the part of athletes and coaches is ruining college football. And look, there's a part of human nature that is selfish. There is a part to every single one of us that if someone said, "Hey, I'll give you $1 million to leave your hometown or leave your job or do whatever," most people would take it. Most people look at a chance to improve your life, improve your status, do whatever, and they take it. And no, there's not going to be the same loyalty to a lot of these programs because, frankly, a lot of these athletes didn't grow up there. They're not from there. Their parents didn't go there. Like it is and has always been a professional agreement when an athlete agrees to go to a college. Most of the time. Not every single time. You get a Brock Heward who's local who went to UW, but not every single time do you get that.
Yeah.
I think that the NCAA should very clearly explore solutions to the transfer portal, to what's happening with some of these bowl games, to teams who qualified for these bowl games, who worked their butts off all season long, losing half their team and not being able to compete. And you've offered a few of these potential solutions. I know there are many people who love college football, know a lot about college football that have offered those solutions. Why isn't the NCAA taking them?
No clue. No clue at all, because they're still profiting off of all this that's going down. It's wild. There's so many layers to this. We'd have to sit down and have a TED Talk for like an hour or something like that.
I know. All right, Mike Golick Jr. is going to join us at 11. We'll stay with a little bit of college football, but also talk about Seahawks with him. We're jumping into the NFL as well during that segment. And coming up next, it is my favorite segment on this station. I laugh every single time. You don't want to miss it.
Blue 88 on Brock and Salk.
As bad as the defense played early in that game, they turned it around.
Every day at 7:45.
What did they do to shut down Josh Jacobs in that Green Bay running game after the initial burst?
In that second half, you started to see them defeat blocks, like that simple block destruction. Jaron Reed getting off a block, Hankins getting off a block, Leonard Williams with 2 monstrous plays, right, to get stops in most critical moments.
Blue 88, answering 3 football questions as only Brock Heward can.
When searching for the most advanced prostate cancer treatment, excellent outcomes, minimal side effects, and a short treatment course, CyberKnife at Swedish is top of the list. Swedish CyberKnife patients report a better quality of life both during and after treatment. Swedish CyberKnife treats patients from all over the Pacific Northwest. So if you, a friend, or a family member is diagnosed with prostate cancer, consider Swedish CyberKnife. Go to swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
Do you need a new roof? Don't wait for summer to replace it. 3 Tree Roofing is here to help you save big this winter. Avoid summer's higher prices and longer wait times and protect your home's integrity now. Visit 3treeroofing.com for your free on-site estimate. Our certified installers make it easy and worry-free, no matter the season. Don't wait. Book your estimate today at 3treeroofing.com. Mention this ad and get $500 off your roof replacement. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
The season of savings is on now at all 6 Harnish Auto family dealerships with a huge selection and limited time savings on 2024 models. Drive into the new year with big savings today by visiting HarnishAutoFamily.com and tell them Brock sent you. We are the Harnish Auto family, where people matter.
Upgrade your home's comfort and save up to 50% off scratch and dent and overstocked equipment at Home Comfort Alliance. Over $3 million worth of heat pumps, furnaces, and air conditioners from top manufacturers, all now up to 50% off. Visit HomeComfortAlliance.com.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time.
JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Innovation is at the heart of every Polestar car, and their electric SUV Polestar 3 is no different. From the intuitive infotainment system to its head-turning design, Polestar 3 is for drivers unwilling to compromise. That means merging a spacious, luxurious interior with the torque and handling of a sports car. Visit Polestar Bellevue today for end-of-year lease offers and book a test drive for Polestar 3 at polestarbellevue.com.
Mariners single game tickets for 2025 are on sale now. The squad will be back in action before you know it. And now's the time to lock in your seats for the biggest games next season. Don't miss opening day on March 27th. Incredible giveaways like the Julio Bat Flip Bubble and matchups versus the Dodgers, Yankees, and more. Plus, check out 30 value games with tickets starting at just $10. Go to Mariners.com to get your tickets today.
A deep blast. This is gone. Home run, Julio.
So, how's your research going?
Surprising! After I figured out the top-rated TVs in our price range, I went shopping for deals.
And who's the best?
It wasn't the internet, and it wasn't the warehouse club.
But?
It was video only. They had better deals on the Samsung, LG, and the Sony TVs that got the highest scores.
Better than online and at the club?
I know! Video only beat them all. And now we can afford an even better model for the same price. My research really paid off.
If we buy it video only.
Exactly. Otherwise, we'll be sorry.
At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or microwaves, but you will find the best deals on top-rated TVs, soundbars, and monitors. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
In South Center, Bellevue, Linwood, Federal Way, and Tacoma, Video Only.
Guys, are you looking for affordable and guaranteed low T and ED treatments here in Seattle? Revive Men's Health Seattle has been offering innovative men's health since 2013. Our convenient low T and ED clinics and providers have over 10 years of experience and thousands of happy patients. If you're suffering from low T or ED, we have guaranteed solutions for you. Our solutions can provide immediate results, restore blood flow naturally, and even bring spontaneity back into your love life. And right now, Revive Seattle locations are offering free T-level checks and free exams. We can help you get stronger and improve your performance and even get better sleep. Plus, if you're an unsatisfied patient of another men's clinic, we'll transfer your care for free. Book today, and your T-level check and exam will be free, saving you $199. Ask about our new patient specials and interest-free financing. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
In 15 minutes, Mike Golick Jr. is going to join us. We're going to talk a little bit about how we fix the transfer portal and a lot about how the Seahawks can beat the Vikings. Right now, though, it's time for Get Off My Lawn, where Michael Bumpus has 3 things grinding his gears, driving him absolutely crazy. What do you got this week?
I'm a man. I'm 40.
1 year closer to 40, baby. Next year, that's going to be real. Goodness gracious, 40. Get off my back.
I want to edit it every single time that you age a year by saying, I'm a man, I'm 40, and I'm going to go 1.
I like that. I like that idea. All right, first one. Hey, first I want to show some love. So I went to the gas station this morning, and I met this dude. I believe his name is Christian. And I walk in, and he was like, hey, are you bum? I go, yeah, what's up? Shake his hand. He was like, hey, we love listening to you and Stacy, blah, blah, blah. And then he goes and he hops in his, I think it's a PUD truck, and he drives, and I go, you know what? those are some of our loyal listeners. The PUDs, the UPS, the FedEx, Amazon. Like, I know we have other listeners too, but the guys who are on the road from 10 to 2 are our biggest listeners, man. So big ups to all my drivers out there.
I feel like that's Christian in the 206.
I don't know, maybe. And no, he was in Monroe. So that's like the 360.
Oh, dang.
Yeah,
okay.
we deep. But big ups to all my drivers out there, man. Y'all text in and show love. So it hit me. I go, yeah, those are like probably our main listeners. So big ups. All right, so now let's get into it.
Yeah. I was like, now let's get to the negative.
Now let's get into it. The negative. All right, I got the nice stuff off my heart. Now it's time to go.
Good.
Negative. I went to the gym today. So I decided to get a membership at a gym that's on the way to work so I could cut off like half of my commute, work out, get in the shower, and then just dip. And it was beautiful. I'm like, man, this is what I'm going to do. I own a gym, but I got to go backwards to go forward to go to the gym. And I was like, you know what? I'm just going to do this for a year and see what happens. So I went to the gym today, and I forgot how douchey a manufactured, like, corporate gym is. It is crazy the douchiness I saw today. Can I say that? Sorry. Crazy.
Matt, have you been dumping that each time?
Yes. Ask before, not after.
Deal with it, Matt. Deal with it. Get off my lawn, Matthew. All right? So
I'm not the one the FCC is going to find.
The weirdness that I saw in the gym today. I mean, guys are walking around, throwing weights, hollering and screaming. No wonder there's Planet Fitness. I get it now. Planet Fitness, where everyone's accepted. You can't throw weights around. They don't have weights bigger than like 45 pounds at Planet Fitness because they don't want these big old meatheads walking around. It was crazy. I saw guys like staring women down, making them uncomfortable. It was crazy. I'm like, just do your workout. And fellas, we know if they want to holler, they're going to give us eye contact. If she don't give it eye contact, just leave her alone. She's in her zone. I saw this guy following this girl around. I saw this guy hollering and screaming, lifting weights. And I'm like, what are we doing here? But you know what? It's convenient for me. So I just had my earphones in. I just stayed in my zone. I got my hour and a half in, and I got out of there. Hey, those big corporate gyms are a wild place. It's like the jungle in there with all these primates just walking around all swollen stuff, trying to holler at these girls who want nothing to do with them. They're just trying to get their work done and go. So, Matt, I apologize for putting you in that position. But, you know,
sorry, Matt.
It is what it is, man.
What's next?
I'm a man. I'm 40.
All right, what's next?
I like how half the audience, what is he saying? What did he say?
Some know. Some know. I was watching the tournament last night, the Bucks won. What's it called?
Oh, the
mid-season
NBA
tournament?
Cup now, but the in-season tournament.
NBA Cup. They call it the Lakers Cup. We're the first ones to win it. Okay. I'm watching that, and I'm watching the game, and I'm thinking to myself, I remember the days where there were like set plays, pick and rolls, getting to the rack, like moving the ball around. All they do is shoot threes now. It's getting crazy. All I see are 3-pointers. And I had to look, I go, the number has to be crazy when it comes to the amount of threes being shot now. 2004 and 5. All right, that's back in the day. That's back in your boys' day. All right, the average team for 3 points a game, 15.8. You know what it is now? 37.5. They are jacking up threes like crazy, and it's killing the game for me. It is killing the game. I understand that 3-pointers have more value. Obviously, it's 3 points. I understand that if you're shooting about 40-something% from threes, you're going to put astronomical numbers up. That's why we're seeing 130 points scored in the game. I remember when Chick Hearns, rest in peace, the great announcer for the Lakers, he used to say, whoever gets to 100 first wins, because we knew a lot of teams ain't going to get to 100. I remember watching the NBA Finals, Lakers versus Celtics back in 12 or something like that. And the score was like 70-something to 80-something. I understand it's not as exciting. They're not jacking up threes like that, but it was a physical game. There were set pieces, set plays. Now it's just, all right, where's the sharpshooter? I'm going to pull up from the logo, which is fun to see. I ain't gonna lie, I like seeing the 3-point shots, but it's getting out of control. Steph Curry, I blame you, but you are great. He was the first one that really started jacking up those threes like that. And my guy, Klay Thompson, go Cougs, the greatest Coug of all time. But I'm watching these games, and it's getting crazy. I can't even watch a full game anymore because I'm like, there's no fun watching this. I just got to wait until the playoffs. I got to treat it like hockey now, where I'm going to watch some of the games, but I'm not going to sit down and watch my teams every single game because I know what I'm going to see. LeBron James is even jacking up threes like crazy this year at 40 years old. It is getting nuts. It's getting out of control. I don't know what you can do to stop it. You can't. But 37.5 threes per game opposed to 15 is driving me crazy right now.
Did you see the quotes from Adam Silver before the NBA Cup asked about the three-point shooting problem? That he said the league would take a look at it because they want more diversity on offense. He's like, we're not going to move the three-point line. Like, we're not going to do anything like that. But he was like, we know it's an issue. We hear fans complaining. And they want teams to have more skilled attacks, different ways that teams score instead of just this, like, cookie-cutter kind of. It's interesting. We'll talk about it maybe in the timeline.
Yeah. What can you do? Like, you can only shoot 8 threes per quarter? What can you do? But now you're messing with scoring records and incentives. Like, it's crazy.
All right, what's next?
All right, last one.
I'm a man. I'm 40.
We've been on this all day, but I got to do it one more time.
Okay.
NCAA. Y'all got to fix this, okay? You have to fix this. It is getting out of control. I'm not blaming any players for leaving and getting more money. You go ahead and you do that, all right? There was a mass exodus of UW. I get it. Washington State, Coach Dicker, Mateer, Hudson, they're gone. I get it. I am not blaming the players and the coaches for leaving and going to seek better opportunities. I'm blaming the NCAA for sitting by and doing absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. I blame Larry Scott for setting up this garbage deal 10 years ago and not evolving, and now the Pac-12 is deceased, right? Thankfully, it seems like it's coming back. You got, 8 teams or 7 teams? You need one more team. But it's just the state of college sports is wild right now. And it's wild because I want them to get paid. I want them to get their money. But I also want the little guys to have a chance. Someone texted in, little schools do have a chance because now they're able to get those guys if they have money. If they have money. SMU got money. Why they're in Texas, that oil money. What we got? We got wheat. We got wheat fields in WSU. We ain't got no money like that. We're supplying the country with wheat, but y'all not paying us like that, all right? There should be a tax on wheat so WSU can get into this NIL game and get in the mix. Tax them. Sign the levy. Let's do something. All right. UW is a totally different story. Y'all got money. Y'all just being stingy with your money. Y'all could get these 5 stars from going for Alabama and all that stuff. But WSU, tax the wheat. All right. Get some money back to the farmers, but tax the wheat so we can keep our athletes. Bars. I'm out of here. Matt, I apologize.
I'm a man.
Anybody who heard it, good for you.
Coming up next, Mike Golick Jr. joins us to talk about how he fixed the transfer portal and how the Seahawks can beat the Vikings. Don't go anywhere.
4 down territory. Going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
If you were the OC for the Seahawks, what's something you would add to the offense?
We talked about down the red zone deception, getting defenses to move right when you're going left and vice versa. You can do so many things off the motion. You force the defense to communicate. You get their eyes going different ways. I think that is a step that this offense can take, is just using the leverage, because that's what motion does too.
4 down territory. Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
Some said a life-threatening brain tumor would dim Aisley's spark. But this future pop star is back to full sparkle, and she's ready for her big encore. Through research, compassionate care, and support from people like you, Seattle Children's is fighting for lasting cures. So for every kid that didn't have a chance, this relentless fight is for you. Because this isn't about beating the odds, it's about changing them for all kidkind. Hope, care, cure. Seattle Children's.
It's the holiday season and the perfect time to gift yourself with a new home for the new year. For a limited time, take advantage of incredible savings and incentives during D.R. Horton's It's Your Year savings event. Going on now through December 22nd. Your perfect home for every holiday season is waiting for you. To find yours, visit any of our participating D.R. Horton communities or visit us at drhorton.com and discover the D.R. Horton difference. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only. Friday through Sunday, Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only. Friday through Sunday, Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission. Free delivery. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
If you're looking to build a beautiful new custom deck, now is the time to take advantage of off-season savings from MasterDecks. Save big. Save up to $7,500 off your new deck from MasterDecks. From design to completion, MasterDecks does it all, building dream decks of all shapes and sizes across the Puget Sound. Don't miss out on off-season savings. Save up to $7,500 off your new deck. Get started today. Go to masterdecks.com. Masterdecks.com.
Hey, I'll take advantage of a slower season to save money and get your roof replaced quickly. Riverside Roofing has openings, and they'll get your roof turned around fast. You can find them at riversideroofingllc.com, and they are the roofing company you can trust.
I don't feel so good.
You do feel hot. Dayquil Kids will take care of that fever.
What about my cough?
Dayquil Kids has that covered.
Will it make my throat feel better?
Yes, that too.
But will it taste good?
Yep, Dayquil Kids comes in your favorite flavor.
Purple?
Well, yes, it's grape.
Try new Dayquil Kids Plus Fever, the daytime coughing, aching, sore throat fever just for kids medicine. Safe for kids 6+. Use as directed.
I spray and scrub, but the soap scum in my bathtub is still there.
I spray and scrub, but the burnt sauce on my stovetop sticks around.
Sprays can leave grime behind, but Mr. Clean Ultra Foamy Magic Eraser combines the scrubbing power of an eraser with the cleaning power of Dawn to melt away tough messes on contact.
Just wet, squeeze, and erase.
Stop spraying, start erasing, and clean with more magic than ever with Ultra Foamy Magic Eraser.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean.
Tune in this Sunday as your Seattle Seahawks take on Minnesota. Kickoff at 1:05 p.m. Muckleshoot Casino Resort, proud sponsor of the Seattle Seahawks and the Northwest's biggest and best casino.
The Lee Johnson culture to me is empowering all of your employees to do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. You know, there are certain things that it doesn't matter what level of employment you are in our organization. If it's not the right thing or it doesn't feel right, they have the ability to take care of the customer and make the decision without asking a manager, without asking an owner. Yeah, the end result is they can speak to the customer with more confidence. They're definitely more confident in what they're trying to provide the customer, what the customer is trying to accomplish, and just giving them a better experience.
His name is Justin Meek. He's the leader and caretaker of more than 300 full-time employees for the Lee Johnson Auto family. Justin believes everything about doing the right thing begins and ends with Lee Johnson's company culture. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Just one day after the Falcons' Week 17 matchup against the Commanders was flexed into primetime, the Falcons announced that rookie and number 9 overall pick Michael Penix Jr. would get the starting gig, unseating veteran Kirk Cousins. The Falcons beat the Raiders Sunday, which snapped a 4-game losing streak, but they did it without a ton of help from Cousins, who threw for just 112 yards, 1 touchdown, and 1 interception. That's the only touchdown pass Cousins has had in his last 5 games. He's had 9 interceptions during that same stretch. Next up for Atlanta, the Falcons host the Giants on Sunday at 10 a.m. Pacific.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
Now, Mike Golick Jr. Wednesdays during football season with Bumpin' Stacy.
Joining us now on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline, it's Mike Golick Jr. Mike, how's it going?
Pretty good. How you guys doing?
We're good. We do want to jump into a Week 15 preview with you. Before we do, though, Bump and I spent most of our morning talking about the transfer portal and some of the issues that a few schools are facing with that. I'm wondering how you feel about it. Do you see it as big an issue as so many college football coaches? Do you think it's just part of the, I guess the fabric of college football and what it is now? What do you think about it?
I think it's going to be different for different people, right? Like certain programs, SMU, I heard Rhett Lashley talking the other day just about how, hey, we're a team that's on the up and up, right? Making the jump from Group of 5 to the Power 4. They get to their conference title the first year. They're in the playoff, and they're dealing with all these schools trying to come and poach their very good players during this process and trying to watch guys making this decision, whether or not they're going to stay with their team even during the college football playoff run or not. Is going to be different for some people than it is for, the haves at certain spots that are always going to be building from a position of strength here, but might have older coaches who are used to college football looking, feeling, and operating a certain way that's very different now. And so I think it's like anything else. We're going to get better with reps. The history of the sport is full of change, and we're in the midst of a lot of change all at once right now, and we just don't have as many reps with it. There are certain schools you can already tell get a little more used to the system, the way they talk about it, the way they structure it, having a real front office and GMs to kind of help with the more legislative side of things here, I think is a sign that the programs that are going to perform the best are the ones that spend less time complaining about circumstance and more time figuring out how to stay, one, up to date with things, but really to anticipate change as it comes and figure out the way to be manning it two hands on the wheel when it does.
It seems like you have to come around, right? You have to play the same game that everyone else is playing. And Dabo Swinney's been one of the ones who's like, I'm not doing it. Now he's in the mix. What do you think it was? Is it him finally seeing that to compete, I have to go out and kind of conform the way that I recruit and the way I get players? Or do you think he's getting pressure from people above him, maybe signing his check saying, look, Dabo, we got to change the way we do things?
Could be all the above. Like, I wonder if at some point Dabo just realized he's being stubborn for no reason. Like, that's what it seems like to me. It's one thing to not make the portal the main way of your team building. Like, not everyone has to be Colorado and Ole Miss. But to just not take transfers because you believe so completely in the way that you do things that you're not going to invite any other possible way of team building, to me, is just sort of stubborn for no reason. Like, yeah, Dabo, you proved your point. You guys won the ACC championship this year doing it your way. You could do that. It's all fine and good. Ask Dabo in an honest moment if he really thinks this team this year could compete with any of the Clemson teams in years past. And he'd probably tell you the answer is no for the really good teams that he faced here. So this is never about a culture war against the way that Dabo's won. He's proven his way works over and over again at a really high level. What it's about is, do you want to continue to have an opportunity to win that way? And to do so, use the tools at your disposal. They're there. It doesn't have to be your main diet, but, man, at least invite it as a side dish to the table.
What do you feel about, or how do you feel about Travis Hunter getting the Heisman Trophy award and the other awards that he got? There's been, I guess, locally just some conversation about, if he deserved it, because Genty had a great season. I think he did something that we haven't seen in a while, but Travis Hunter did something that we haven't seen before. I assume you have a vote. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I voted for Travis. My order was Travis, Ashton, and then I had Cam Ward as third on my ballot out of Miami. But, God, I wonder how much of this is real, how much of this is just disingenuous internet fodder, because, man, if you watch Travis Hunter for a little while this year, I mean, what more could you ask for? Two things can be true at once, right? 9 out of 10 years in normal years, Ashton Genty probably wins this award. He ran into the anomaly. He ran into something that we have quite literally never seen at this level. And so, yeah, I think Ashton Genty had an incredible season, and it deserves to be celebrated, and we'll have a chance to as he gets to move on with his team with a bye in the third seed of the college football playoff, which is insane to say out loud given even Boise State's status in the sport as one of the longtime perennial contenders at the Group of 5. But Travis Hunter did something that we have really never seen. He had and helped have this Colorado team in contention all year long, and he is absolutely overwhelmingly a deserving Heisman Trophy winner. And having to say that as if we're arguing for something that needs help is asinine to me.
All right, I'm jumping into Week 16. The Vikings are headed to take on the Seahawks here in Seattle. Seahawks coming off a bad Sunday night performance against the Packers, and it's not going to get easier at all, particularly facing Brian Flores' defense. We're kind of moving forward, just so you know, background, Mike, in assuming that Geno will play, as well as assuming Ken Walker will return. That's kind of the vibe here now, but we'll get some updates from Mike McDonald later today. But assuming Geno plays, how do the Seahawks win? Truly, how do they win this game?
It's a great question. I mean, you got to cut off the head of the snake somewhere. And before I would have said, hey, Sam Darnold, you got to stop that. But you can throw pressure at him all you want. Sam Darnold's been in some metrics, the best quarterback against the blitz this season. He's been one of the best quarterbacks under pressure this season. He's got valves all over the place. So I think offensively, you've got to be able to control things a little bit more. Geno Smith, we know, is going to have to make big plays in the passing game, and the tendency is going to want to go blow for them offensively. But I think part of it is you've got to continue to mix in, having Ken back and get back to a couple of games ago, we thought were strides made in the running game for the Seahawks that didn't really show up this past weekend, and try and have that there. On the other side, at least make sure that Aaron Jones in that running game can't be the thing that hurts you up the middle the way that really I think snake bit the Seahawks, especially in the first half against Green Bay this last weekend.
I know we're focusing on the Vikings, but I got to ask you about the Atlanta situation. Yesterday, I didn't think the Falcons will make the move. You're 7-7. You're fighting for the division. You don't know what a rookie's going to give you. I also said you have to trust the evaluation of the coaches. So obviously Raheem Morris says he gives us a better chance to win. Did you expect the move from the Falcons, and what should we expect from Michael Penix?
Yeah, I thought we had a good chance of seeing it now, just because, I remember when I was in college, I was a fifth-year senior, and I had struggled my first couple of games. And my O-line coach actually sat me down, and he's like, listen, hey, he's like, I'm going to be honest with you. He's like, this needs to get better, because if you're going to continue to make mistakes like this, I can let a young guy make mistakes that are at the very least going to be stuff I can build on towards the future with that player. That's kind of where we're at with Kirk Cousins, right? What are you in there for? What are you worried about most of the rookie is? Being careless with the football, putting the team in harm's way. No one's been intercepted more than Kirk Cousins. No one's put the ball on the ground more than Kirk Cousins this season. So if he's not going to do those things for you, whether, physically the Achilles kind of caught up with him like it did with Aaron Rodgers coming off that, or whatever else it is, it's not working. So I think this is absolutely the right time. You are still in the playoff hunt technically, and Kirk Cousins is not playing winning football for you and hasn't for the back half of the season. I think with Michael Penix Jr., what you see on the other side is a lot more of their base stuff. We've talked about some of the limitations physically with Kirk, keeping them out of under center more than we've seen in the past, less play action because of that than we've seen before. And we know where Zach Robinson comes from offensively, their offensive coordinator. And so I'd imagine we're going to see more of their base stuff, lean on the running game, but hopefully, God willing, include more of the play action passing that would have certainly, if he was able, made Kirk Cousins better, and can hopefully be fuel for Michael Penix Jr. to go out there and have some success early.
The weird thing about with Aaron Rodgers, there had been some signs of decline before he tore his Achilles, and people just thought, well, he didn't have weapons in Green Bay. Surely that must be what it is. With Kirk, he was playing like an MVP candidate in like the 6 weeks or so before he tore his Achilles. I mean, that Vikings team last year, the offense was playing really well to start the season. So it's not that there wasn't like signs that a player in his mid-30s would be struggling. But do you see Kirk Cousins as, hey, I think this is an Achilles thing and we're heading into a 2025 where, maybe he's the starter again? Or do you think he's done?
I think a lot of that will depend on how Michael Penix Jr. goes. And if they believe that, hey, with another offseason and even more rehab and time getting comfortable with it, that Kirk can get back to somewhere better. Because remember, the difference, too, with him and Aaron is Aaron Rodgers is a guy who skewed more Mahomesian in his playmaking. He was a guy that tried to get out of the pocket and made some of those spectacular throws downfield. That wasn't Kirk Cousins. It never really has been. Maybe you'd get him out on a boot and some play action stuff, but he's a pocket passer. But we saw this year, it really seemed like trying to press and do those drops coming out from under center with that Achilles, you could see him laboring a little bit. So I think at this point, hey, it would have been a luxury like they tried to plan for if Michael Penix Jr. would have got to sit for 2-3 years and learn from Kirk Cousins. That's pie in the sky. The reality might be, hey, he got most of his rookie season. We've seen plenty of young quarterbacks this year benefit from some time on the bench learning from veterans. Yeah, they also got to have their actual reps and nose bloodied first, and Michael Penix Jr. hasn't had that. But this might be the best version of events for them where now you start to get his feet wet down the stretch. This roster is not a team that's capable of making a deep Super Bowl run, so I'm only going to worry about that so much if I'm the front office making these decisions. And you hope Michael Penix gets the valuable experience he needs and then is your starter next year. I think would be the best version of this.
I'm going to switch the conversation back to college football. I don't know if you heard my coach, WSU's head coach, or former head coach Dickert, is now going to Wake Forest. And when you look at the move, it feels like a lateral move, but clearly there's more financial support at Wake Forest than in WSU. What do you have a solution for, just the disparity in the money that's being paid to kids? Is it as simple as just a salary cap? And do you see the NCAA stepping in and doing anything to kind of help this situation?
I think it's less even a salary cap for WSU and just like, hey, Wake Forest is in one of the 4 remaining conferences that's really looked at and seen as a power player. Now, we know the ACC, certainly that situation's felt tepid. You've had some of the best teams in the conference trying to sue to get out of it for a while. So it's not the most stable footing there, but it's still more stable than most of the rest of the sport here. So I can understand it from that point. I'm sure a lot of the power brokers in the sport, especially at some of the smaller schools, would like to see a salary cap imposed in this. As someone that's used pro player, I'm pretty against the idea of a salary cap, considering these players don't have the ability to collectively bargain. They're not going to get something else in exchange for this. This isn't like a PA that you've got to deal with that's going to get them rights on the other side. These are players that have constantly had their rights misused by the people in the sport and decisions made without their input. And so to have this be another one, I want them to all get paid as much as they can for as long as they can. And I have a feeling the teams at the top end, as we get towards the revenue sharing that starts next, we're going to be like, hey, listen, if I'm Ohio State, if I'm Alabama, if I'm Georgia in a school that wants to spend more on football, well, I'm not just going to want to stop at this $20 million cap that you guys are imposing. I want to keep going out here and doing what this sport has always done, recruiting bigger, faster, stronger than everybody else if I've got the means to. And so I don't know if anything's going to slow that down entirely, but I do think the revenue sharing model is at least going to give more teams the structure and opportunity to have a chance.
Is there any team in the NFL right now, right? We're heading into week 16 that feels like the surest thing you can think for, I'd bet the house on these guys making it to a Super Bowl? Because I think with the Lions' injuries, I'm now looking at the Eagles. We were talking about this yesterday also, Mike, as being, potentially the number 1 seed in the NFC. But even they have question marks. I mean, there's kind of like little tiny red flags with every single contender, it feels like.
There are. I think with them, though, the big advantage they have, at least right now, is health. Like, you look on the other side, Buffalo's been great, but, God, they've been dealing with over the last couple of weeks so many injuries in the defensive secondary that we've seen 40 points given up in back-to-back outings in a way that feels atypical for a Sean McDermott coach team. And so the offense is a super weapon, and them, the Detroit Lions, I think much more capable than Philadelphia of going out and winning in a shootout. But right now I look at Philly, and they are the most stable on both lines of scrimmage on both sides of the ball. We know the offensive line's been a weapon for a while, but Jalen Carter really seems to have now ascended to that place that in college at Georgia he occupied at the college level, where he's an unblockable force of nature, Fury, but now seems to be doing that to NFL players on that side. We know about the young players in the back end for Vic Fangio. And Jalen Hurts in the passing offense, it's not all fixed. It's still a really simple passing offense. It's the second fiddle to the run game there, but they at very least flexed some ability to go out there and use A.J. Brown for what he's been all year long, the ultimate man coverage and blitz beater. And so I think right now, for that reason, they're the most complete team and the one I'd have the most faith in.
What do you think the Chiefs are going to do with Pat Mahomes, and what do you think they should do with Pat Mahomes and his injury?
Proceed with caution. Now, he was a full participant on Tuesday from what we heard, and if he's a full participant going into it, he's the kind of guy that's going to want to get out there and play. But you've heard from him and from Andy Reid all the right things that they understand. Hey, Pat's not going to put the team in a bad position by going out in the game he doesn't need to. The 3 D lines they're getting ready to face are ones that could absolutely hurt him given the tackle situation there. And they learned last year, they don't need the 1 seed to be successful when it comes to the dance in December, January, and February football. And so I do think if he is not 100%, or really probably like 80 or 75, because no one's 100% at this point of the season, but if he's not absolutely good to go and they believe he runs the risk of getting hurt further, I do think at this point, with their lead in the 1 seed and their confidence in themselves, they'll let Carson Wentz go and do it if Mahomes is not absolutely ready. And I think that's the absolute right way to approach this.
Hear more from Mike on Gojo and Golic every single morning, DraftKings Network. And if you ever miss the show, you can go to the Gojo and Golic podcast page. New episodes every single weekday. Thanks, Mike.
Thanks, Mike.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, let's get to 4 down territory.
This is 4 down territory, going inside the game. What former Seahawks and Coug wide receiver Michael
First down,
Bumpus.
last week you highlighted that the offensive line would have a challenge against the Green Bay Packers defensive line. Bump, you tried to warn us. What will be the challenge this week against the Vikings?
It's going to be a little different. You look at this Vikings defense, and their D-line is good, but they're not as aggressive and downhill as that Green Bay Packers team. But you look at their Their sack numbers are top 5 in the league when it comes to sacks, but that's coming from the second level. So this is an aggressive defense. They're going to blitz 36% of the time. That's the highest rate in the NFL. Brian Flores has these guys gone. They got talent at linebacker, and they're feisty in the secondary. The pressure's going to come from depth this week. It's not going to be necessarily from the defensive line. I think that this offensive line in the Seahawks can do a better job with this D-line. But it's the backers, it's the safeties, it's the corners, man. They are very active. When I'm watching them play defense, it just reminds me, remember those cartoons with bumblebees and they go in for the sting, and, you know, they like old school cartoons, and he's flying in, you see the stinger out, and he's about to hit him, boom, and they're just attacking from different angles. My man. This is the Vikings defense. It's the flight of the bumblebee. They're going to hit you from the second level. They're going to walk up. They're going to bail up out of there. They're going to twist at the defensive line. It's a different thing, man. It's aggressive. Thanks, Curtis, man. That's clutch right there. It's the flight of the bumblebee. So be ready for this Vikings, man. They're going to attack you from different angles.
Second down. If you were Kirk Cousins, where would you want to play next year?
The jacked up part about Kirk Cousins is that he's going to be a backup for now on. He's not going to be the starter. He has finessed the league for almost $300 million. There's only a few places he can go. You want to go to Tennessee? Don't nobody want to go to Tennessee, Mike.
No
Lefko. Nobody wants to go to Tennessee.
Not even Lefko wants to go.
Not even Lefko. I haven't even seen him wear a Tennessee Titans jersey all season, or shirt.
Been suspiciously absent.
New York Giants. Do you want to go to New York? I could see him possibly getting some time over there in New York, but they're going to have options. They're not going to play well. He could be the bridge quarterback once again, but at least this time he'll know he's the bridge quarterback. He's not going to sign a deal like he did with ATL. Then number 9 pick rolls around, and you got Michael Penix, Mr. Durag Swag over there waiting in the wings. Now he's getting his start. The Jets. Is he going to go to the Jets? Can you play for the Jets? I think Kirk Cousins is just too nice of a guy for the New York media. They will eat him alive, man. Kirk does not deserve that. What if he does? I don't know.
Maybe it backfires.
They don't like nice guys. I know somebody from New Jersey, and she calls the West Coast soft. All that, just soft. You guys are soft out here.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I'm not saying Kirk is soft, but he's just a nice guy. And then the last one, which is kind of crazy, what are the Niners going to do with Brock Purdy? Because he's not playing the way that he did the past couple of years, and it's mainly because he don't have the weapons. So what do they do with Purdy? Are they going to pay him $50 million to be that quarterback? Are they going to look at Sam Darnold? Are they going to look at Kirk Cousins? What are they going to do with the 49ers? So those are some possibilities. Who knows? Whatever happens, it's not going to be an ideal situation. It's not going to be for a contender, and he's probably just going to be a backup. And ATL is going to pay them. So they're going to get him for cheap. It's going to be like a Russell Wilson situation over with the Steelers. Like, we'll pay you league minimum, but you're still getting this money from Atlanta. So we'll see what happens with Kirk, man. And then he could stay with Atlanta and just be the backup.
Ooh, but that awkward feeling.
That pride would hurt.
I know. Third down. How will the Vikings offense challenge the Seahawks on Sunday?
Once again, you're seeing a similar offense where there will be motions, there will be flats, there will be wheel routes. But what the Vikings do that intrigues me the most is the play action. They have the most play action attempts in the game right now. Sam Darnold has figured out how to be a magician with the football. So if they get the run game going with Aaron Jones, obviously that's going to open up the play action. And you cannot have false steps in the secondary with the receivers they have over there. With Justin Jefferson, who has the longest touchdown of the year this year, I believe, like 97 yards. With Jordan Addison, who's been playing good as of late. And with Hawkinson. A false step is kind of what happened to Kobe Bryant when they played the Cardinals, that first touchdown. Right? Kobe got his eyes in the backfield. He takes one step forward, and the receiver is by him. That's what play action does. If the Hawks get their eyes in the backfield, if they are in the secondary, and take that false step, big plays can and will happen. So the play action is going to be crucial. Be disciplined. If you have the edge, set the edge. If you have deep thirds, get deeper than the deepest. You have to be disciplined, because that is why and how, one of the reasons why and how Sam Darnold was having the year that he had.
Fourth down. You and I open the 11 a.m. hour by talking with Mike Golick Jr. Anything interesting stand out from that conversation?
Yeah, so he was talking about how when he was at Notre Dame and he was struggling, and his coach brought him in and said, look, man, if you're going to keep making these mistakes, I might as well just play this freshman who's going to make the same mistakes, and he's going to be allowed to develop. So I naturally started thinking about Geno and his mistakes, right? He's, second in the league when it comes to interceptions. Doesn't fumble the football, but he turns the football over. And the conversations that he might be having is not having with Grubb and McDonald. It goes back to the conversation I had yesterday about the philosophy of Atlanta and the evaluations of Michael Penix when it comes to Kirk Cousins. Geno has turned the football over at a high rate in the red zone all year. and not once has Mike McDonald or Grubb hinted to play hinted that they might play Sam Howell. So that just tells me that a couple things are happening. They think that those interceptions, half of them, like we think, aren't on Geno. The red zones are all on him, though, aren't on Geno. And they think that maybe Sam Howell needs a bit more time to learn and develop, because you're essentially in the same situation, right? You're in the playoff hunt. You're tied technically, but the Rams had the tiebreaker. You're in the mix. So if Atlanta was able or willing to make that change right now, and the Hawks are not willing and able to make that change right now, what does that say about Geno? What does that say about that QB room?
Yeah.
That they trust him the most, and that Sam maybe just isn't ready to go yet. So I just started comparing stuff when he mentioned that.
Well, and even I didn't realize how bad Kirk Cousins had been. And we can say all we want about Geno's red zone interceptions. They're incredibly costly. They need to change. It's always what makes me hit pause when I start to evaluate Geno and defend him too much. I go, well, and then you've got these. But Kirk Cousins had 1 touchdown in 5 games and 9 interceptions during that same time. Like 5, you went 4 games without throwing a touchdown. How does that happen? I don't know. Ask Trent Dilfer. Like, I truly don't know how that happens. So they had a very bad starting quarterback situation. We're entering into some easy games. Like, do you want to throw Sam Howell out against the Vikings on purpose? Probably not. Yeah, it's an interesting conversation. We will hear, hopefully, some updates on Geno Smith from Mike McDonald, his Wednesday press conference live from Virginia Mason Athletic Center, coming your way at 12:15. So maybe we do get an update on Geno. My guess is we'll just hear he'll be limited today, and we'll kind of see what happens.
He's doing everything he has to do.
He'll do everything he has to do. We'll also, though, hear updates on whether or not Ken Walker is practicing. So all really important things. That's coming up next hour. Coming up next, the NBA has a 3-point problem. Plus, one team's in hot water. Oh, God. After pretending to give a child a gift. This is a weird one. It's coming your way next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk.
Our weekly conversation with Daniel Jeremiah.
I feel more comfortable saying that I can, in this setup where they are right now, I give the confetti test to Sam. I could see that. I could see them on the stage. I could see that confetti falling. With Geno, it's just off this year. It's just been so up and down. It's hard to give you a yes on that one based off what we've seen this year. There's been times in his career where I would have answered yes to that, hey, provided he has all the pieces, yeah, I could see that happening. I don't see that happening right now.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, Brock Ewart here with Shannon O'Kelly, President and CEO of IRG Physical and Hand Therapy, inviting you to come work with IRG. And Shannon, what kind of staff are you looking for at IRG?
Brock, we're looking for all kinds of clinical staff, physical therapists, occupational therapists, athletic trainers, certified occupational therapy technicians, physical therapy assistants, you name it on the clinical side. We are looking for those folks. But we are really looking for folks that want to come to an organization that want to be part of our culture and change the culture and work with us to provide the best care and service we can to our patients, our team, and our community. So those clinical people out there, we're looking for you. We also provide advanced certification. We want to provide you mentorship. We want you to grow personally and professionally here at IRG.
With over 40 clinics throughout the Pacific Northwest, you've got the opportunity to work in the city you want. Just head over to irgpt.com/careers. That's irgpt.com/careers.
It's the holiday season and the perfect time to gift yourself with a new home for the new year. For a limited time, take advantage of incredible savings and incentives during D.R. Horton's It's Your Year savings event, going on now through December 22nd. Your perfect home for every holiday season is waiting for you. To find yours, visit any of our participating D.R. Horton communities or visit us at drhorton.com and discover the D.R. Horton difference. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for University Housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Febreze. So my home is also my office. And before I can focus, every room's gotta be clean. That means tidying up and spraying my Febreze Air Mist. Ooh, that's fresh. Febreze Air Mist scents are all high quality. They fight any weird funk, and they give my air an instant boost of freshness. So not only does my home smell good, I feel good too. After I Febreze, it's time to start my day.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Seahawks Insider, brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. Now here's Maura Dooley.
With the Seahawks set to face an intimidating Vikings defensive front and coming off of a game in which they struggled to protect the quarterback, Mark Schlereth joined Ray Roberts and Bob Stelton on the Wyman and Bob show yesterday and discussed the importance of play calling.
So you can take a group that maybe not the most talented group, as long as they play together, but you have a play caller that understands our problems. Ultimately, if you've got a play caller that calls plays that allow me to take the passive out of pass protection, the passive out of what we're doing, and be the aggressor, then we can be really, really good, even if we're not collectively the most talented group.
The Seahawks Insider is brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. For the latest on the Seahawks anytime, go to seattlesports.com.
For over 111 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington. From the Space Needle in Seattle and now all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist you with any lighting issue, as well as help with intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting expert since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man, high five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Woo, up top, bike shop. Yeah.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Messethorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years.
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo.
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five.
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Now that the rain is here, I remember my conversation with Anthony, the owner of Asset Roofing, about metal roofs. And not only are metal roofs not loud when it rains, they're more eco-friendly, last twice as long, and Asset Roofing can do them for up to 30% less than their competitors. You can find out more at AssetRoofingCo.com. That's AssetRoofingCo.com.
Certified work that's never in doubt. Asset Roofing, excellence is on the house.
This is The Timeline
with Bump and Stacy.
Brought to you by 1-800-DUI-AWAY.
All right, we are taking a break from Seahawks, taking a break from most of the NFL, and starting with the NBA here for The Timeline. The Charlotte Hornets are in hot water for pretending to give a kid a gift. Let's start there, and then I'll get to the NBA's three-point problem. So this is from Twitter user Dylan Howe. So he said that his best friend, and this has all been confirmed, it was interviewed by a couple local news outlets, that his best friend took his 13-year-old nephew to go see the Hornets play the 76ers. And at the start of the game, a member of the Hornets staff comes up and says, hey, do you guys want to go on the floor at halftime with the Hornets mascot, Hugo? And of course, this 13-year-old kid is like, absolutely.
Of course.
Of course I want to. And so as part of their halftime show, the Charlotte Hornets had 3 kids, like young, talking like 10, 12, 13 years old. And they brought them out there. And it's unclear from the article I'm reading whether or not the adult in this situation was like, it sounds like the Hornets maybe didn't communicate what it was going to be, that the Hornets told the kid, hey, you're going to come on and you're going to stand at halftime with the mascot. And then the Hornets jumped right into a skit that they were doing. And the skit they're doing is as each kid comes up, the announcer is saying, you sent a letter to Santa saying this, hey, I want a all-star jersey of whatever. Well, here. And then a Hornets dancer brings out the gift and gives him what he wants. So for this 13-year-old, he gets down there and the announcer says, you had a letter to Santa asking for a PlayStation, a new PlayStation 5. And then one of the dancers brings out a PS5 and gives it to this 13-year-old.
Empty box.
The crowd loses its mind. This kid is like, oh, my God.
Why'd I do this?
Coolest thing ever. Well, listen, but then it went downhill because immediately after that, they took it away. So once the halftime show was over, they took the PS5 back and gave him a jersey.
You can't afford a dang PS5?
Well, and the problem is you already gave a 13-year-old a PS5. He was holding it.
The organization can't spend, $700 on a PS5 for the little dude?
I know.
Come on, man.
So then the organization was, of course, in hot water. People were like, look, you needed to tell the family you were in on this. Like, I'm not sure whether the 13-year-old really wrote this letter to Santa or asked for it. But, like, if you're going to have a sketch where you pretend to give a kid something, a 13-year-old is not going to understand.
Like, a 39-year-old.
Yes.
I'd be like, PS5, let's get it.
Yeah, I would. If they gave me a $100 gift card and then we're like, just kidding, that was just for the halftime show, I'd be like, then why did you give me this gift card in front of everyone? So the Hornets made it right after getting a ton of pressure from fans and actually gifted this 13-year-old a PS5 and invited his family back for what they're calling an MVP game experience. But what are you doing?
What were you thinking? Who was in charge of this whole situation and said, all right, make sure to grab the PS5 back from the 13-year-old that we said it was his? That's sloppy, that's messy, that's dirty.
Yeah.
I'm glad they got some pressure and made it right.
I'm not sure who thought of this halftime show and why they thought it would be a good idea, but it was bad. It was poorly thought out. So anyways, I'm glad they made it right. I'm glad this 13-year-old got a PS5. And Hornets, please think these things through.
Please.
Next story. The Celtics are on pace to shatter the NBA's three-point record, threes up across the league. Bump, you were just talking about this earlier in the show during Get Off My Lawn. NBA higher-ups are also taking notice. Commissioner Adam Silver spoke with reporters just ahead of yesterday's NBA Cup and was asked whether fan criticism of cookie-cutter NBA offenses should be taken seriously. He said yes. He said, we're having many discussions about the style of basketball being played. He said it's not just a three-point problem. He thinks it's unfair to call it that. And he also said, look, we have more talent than we've ever had.
They do.
But they, quote, are having conversations about whether there are ways to improve stylistically the game on the floor. A question for you, Bump, and Curtis, I'll bring you in here as well. You guys are both huge NBA fans. What's the problem, and what do you like or dislike about this?
What I like about the NBA is that these guys are skilled as heck. Like the way they handle the ball. I mean, they're shooting his own point. What I miss about the NBA is the mid-range jumper. You know, I'm a Kobe guy. Kobe lived at the elbow. The mid-range was his. And also what I don't like about the game is that it's not as physical as it used to be. It don't need to be Charles Oakley in the 90s with the Knicks. It don't need to be that. But like the flopping and the acting and all that stuff, it just makes it unbearable. It's almost getting to the soccer level. When I watch women's soccer, there is no flopping at all. When I watch the men's soccer, they're rolling around, grabbing grass like they're in so much pain, and now they're up taking a free kick. And I feel like that's where the NBA is gone or is going right now. But there's remember where there used to be a half-court offense, right? Curtis, the Spurs. Bring the ball down, half-court offense, they're going to move that thing around, right?
Yeah.
And then you had teams like, say, the OKC back in the day. running up and down the court.
Phoenix Suns.
The Suns. Every offense looks the same, and it's killing me right now.
Yeah, it's a very, like, I think homogenous is the word in terms of, like, offensive philosophy in the NBA, where everybody has the same game plan. It's to shoot as many threes as possible. Whereas I think all of us grew up watching the NBA where there was much more randomness to sort of every team's offensive philosophy, or at least every time down the court. You didn't know if a team was going to shoot a three or if they were going to drive to the hoop, they were going to settle for a jumper, what have you. It kind of reminds me of baseball, where the majority of guys swinging the bat are swinging for a home run.
Yeah.
They are trying to hit a home run every single time.
And how do you change it?
Exactly.
Either issue.
And I can see the benefit of it. The math is there. Like, 3 points are worth more than 2. That is the most valuable shot in basketball.
Home runs.
Home runs are more valuable than a single a lot of times. But again, it's a very analytical approach to playing basketball. Is just like everybody needs to shoot. Everybody needs to shoot a 3, but it's making it, I think, a much more boring product to watch, simply because you're not getting those wow plays that make all the highlight reels. You're not getting as many dunks. You're not getting as many, crazy turnaround jumpers as you used to get.
And it's tough too, because just like baseball, like, they're getting paid to do that. They're incentivized. You got a jumper, you can shoot the 3, I'm going to pay you. You can hit bombs, I'm going to pay you to do that. So it's not always on the athlete, because they're seeing what the game is and who's getting paid to do what, and they're going to emulate that. So what do you do? I don't know. I don't know what you do. Hopefully there's a shift in just style here. Someone is old school and says, we're going to slow the ball down and we're going to run a half-court offense. Right now it's just pick and roll, shoot the 3, pick and roll, shoot the 3.
The only thing we know they're not doing is moving the three-point line. Adam Silver sounded pretty opposed to doing that. But other than that, we're curious to see what they do there. Next story here, probably going to end up being our last one. I misattributed Dylan earlier. Dylan Howe is a Twitter user who had noticed this. I mentioned him with the Charlotte Hornets story. Twitter user @Dylan Howe noticed a big difference between the answers UW head coach Danny Sprinkle and Wazoo head coach David Riley gave when asked about keeping the basketball Apple Cup alive. Here's Danny Sprinkle.
How important was it for you to keep this game on the schedule, to keep it going, and just your sort of thoughts on this?
Yeah, I mean, to be truthful, it's a rivalry. It wasn't that important to me to keep it on the schedule. It's important to a lot of other people.
Had me in the first half, Danny. I'm not going to lie. Here's what David Riley said.
Hey, just how important was it for you to keep this game on the schedule?
It was huge. I mean, when I talked to Ike and Ann in our admin, that was one of my first questions when we were talking scheduling. How's this going to work? We got to keep this thing alive. I think that's something that we've tried with all these Northwest teams.
Very different mentalities for these two head coaches when it comes to this specific rivalry.
Because we grimy. Because we gritty. We don't know what's going to be taken from us at any moment. Okay. All right, we live on the edge over here. It's just a mentality. And what's funny is that I talk to a lot of I have UW friends who are athletes and stuff, and that's just their mentality when it comes to WSU. They don't really see it as a big deal, the games and all that stuff, unless they lose. Then it's, you guys only win every once in a while. Then it's a big deal. But leading up to it, they just don't have the fire that we have for it because, they're a bigger school. And it doesn't surprise me that their head coach reflects that in their message, and that ours is no, this is important because it is important for us. So, let's hope it's a good one tonight.
Well, speaking of these schools, I know a lot of Husky fans are wondering what Michael Penix is going to look like. His first start with Atlanta is going to be against the New York Giants. Should the Falcons have stuck with Cousins, though, or was it the right choice? That's next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
He is Mark Schlereth.
If you want to be a really good offensive line, you got to have a really good play caller. So you can take a group that maybe not the most talented group, as long as they play together, but you have a play caller that understands our problems, that allow me to take the passive out of pass protection, the passive out of what we're doing, and be the aggressor, then we can be really, really good, even if we're not collectively the most talented group.
Streaming on your smart speaker.
Upgrade your home's comfort and save up to 50% off scratch and dent and overstocked equipment at Home Comfort Alliance. Over $3 million worth of heat pumps, furnaces, and air conditioners from top manufacturers, all now up to 50% off. Visit HomeComfortAlliance.com.
Old windows can be a drain on your energy bills and on your peace of mind.
Isn't it time for an upgrade? Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. Our energy-efficient replacement windows work smarter, keeping your home comfortable while saving you money year-round. It's an investment in your home and your security. Call State Roofing and Exteriors at 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today for a free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission. Free delivery. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Matt Coker here from West Coast Men's Health. Guys, Viagra is not the answer for your problem. I know you think it is, but Viagra has horrible side effects, and for most men, the longer you're on it, the less it works. Viagra is not a curative medication. It's not fixing your problem. It's a Band-Aid for a shark bite. Acoustic wave therapy is the newest technology that can correct your problem, not just treat it. We can do something that no pill can do. We can restore your blood flow naturally. Get off Viagra today. Change your life like the thousands of men who already have, regardless of your age or your medical history. If you're tired of dealing with Peyronie's disease or erectile dysfunction, then call West Coast Men's Health today.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Shane Company is your go-to destination for high-quality fine jewelry gifts. Come find beautiful gifts at competitive prices, from dream engagement rings to tennis bracelets, engravable charms, and more. All in stock and ready to give. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
On behalf of Cairo News Radio, Seattle Sports, and Treehouse, thank you to everyone who helped make the 36th year of Holiday Magic truly magical.
This is the best part of our entire year here at Cairo. We don't have to do any bad news. It's all good news. It's you.
Holiday Magic may have ended, but the season of giving has not. You can still donate to Treehouse by going to mynorthwest.com/Holiday Magic. Thank you for serving Treehouse, and happy holidays.
Do you leave your car running unoccupied to warm up or stay warm during the winter? Don't do it. Car thieves call those steamers. They're watching for you and they'll steal your car before you know it. Every winter, Washington sees an uptick in auto theft, and a major reason is steamers. Share this information with friends and family. Prevent the theft and keep you and your vehicle safe. Don't get caught with your car running. These tips are brought to you by the Washington Auto Theft Prevention Authority.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here with my friends at Snoqualmie Casino. And if you don't want to cook or clean on Christmas, I'm sure you're not alone. Who does? Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel has got you covered. How does this sound? Mouth-watering Christmas Day menu at Falls Buffet with savory roasts, the delightful sides, and then decadent desserts as well. They're also serving up prime rib with all the fixings. You want more details? Go to snocasino.com for the full menu. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Mr. K's Construction reminds listeners many uniformed personnel and healthcare providers will spend this holiday season working hard to keep us safe. These heroic men and women spend long hours away from home, protecting our freedom and providing critical medical care. Please thank them for their many sacrifices and putting their lives on the line for us every day. Happy holidays to you and yours from the entire team at Mr. K's Construction, committed to making your home and our community beautiful since 1977.
Guys, your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, weight, and even ED. Schedule your free testosterone level check with the team at Revive Men's Health Seattle. Text the word BOOST, that's BOOST, to 65555, or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Message and data rates apply. Message frequency varies. Text help for help and stop to cancel. ReviveMen'sHealth.com/privacy policy for how to opt in. Info will be used and ReviveMen'sHealth.com/terms of use for terms of service.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Bump, let me tell you what I will be doing as the good Husky alum that I am. I will be tuning in at 10 a.m. Pacific to watch the Falcons host the New York Giants and Michael Penix Jr. get his first start.
You're not watching the Basketball Apple Cup?
You know...
She's taking a Danny Sprinkle approach.
Yeah, I'm taking it. It's a
I can take it or leave
It's a rivalry game, but it's it's whatever you guys want. is the approach that I'm taking with that one. Michael Penix Jr. was named Atlanta's starter. This is after a rough stretch for Kirk Cousins. And it's a fascinating story. I know this isn't a Seahawks story. It's not even necessarily a Seattle story at all outside of Michael Penix's connections to Washington. But I find quarterback carousels, quarterback benchings always very interesting. And let's talk about whether or not, first, Atlanta made the right choice. And secondly, what version of Michael Penix or what version of the Falcons we could see. Some fantasy implications for people in the playoffs right now. So we'll start with whether or not Kirk Cousins should have been benched. Would you have made the same decision?
I need more information.
Okay.
I think Atlanta made the right choice for them because they're having these conversations. They are evaluating the film with them in the same room, the quarterback room. They're breaking it all down. They're at practice with Kirk Cousins. And there comes a moment in some athlete's career where they lose that mojo. That mojo is gone. What he had going for him early on in the season is out of there. They were in love with him at some point. From September 9th to November 3rd, it was his town. They talking about he's got a lifetime membership to Magic City. He can go to any skate rink he wants to go to. He's got a beanie on. They're swag surfing. Then all of a sudden you hit a skid. You lose to New Orleans, Denver, Chargers, Minnesota, and you barely beat the Las Vegas Raiders. And during that time, he's not tossing touchdowns. He's throwing interceptions. He had a 4-interception game against the Chargers. I'm going to go out there and say I was wrong. I did not think they were going to start Michael Penix. I didn't think so. I thought they felt, all right, well, we have a softer part of the schedule coming up.
And they do.
Yep, let's let this guy kind of figure it out. So now what they said was, we have a softer part in the schedule coming up. Let's let Michael Penix let that thing go. And this is what I hope. I hope we see the Michael Penix that we saw over there in Mount Lake. I hope we see the guy who gets back there, throws those darts, and lets that thing fly. I told one of our listeners that he should start Mooney yesterday. Then he texted back, or she texted back and said, you still want me to start Mooney? I go, yeah, because I think Penix is going to let that thing go. So I think they did what was right for them. And I think it sounds like an easy way out, but it's the only answer I have because I'm not with them every single day. Off of what I feel and my philosophy, without having the information that they have, I would have kept Cousins. I would have at least given him the New York Giants game. I would have gone to this game and said, look, Kirk, you got a few series to figure this out. If you don't look good against one of the worst teams in the league, Penix is ready to go. Get the do-rag on.
We were talking, and we weren't alone, more about the Falcons' decision to draft Michael Penix than we were the number 1 overall pick, Caleb Williams, after the draft. After the draft, all anyone could talk about, and the day of the draft, all anyone could talk about is, wait a minute. The Falcons won the Kirk Cousins, free agency lottery, gave him a ton of money, and they're drafting a quarterback, and there was all kinds of conversations wrapped up in this, how Michael Penix was 24 years old, and, well, if you're just going to have him sit behind Kirk Cousins, does that mean he's not debuting until he's maybe 26, which would be pretty old for a debut season? Maybe 25, which would still be pretty old for a debut season? I mean, there was all kinds of discourse around whether it was the right decision, how crazy are the Falcons, why are they doing this, does this set back Michael Penix, was he even the right choice? Benjamin Solak of ESPN said, I was very critical of the Penix pick at the time because I thought Cousins was still functional, and I think a lot of people did. He said, now that we've seen from Cousins what we have this year, which includes a 4-game stretch of no passing touchdowns, I thought this is a much more understandable move. And if Penix is good quick, which again is very possible, they're facing the Giants and the Panthers, it's a franchise-saving move.
They look like they were the first ones in their fan group to get insurance, and to get a job that provided benefits, and something happened to them, and they're like, yep, I got it. Meanwhile, their friends are in their 20s just going out, working at jobs that don't provide benefits and all that stuff. So I go, what are you doing, man? You got time for this? And they're like, no, I need this.
Mm-hmm.
And they're using it right now. They look like geniuses at this point. Not a genius for giving him $90 million guaranteed.
Sure.
I think now that is like the standard, or one of the standards when it comes to upper elite or elite quarterbacks, is that they're now going to require or ask for guaranteed money. Whoever Kirk Cousins' agent is doing a great job. But they have their insurance plan, and now it's activated, and he's ready to go. And I hope, even if Penix comes out and doesn't look great, it's his now. The job is his. They drafted him for a reason. They didn't draft him to sit behind Kirk Cousins for 3-4 seasons. No, Kirk, he's on the back nine, whole 16. Wifey's calling. He's about to go home. He might leave the course early because the kids are tripping at home. All right, now you got Penix. It's his job, and I hope he succeeds, man. I want to see the lefty do his thing.
Let's see. Unsurprisingly, you've got one listener who has been calling for, I'm assuming he's calling for the Seahawks to roll with Sam Howell and just see what they have. Oh, would you look at that? The Falcons agree to what I said yesterday. Penix gives them a better chance. Sorry, Bump. Maybe they're talking about.
I love when people respond like, "Are you listening to what I'm saying?"
I don't want to misquote this person. I think that they were arguing for Penix over Kirk.
Yeah, no, they were saying to start them yesterday.
Oh, okay.
And what did I say when I opened this up? I said I was wrong. They made the move. Would I have made the move? No, I would have ride it out. But I hate when people respond to stuff and you're late. Like I already got the I was wrong out the way. Listen to the whole segment.
Well, a lot of people were wrong about Kirk Cousins. Like I'd be soft as a head coach. I would have been like,
what you mean you'd be soft? Like what?
I would be like, we're playing the Giants and Panthers.
I would have given him
Kirk a shot.
I would have given him a shot. I would have said, look, you got a few series. I would have applied the pressure, the real pressure. Like, listen, like Golick was talking about with his coach and set him down. I would have been like, look, you're not getting it done. I'm going to give you a couple series. If you don't look good, the lefty's coming in.
All right, you guys. Is Geno Smith playing Sunday? That's an important question. We're going to hear updates live from Seahawks headquarters coming up in the next hour. Don't go anywhere.
Blue 88 on Brock and Salk.
As bad as the defense played early in that game, they turned it around.
Every day at 7:45.
What did they do to shut down Josh Jacobs in that Green Bay running game after the initial burst?
In that second half, you started to see them defeat blocks, like that simple block destruction. Jaron Reed getting off a block, Hankins getting off a block, Leonard Williams with two monstrous plays, right, to get stops in most critical moments.
Blue 88, answering 3 football questions as only Brock Heward can.
The Lee Johnson culture to me is empowering all of your employees to do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. There are certain things that it doesn't matter what level of employment you are in our organization. If it's not the right thing or it doesn't feel right, they have the ability to take care of the customer and make the decision without asking a manager, without asking an owner. Yeah, the end result is they can speak to the customer with more confidence. They're definitely more confident in what they're trying to provide the customer, what the customer is trying to accomplish, and just giving them a better experience.
His name is Justin Meek. He's the leader and caretaker of more than 300 full-time employees for the Lee Johnson Auto family. Justin believes everything about doing the right thing begins and ends with Lee Johnson's company culture. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
For eligible individuals 18 and older with self-perceived mild to moderate hearing loss only. Results vary. See website for details and important safety information.
Hello, I'm Dr. Harvey Abrams, head of research audiology at Jabra Enhance. Did you know there's a connection between untreated hearing loss and chronic conditions like cognitive decline and dementia? The good news is hearing aids can actually reduce these risks and help you stay connected. Today, I'm excited to tell you about my favorite hearing aids, the game-changing Jabra Enhance Select 500. Jabra Enhance offers an affordable solution for most common hearing problems with our best-ever speech-enhancing capabilities for a mighty sound in a micro-sized package. Plus, with Jabra Enhance's premium package, you get 3 years of continuous remote care provided by licensed hearing healthcare professionals. No waiting rooms or long commutes. It's as easy as video chatting with a friend. Because at Jabra Enhance, our job is to help you hear and be heard.
Save $300 on Enhance Select 500 hearing aids automatically at checkout. Just go to JabraEnhance.com/radio. That's JABRA Enhance.com/radio. JabraEnhance.com/radio.
What is that sound?
Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Storms can be overwhelming, but you're not alone. We're here 24/7 to secure your home and give you peace of mind. Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. From your roof to your siding, windows, and deck, we'll handle it with care and get your home back to better, quickly and safely. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today. We're here for you when it matters most. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
State Roofing, the best roof you'll ever need.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission. Free delivery. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
You know what's really getting old? Having to do more with less. With Ramp, you can do more with more. Ramp is the corporate card and expense management software that saves businesses like yours an average of 5%. That's more for you to invest back into your operations, your staff, your bottom line, you name it. And that means less time spent on manual tasks, less time spent closing your books, and less time spent worrying about where your money went. All with Ramp.
I grew my hospitality company fast. So fast that we actually felt serious growing pains. Ramp helped us automate our manual expense tracking, saving the team valuable time. Now we have more time to spend on what really matters, our guests and their experience.
Ramp gives you more time, more visibility, and more control over your business. Don't settle for anything less. Start using Ramp for free today at ramp.com/radio. Ramp.com/radio. That's RAMP.com/radio.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Hi, this is Chad Cicchini, owner of Heritage Homecraft. If you order your new Heritage Homecraft kitchen now for select install dates after the new year, I'll give you 12% off the entire project. Call today, Heritage Homecraft, 425-485-1600 or heritagehomecraft.com.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
A lot of quarterback news ahead of Week 16. The Browns have officially named Dorian Thompson-Robinson as their starter. Elsewhere, the Giants will start Drew Lock Sunday against Atlanta in Atlanta. And the Falcons have made a quarterback move of their own, benching veteran Kirk Cousins for former Washington star Michael Penix Jr.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross. Here we go now.
All right, we are going to hear from Mike McDonald live from Seahawks headquarters coming up at about 15 minutes. Usually it's just Matt yelling at us, interrupting us. It sounds like this.
Stop, McDonald.
Yeah, just decides. Is that the best part of your day today when you get to tell us to shut up because Mike McDonald's speaking?
It really is great. It's a highlight.
Okay, so that's coming up at some point around 12:15. He's scheduled to speak. Sometimes he's a minute or two late. So we will take you guys there live. Right now we're taking a look around the NFL, so let's go. We're going to start with Troy Aikman. Count Troy as among those who think the Bears should go all out and pay whatever price to make Kyle Shanahan their next head coach.
There has been discussion about do you give up some picks and see if you can maybe make a deal for a guy like Kyle Shanahan. I would be all in on that.
because he would develop a quarterback, and he's a hell of a head coach. But can you pull that off? That's a better question. And who might you hire that has no head coaching experience as an offensive guy? You never know the answer to that as to how good they're going to be.
Now, the last team to do this, obviously, the Denver Broncos, who traded for the ability to have Sean Payton as their head coach. Satan's got a 2023 first-round pick, which was 29th overall, and a 2024 second-round pick. So if you're looking at, like, you know, a version of what it would cost, it would include a first-round pick. I don't know. Do you think that the Chicago Bears should do anything they possibly can to find the answer for their organization?
Could you imagine Caleb Williams with Kyle Shanahan, Roma Dunze, DJ Moore, Keenan Allen? You got Swift in the backfield. On paper, this is a beautiful thing. This is what I would do. I'd trade for Kyle Shanahan. I'd go get Robert Saleh. I'm like, look, let's get the crew back together and let's run this thing back. I think that the Chicago Bears are a good head coach away from being a solid team, but an offensive head coach, someone who can teach this young man at the quarterback position. Caleb has talent, and he's not even turning the football over at a high clip. He's making some errant throws. He's holding on to the football. He needs somebody who does this. I would do everything I could to get Kyle Shanahan. I don't think it's going to happen, though.
It just feels like the Bears have a Bears problem, too, at play, and I don't know if Kyle Shanahan solves that. Courtney Cronin tweeted out some pretty damning numbers reflecting the Bears' defensive regression with and without Matt Eberflus. So she said since week 7, and I believe that does include some time with Eberflus, but since week 7, they are either 30th, 31st, or 32nd in a number of key stats, like yards per drive, drives resulting in points, pass rush win rate, total QBR allowed, yards after the catch allowed, all kinds of important things that you try to gauge good defensive play. And the conversation has then become, at a certain point, do you go like, players, step up, ownership, like, you know what I mean? Like, this isn't just a coaching issue, clearly, for the Bears.
It's not. It's an organizational thing. But you need leadership. Kyle Shanahan, Robert Saleh, get them back together and help this young man out.
Andy Reid says the Chiefs are still taking it slow with Patrick Mahomes, who has a high ankle sprain. This is ahead of their Saturday game against the Texans.
I think this one's a little bit more day-to-day. Let's just see what he does, how he does, feels. He's always honest with me, so he's going to shoot me straight on it. And I'll be able to see him. Today's a lighter day, so we can get him in there and moving around a little bit. If he can go, he'll go. If he can't, then he can't. I mean, you know, that's even that simple. And then I'll just take it day by day and see how he does here.
Look, the Chiefs have locked up a playoff spot, and it'll probably be the Bills as the number 1 overall seed. I mean, yeah, they still can play for that. There's still some vying back and forth.
You sound like Reba right there.
I'm just a single mom. If you were Andy Reid, would you rest Mahomes? Your ambitions are Super Bowl, not get through Week 16.
I would put him through a week of practice. I think you have to communicate with the trainers and just see how this man is feeling. But if he's not 80%, I'm going to sit him. And chances are he's not going to be 80%. I've had a high ankle sprain. It don't take like 4, 5, 6 days. Like 2 weeks minimum to even feel like you can push off of that. But he's at the quarterback spot. You remember the game where Byron Leftwich was being carried down the field by his teammates. His ankle was jacked up. He would throw the football. The lineman would come get him and carry him down the field. You save those performances for the playoffs. I don't want to see Pat Mahomes being carried down the field. But you're risking the number 1 seed.
Yeah.
He's only played 2 games on the road that wasn't a Super Bowl in the playoffs. I know he can do it. I feel he can do it. But you got to lock up that number 1 seed. But I let him rest this week, though. Let him rest.
I mean, selfishly, I think maybe it's in Andy Reid's best interest to help my fantasy football playoff hopes this weekend and rest Patrick Mahomes. You know?
Yeah.
Some of us
do that for Stacy.
Have a vested interest in the Chiefs losing this week. All right, let's move on. A couple quarterback moves. So not only could we get Carson Wentz starting against the Houston Texans for Kansas City, we will also see Drew Lock start Sunday for the Giants against Atlanta. And Michael Penix is starting for Atlanta in place of Kirk Cousins.
I like it. You know what? A crazy situation could go down. I hope it doesn't go down. But what if Geno's not able to play? You get to see Sam Howell. Drew Lock gets to start over there, and then you get to see, all right, let's really see how each quarterback would have fared if Geno didn't, if Geno wasn't here, if Geno wasn't the guy. I'm interested because I just want to see it. I hope I don't see it. As far as Michael Penix, hey, he's the captain now. He's got the keys to the car. This is him. I think out of those two, Penix has the opportunity to have the best day.
All right, well, after coaching his alma mater to a Florida State title, former NFL quarterback Teddy Bridgewater makes it clear he wants to come back to the NFL. Do you think that there's a place for him?
He wants to play?
He wants to come back to the NFL. It just says, he said, he's pressed by Tom Pelissero as part of this interview if he'd been in touch with any particular NFL team or had further details. He said, right now I'm just enjoying this state championship, but he just says he has plans to return to the NFL.
All right. I think winning a state championship ignited something in him again. It's a preparation, man. Obviously, I was never the athlete that Teddy Bridgewater is, but the closest thing to playing is coaching. And there was a time when I was like, 25, and I was coaching, and it made me want to get back and play. So I got in shape. I started working out again and doing all that stuff. And then I had a chance to go back to the CFL. And I was like, nah, I just don't want to do it.
Yeah.
But he has a chance to go back to the NFL and play the quarterback position. If there are takers out there, I think he has to explore it. But I would focus on coaching now if I were him, man. You want to coach?
I would too.
Get in the NFL, be a quarterback coach, be an OC. I would go that route. But if you're able to move and play at a high level, you have to use that ability because once it's gone forever.
Well, and it may already be gone. It certainly looked like it. He's dealt with a number of knee injuries, obviously, all following an incredibly traumatic knee injury that probably is ultimately what derailed his starting career. But he's only 32 years old. And for a quarterback, that sounds old for an NFL player, but for a quarterback, there's some time. I mean, we watched Joe Flacco come off of his couch and help Cleveland lead through the playoffs.
Yeah. Joe Flacco who had the more success? Yeah, it's Joe Flacco. He's Super Bowl champion. A little different. Joe is the better quarterback, though, out of the two.
Yeah. Speaking of the Browns, they've named Dorian Thompson-Robinson as their starting quarterback over Jameis Winston for Week 16. The only thing I'll rue about this decision is not having Jameis Winston's postgame quotes.
I know, I missed that.
He'll probably still have something. They'll want to interview him. He's a quote machine.
Here's the thing. I think he leaned into it, but it's okay because he gave us some memorable things. That Jesus Christ is going to help me not throw interceptions. I'm blessed to play in the snow, him looking up in the sky, taking the deep breath. Like, he is something special. We all got that homie who can just make you laugh at any moment. Jameis Winston is it, man. I hope he just steps away from the game, go on TV. You'll make more money. Take care of your body. You'll be fine.
All right. We are going to talk about the Mariners coming up at 12:45. Not all Seahawks, not all NCAA talk today. So that's coming up at 12:45. Hang tight, Mariners fans. First, though, is Geno Smith playing Sunday? And did Ken Walker practice today? Seahawks head coach Mike Macdonald speaking live from Seahawks headquarters next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
He is Mark Schlereth.
If you want to be a really good offensive line, you got to have a really good play caller. So you can take a group that maybe not the most talented group as long as they play together, but you have a play caller that understands our problems, that allow me to take the passive out of pass protection, the passive out of what we're doing, and be the aggressor, then we can be really, really good, even if we're not collectively the most talented group.
Streaming on your smart speaker.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With Venture X, earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy and turn everyday purchases into extraordinary trips. Plus, receive premium travel benefits like access to over 1,300 airport lounges where you just check in and chill out. Open up a world of possibilities with Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Upgrade your home's comfort and save up to 50% off scratch and dent and overstocked equipment at Home Comfort Alliance. Over $3 million worth of heat pumps, furnaces, and air conditioners from top manufacturers, all now up to 50% off. Visit HomeComfortAlliance.com.
Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. For over 55 years, you've trusted us for roofing, siding, windows, decking, and gutters. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule a free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors.
Hey, Brock Ewart here with Shannon O'Kelly, President and CEO of IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. And Shannon, we're not just rehabbing injuries anymore. Now we're in the business of speed and performance. Talk to me.
Yeah, Brock, we're really excited. We just opened up our IRG Physical Therapy and Sports Institute in Fremont. It's 5,000 square feet of AstroTurf rubberized flooring. We're not only going to treat your physical therapy conditions, but we're also going to help you as a patient, athlete, a recreational athlete, work on strength, speed, explosion, vertical explosion, horizontal explosion. I mean, we're going to create an athlete out of you and get you back to activity at your best.
What was the genesis of this?
Oh, there's a huge need out there. I mean, you talk to people and you start looking at patients that are going through rehab. Rehab is just part of the process, getting people to a point, but then the next point is really doing the strength and function explosion and the athletic training skills that everybody wants and needs.
Schedule online right now at irgpt.com, irgpt.com.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission. Free delivery. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandswimspasale.com.
Seahawks Insider, brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. Now here's Maura Dooley.
Good morning. Football's Manti Te'o joined the Bump and Stacy show yesterday and highlighted the ways that he's seen this Seahawks defense change since the arrival of linebacker Ernest Jones.
I've been so happy to see Ernest Jones fly around, make a lot of plays, make a lot of tackles, but then also to be able to be the general on that defense amongst a bunch of alpha guys and get them all playing on the same page and playing the same play, but playing it very, very violently. And something that I've been really happy to see the Seattle Seahawks defense kind of take on that Legion of Boom kind of identity again. It's been nice.
The Seahawks Insider is brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. For the latest on the Seahawks anytime, go to seattlesports.com.
If your family is obsessed with Wicked, you're probably wondering how much streaming and memeing your internet can handle at your kid's next Wicked-themed sleepover. Well, Xfinity Internet is powerful enough to handle hundreds of devices, so you can get a magical connection with fast speeds and amazifying power, even when everybody's online at the sleepover. With Wi-Fi that's truly thrillifying, one might even say Xfinity engineers are secretly wizards themselves. And now through December 22nd, get Xfinity Gig Internet for $25 a month for 12 months when you add unlimited mobile and get Peacock Premium, a $7.99 a month value included at no extra cost. Or lock in your internet price for 2 years for just $5 more a month with a 1-year contract. Early termination fee does apply. Go to Xfinity.com to learn more and keep the magic going from your screen to the big screen. And see Wicked only in theaters November 22nd. Restrictions apply and requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Equipment taxes and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
When searching for the most advanced prostate cancer treatment, excellent outcomes, minimal side effects, and a short treatment course, CyberKnife at Swedish is top of the list. Swedish CyberKnife patients report a better quality of life both during and after treatment. Swedish CyberKnife treats patients from all over the Pacific Northwest. So if you, a friend, or a family member is diagnosed with prostate cancer, consider Swedish CyberKnife. Go to swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
When an 18-wheeler ran a red light and took the life of a Tacoma man in 2021, his family trusted Davis Law Group to fight for them. And we recovered a $3.5 million settlement and held the trucking company accountable for his death. Accident victims have trusted Davis Law Group to win their case for the past 30 years. And hundreds of 5-star reviews from real clients are proof that we've earned that trust. Call Davis Law Group today for a free consultation or get my free book on trucking accident law at washingtonaccidentbooks.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Seahawks head coach Mike Macdonald speaking live from Seahawks headquarters. Let's take a listen.
And put a great week of prep ahead of us, so we're excited.
Do you have an update on Geno Smith and kind of where he is this week?
Yeah, so, Geno feels good. Did walkthrough today. We'll see how many reps. We got a plan for practice. We'll see how it kind of alters as practice starts to declare, but he'll be out there for a significant capacity today. We'll see how many reps he takes.
How about Ken Walker?
Ken, same plan. Same plan with Ken.
And Olu?
Ken, let me walk back that a little bit. We're optimistic. We'll see about how many reps today, but did walk through. Probably ramp it up a little bit more tomorrow. Sorry. And Olu, might not see him today in full capacity, but should be out there tomorrow rocking and rolling.
Lots of folks talk about offensive coaches scheming open receivers. You and Brian Flores are two of the best at scheming open unblocked rushers. What goes into getting a rusher unblocked?
Well, the easiest way is bring more than they can block. That's the easiest one. But the magic is probably when you're, trying to get the most bang for your buck in terms of rushes. Sometimes that comes with max blitz. Sometimes it comes with simulated game. I think you got to be able to do everything. Otherwise, they pin you for something, and then offenses are too good with too good of plans, and they make you pay for that. So, Flo does a great job with how he organizes everything and how he builds it, and how his players handle it on the field is as good as anybody.
The Vikings look like they do a pretty good job of playing on the other side. Defense does a good job of playing on the other side of the line of scrimmage, especially with running backs. What is it that's allowed them to be that aggressive against the run?
Well, I mean, they have really good players, really good scheme. They're well coached. They have flexibility within their players, too, where they can change up looks on you with the same people on the field. So that's something you have to account for in different personnel groups. So I think, it's probably a compliment to their whole team that they utilize their personnel well and put those guys in positions to play good football.
When you're scouting an opposing offense, what are characteristics that lead you to respect and think this is a pretty good offense and a well-coached offense?
I think you're always marrying what you see on tape with numbers and stats and things like that. So as you're getting prepped into it, but if they have answers, if the quarterback plays fast, you feel like they accentuate what their players do well. That's normally a staple of a pretty solid operation.
Sam Darnold seems to fit really well into this system, but what else have you seen in the skill set and what he's done this year?
Well, I've only gone against Sam since in backup duty where he hasn't been the main starter. He just feels like he's playing really, really decisive, really confident. You can see all the talent coming to life. So I think he's doing a heck of a job. I mean, their offense is playing at a high level, and the arm talent is there. Being able to hit all the throws in all the areas of the field, seems like he can get it there pretty seamlessly, and it's on time. And then, one thing about his game that we respect is just the ability to extend the play. So that's something we're going to have to account for as well.
Mike, what do you need to see from your defense to win the early downs? Because obviously that's key in a game like this.
Well, you need to marry the run and the pass and be able to stop the actions and having, people attached to people 20, 30 yards down the field, but also handle checkdowns in the play action game. And then, if you're going to live in one structure, how do you stop the run and how you kind of build the plan? So that's a lot what's going on today. There was one play where we mis-ID'd it, which was early, and then from then on, I thought they played clean. We just needed to execute a little bit better.
It can be hard to put the challenge that Jordan Addison and Justin Jefferson present to you on Sunday.
That's a good question. We're working on those answers right now. Both. I mean, the whole receiving core, tight ends, back. I mean, it's the whole is greater than the sum of the parts type of thing on how it all works together. But those guys, they play all the positions, so you got to account for them in all the spots. Probably the most diverse route tree that we're going to get from a duo yet this year. and they deserve a lot of credit for that because that's not easy to learn all the spots, learn all the routes, and then having the timing with the quarterback so you can still play on time. So easier said than done. Yeah, just two really dynamic players that we're going to have to account for. You can't double everybody all the time, so we're going to have singles, and our guys will be matched up, and let's go to work.
It can obviously be hard to judge interior defensive linemen based on statistics at times. I'm just wondering, Byron Murphy, how would you kind of evaluate his season to this point and the development and what the next step might be for him?
I think Murph's playing really good football right now. I think we're narrowing down kind of where his sweet spot is in terms of what we're asking him to do on a week-to-week basis. But this guy prepares really hard, not like a rookie. It's kind of like a vet. He's been doing that since he walked in the door, and he's playing really physical, decisive. But to take this game to the next level, we'd like to get him some more pass rush opportunities. It's easier said than done because those are going to come from guys that are also playing well too. So when those things come, take advantage of them, just like he is. But I think he's pushing the pocket really well. Maybe a couple more clean wins when he has the two-way go on guys. But he'll get there. I mean, those are on tape. It's just a matter of getting more reps.
What's unique about Flores is how he attacks offenses, how he uses them.
Well, you kind of think it's just I think their roster is designed where guys can do multiple things, getting out of different fronts and structures without having to declare their personnel, so that helps. The stats and like the pressures and the zeros, that's evolved, and it kind of, it's a week-to-week type deal, but you kind of know what they can get to at any given point, and not afraid to come after you at any given point in the game, which is not as common as you might think.
Mike, what have you learned about Jaron Hall in the time that he's been here, just working as your third quarterback?
I love the guy. We're always sitting back there with, during practice and hearing what he sees and scout team, like the things that we're working out throughout each week, how he sees it, and he does a pretty good job of kind of diagnosing what's sound in our game plan and what makes it hard on offenses. And then this guy's just really smart. And then we'd get some reps with the backups like later on in practice. He's a great competitor and does a great job when he's given the opportunity with the guys out there.
With his time in Minnesota, can you clue in with anything for him this week going against those guys from last year?
Yeah, I mean, we'll talk a little bit just about it, but I mean, this is a version, this is what they've taken through their coach's history, of their staff's history, and they've built it, into their Vikings offense, and they've done a great job at doing that. Numbers back it up, tape backs it up, so I think that stuff gets kind of overrated a little bit. So yeah, of course you're going to pick his brain on a few things, but nothing that like totally counters what you're seeing on tape.
I feel like we're asking about Ernest Jones every week pretty much because he's playing so well. Just obviously you could evaluate the tape and see what kind of player you're getting for a trade, but what have you learned about him, just whether it's a person or a leader since he's been here?
Well, we both got babies at home that are giving us a great time. Yeah, he's like 5 months ahead of me, so I'm like, this is all previews for what's coming down the road. But I do not love the guy. Just anytime you're bringing someone to your team, you're looking forward to building a relationship with him. But he doesn't mind me talking in his helmet a lot, so that's nice. I can't control myself on that, but yeah, I just love the person, love the competitor, tough as crap, loves ball. I mean, I do not love guys like that.
Are you ever surprised, like when you talk to him and see how he carries himself, that he's still only 24, 25 years old?
Every time, yeah. Mind blown.
On Monday, you mentioned wanting more clarity on how to cover those underthrown deep balls ended up being DPIs. Have you since gotten any clarity on that?
Yeah, we got. It's what we thought. I mean, it's just like they're penalties in the moment. They're just tough plays to defend. So it's something we have to practice and keep working. But yeah, those are tough situations.
Mike, it's been about a month that Tyrese, since he stepped into the starting line playing next to Ernest. What have you thought of his sort of evolution during that month, and what do you hope he takes away from this last Sunday, which might have been a little bit of a tougher game for him?
Well, I think it's reflective of our rest of our football team. Just keep growing, man. Keep plugging away. Keep battling every day. Keep figuring out new stuff to grow and get better from. Find new stuff to screw up, But he's doing a great job preparing. We got a lot of faith in him. But this is just the beginning for Tyrese Knight. So mean, there's things in his game that he knows that we want to work on from play to play, and I know we got. I mean, he's gonna get those things fixed and grow from it. But yeah, it's been quite a journey for him since he walked in the door. From when we couldn't find him when we were drafting him, that was crazy. Literally went from couldn't find the guy to now he's starting linebacker for us. Pretty cool.
Said Ernest doesn't mind you being in his ear a lot. Have you ever had a linebacker tell you they do mind?
A couple guys with a green dot, just like, dude, just give me the call and shut up. So, you know.
On defense that, big picture wise, you might weight a little bit more about assignment correctness and consistency of play over athleticism, and other positions where athleticism is, you know, absolutely required, like elite athleticism is the most important.
That was a doozy. Not sure what the question was, honestly. What positions require football savvy over?
There's some elite athletes that aren't always as consistent with their play down in, down out. There's others that might be a little bit more limited athletically, but you really know what you're going to get every single play. Are there positions where one's more important than the other?
Well, I mean, there's always a size athleticism criteria that you want to meet, and then there's always exceptions. Now, if you have you can't have a team full of exceptions on some of that front end criteria. Otherwise, you kind of go in the wrong direction. But yeah, but then part of like the makeup and the person and the football player, that's going to be the driving force on who we want on our team at all times. I wouldn't say it's position specific. I mean, I probably weights more than others. And if you brought up like a specific position, we could talk it through probably better. But that's really the mentality.
In any given game, how many adjustments could possibly be made in-game? Like we talk about in-game adjustments or halftime adjustments.
Yeah.
How much could actually change?
Well, you're always evaluating what you're doing and how you're moving forward, whether it's something from how you're calling it to techniques you're asking, personnel. There's a lot going on. So I'd say the short answer is a lot can change because there's so many variables that are happening at any given point. But in the same breath, it's also a little overrated. There's only so many things that you can change within each kind of area. So that's just my experience. You know, I think if you're doing wholesale changes throughout a game, that's probably not good business. You always want to keep it within the scope of what you guys do well and what you feel like your guys play the best.
What are the coaching points you're talking with Rick Rowland about?
I think this is just it's a play-to-play mentality, and when he's locked in, I think he's as good as it gets. And then when he's not as locked in, then that's when some technique errors show up. But it has nothing to do with his ability. It's all about just the approach pre-snap.
How do you emphasize locking in at this time of year?
Well, we've been doing it with him and the rest of the team every day. You know, we have to take the field with the right intent, whether it's a fastball start period or a walkthrough. That's how we do business, and it's not an uptight thing. It's just hey, you know, we're going to operate a certain way and have a certain standard when we take the field or when we're in meetings, and we've all decided we're going to operate like that, and it's our job as coaches to hold guys accountable when we fall short, and it's a tell them the truth, tell them with love type of approach rather than anything else. Just trying to be the best you can be at all times.
I know you want to run the ball in the red zone, but just looking specifically at your passing offense down there, what are you seeing?
Well, there's a lot of good stuff. I mean, we've converted touchdowns in the passing game in critical situations down there, and that's stuff that you can build off of. When you watch us practice, it's not like they're just layups all the time. We're getting great looks from the defense. I think Gino's playing. I mean, we've turned it over too many times, and everybody knows that. But I think he's playing decisive for the most part. But we just got to keep putting it all together, keep attacking it. I think we've had great plans. We just got to keep going to do it. Keep hammering away. So, but I will say there are some really great stuff in the pass game down there. But the field is limited, and it's just tougher sledding. You know, it's just less space. So, yeah, good stuff.
How have you seen Abe Lucas kind of handle coming back and playing a lot these last couple of weeks?
I think Abe's doing a great job. I know he's probably not 100%. Nobody is at this time of year, but to put himself in this position that he's been able to do over the last 3 years, and now playing good football for us and put in his position to win games. Man, I mean, what can you say? What else can you say about the guy? So he looks great.
Another player return question. Uchenna Nwosu, what have you seen since what has he brought to the defense since he's been back?
Well, there's always a little bit of a dynamic when you're not playing, but you're still around the guys. So he's been with us the whole time and leading through his own way. But now that he's out on the field and doing the things that he does and growing back into a full-time type of role, you can feel his personality a little bit more. So just encourage him to keep being him, man. Keep being the guy we love. When you get out there, go play 1,000 miles an hour, and we'll follow you.
What are the conversations like with you and Grubb in terms of DK? The times when they try to get him involved, but also accepting that he is going to be doubled and stuff.
Well, yeah, that's something that we're always working through that. I think our process throughout the week is pretty cool, and saying, hey, this is how it's designed to try to get you the rock, and sometimes it works out that way. Sometimes it doesn't, and just kind of move and shift. But this guy, obviously, you want to get him involved as early and often as possible, and we'll just keep trying to figure out ways to make him come alive and let him do the stuff he does the best.
And on their final touchdown on Sunday night, was that a coverage breakdown?
No, it was just a great throw and catch by them. Actually, I thought the guys played the heck out of that play. Talking about the one in the back line? Yeah.
You may have already answered this, but where did you get the phrase chasing edges?
Just kind of just came up with it. It's a mentality of like the margin of victory in our league is so tight, and just little things here or there, really, I believe those are the things that are going to put you over the top. So much rather have that mentality than chase anybody else.
Anything else? Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, guys.
All right, that was Mike McDonald speaking from Seahawks headquarters at his Wednesday press conference. We got good news on Geno Smith. Not only does Geno feel good, but he's going to be practicing in some capacity today. A good number of reps went through walkthrough. It really does sound bump like Geno Smith is playing Sunday. Massively important for Seattle. Cannot overstate that.
Yeah, I feel better about Geno playing than Pat Mahomes playing. And I care more about Geno playing than Pat Mahomes playing. So that all works out. Yeah, here's the thing about Geno. It's not like he has to physically prove himself to the team anymore. I know people are going to say, oh, what about the interceptions? Mm-hmm. I mean, like, look, the guys trust him. They know he's their leader. If he were to go to practice all week, just stand there, take mental reps, toss a couple footballs around, this team will be completely fine with it. You know what he can and can't do. It's more about how he feels maybe the day before the game.
Yeah.
So, yeah, all seems like he's headed in the right direction.
Mike McDonald got a lot of questions about Reek Woolen, who's coming off his worst game, and I don't think that's on accident. I mean, we've seen not just Justin Jefferson absolutely take off this year, as we all expected him to, but Addison's had a fantastic year as well. I mean, there have been Vikings games where each have gotten 100 or more yards, where Sam Darnold has thrown 5 touchdowns. The pass game for the Vikings, 8th overall in passing yards per game. They are going to try to take the top off the defense. I think it's fair to ask, hey, how's Reek feeling? Where's he at? What did you make of his game? What did you think went wrong? What do you want to see from Woolen?
It's just consistency. There are a couple plays where his technique just wasn't on point, wasn't where you'd like it to be. Rule number 1, when you are beat, you don't turn and look for the ball and backpedal. Just simple things like that his athletic ability has allowed him to get away with from time to time. I think over the years, this is his 3rd year, he has progressed in little things. You got to remember, when he came to the NFL, he had only played 14 games at the DB spot. He was a wide receiver before he got here. So you realize that, okay, you're dealing with a project. And that first year when you go to the Pro Bowl, because you are getting challenged and you're being just a better athlete and making plays, it's almost like fool's gold. It's a facade a little bit, because you come back that second year and you realize, all right, there's some things I need to work on. And it's about finding the rhythm, understanding what your coaches want you to do, recognizing patterns, and using the proper technique. And I think he will be fine. But the other part of this deal is, this is the NFL. If you can't do it consistently, they will find somebody else to do it consistently for you. So, but I think he has all the tools to get it done. Mm-hmm. It's just about executing.
Let's talk about Sam Darnold. Last couple minutes here. Sam Darnold has been executing this year. I think for a lot of people that are hesitant to bet on the Vikings, who are all the Lions, Vikings, Eagles, 12-2, they're all like looking at that number 1 spot in the conference. I think the reason that some people, despite how banged up the Lions are hesitant to bet on the Vikings is because of Sam Darnold. Ultimately, it's because of Sam Darnold. There are still people that go, is this an aberration? Is this mostly O'Connell? Is this having Jordan Addison and Justin Jefferson? Like, what's the truth to this? And they're just afraid that we're going to see some shakiness. Mike McDonald, no shortage of praise for what he's seen from Sam Darnold. What have you seen?
I've seen a professional. I've seen a quarterback who understands what he's looking at, who is great under center with the play action, who has the arm to make any throw on the field, and who isn't playing scared. He doesn't look like a guy who's been beat up by the NFL by 3 different teams and told that he's not good enough. He looks like a guy who's had some confidence instilled in him by Kevin O'Connell and believes in himself. I think that's the major part, and it's easy to believe in yourself when you have the weapons he has too. Like, he can hand the football off, he's good. Tight end, good. 2 receivers, he's good. It's the perfect situation for a Sam Darnold, which makes this game interesting because I think everyone, or a lot of people who analyze football, are waiting on him to have that game where you're like, oh, there's a Sam Darnold. Mm-hmm. But you're 13, 14 games in. It's safe to say this is who he is. Doesn't mean he can't have a bad game, though. I would prefer he had a bad game on Sunday.
I would prefer it if Geno didn't turn the ball over on Sunday. I was looking at a few stats for the Vikings defense. They have yet to have a single game this year where they did not take the ball away. So if we're talking
+9, +8 now,
I don't even know the overall turnover differential.
They're +8.
+8. So they've had at the most 4 takeaways. That was against the Green Bay Packers. They've had multiple games with 3 takeaways, multiple games with 2 takeaways, and then any other game they've had 1 takeaway. I am so happy to hear the update on Geno Smith. I think it's Seattle's absolute best chance to be able to win this game is if your starter is starting a quarterback. That being said, it is monumentally important he doesn't turn the ball over on this one, which an offense has not done. The Vikings have yet to play a game where they haven't gotten a takeaway defensively.
Oh, man,
I'm not setting everyone up to feel good. I apologize for that.
No, but that's reality. They take the football away. Geno has been known to throw the football into places he's not supposed to throw it. So how do you combat that? Run game popping. Get your run game popping, and that will influence these backers. I told you during 4 down territory, it's a different type of game, right? The real talent on this team is at the 2nd and the 3rd levels. Not saying the D-line isn't a good D-line. Obviously, everyone in this league can play, but it's going to be a different type of challenge. And when you're trying to manipulate that 2nd and 3rd level, play action's got to be good. Run game has to get going.
Yesterday, Bump and I asked a national baseball expert about the most important signing the Mariners could make, and his answer might surprise you. That's next.
Handoff to Charbonnet. Turns upfield 10, 5, touchdown, Seahawks!
The Seahawks gear up to face another tough opponent at Lumen Field.
Ball comes out. Ball's picked up by Julian Love. He's got it on the far side of the field. Breaks a couple of tackles.
This Sunday, Justin Jefferson and the Minnesota Vikings come to town.
I don't know how Jackson Smith-Njigba always gets open on those crossing routes, but he does and picks up 18.
Kickoff 105. Pre-game coverage starting at 10 on your home for the Hawks, Seattle Sports.
You know what's really getting old? Having to do more with less. With Ramp, you can do more with more. Ramp is the corporate card and expense management software that saves businesses like yours an average of 5%. That's more for you to invest back into your operations, your staff, your bottom line, you name it. And that means less time spent on manual tasks, less time spent closing your books, and less time spent worrying about where your money went. All with Ramp.
I grew my hospitality company fast. So fast that we actually felt serious growing pains. Ramp helped us automate our manual expense tracking, saving the team valuable time. Now we have more time to spend on what really matters, our guests and their experience.
Ramp gives you more time, more visibility, and more control over your business. Don't settle for anything less. Start using Ramp for free today at ramp.com/radio. Ramp.com/radio. That's ramp.com/radio.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey
everyone. It's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
Chronic pain can be so life-changing that it causes depression. The effects can strain relationships and tear families apart. If chronic pain is impacting you or someone you love, don't wait to get help. I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. If your family is missing the person they once knew, schedule a free consultation to learn if our non-surgical and drug-free approach could help you get your life back. At Sound Pain Solutions, we've treated thousands of patients suffering from neuropathy, neck and back pain, and complex joint problems. Our personalized treatments include state-of-the-art technology like bioelectric therapy, laser, regenerative injections, pressure wave treatment, and others that stimulate healing naturally. Get a new focus on your family and the activities you enjoy, not your pain, medications, and limitations. To learn if you qualify for our non-surgical and drug-free treatment, call us at Sound Pain Solutions or visit soundpainsolutions.com.
You gotta love football season, but when it comes to your windows and doors, you don't want any fumbles. Steve Rabel here, reminding you to trust locally owned Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington to tackle your project. Their selection of windows and doors can't be beat, and they'll give you top-notch customer service with no trick plays. Schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Go to PellaPNW.com. That's PellaPNW.com.
O'Brien Auto Group has some of the best new car brands in the Northwest. Those great new vehicles make the best pre-owned vehicles as well. O'BrienAutoGroup.com for the best factory certified vehicles. O'BrienAutoGroup.com for a large selection of the best pre-owned cars and trucks. O'BrienAutoGroup.com. Choose from hundreds of SUVs, trucks, hybrids, EVs, and more. O'BrienAutoGroup.com. One site is all you need. That's OBRIEN Autogroup.com.
O'Brien. From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Yahoo Sports baseball reporter Jordan Schusterman was on with Bump and I yesterday, and we were talking about free agency and the winter meetings and everything the Mariners need to do and add. And we know that the Mariners are in a tough spot where if they want to add a big bat, they'll probably need to trade prospects or maybe a starter because they clearly don't seem willing to spend a ton of money. And there may not be a ton of free agents that are especially enticing those players may be on other rosters. So we asked Jordan, all right, well, what might be the most important thing for the Mariners to add? He had an interesting response.
The most important players in the team are already on the team. And it's more fun for us to speculate on the guys that they can bring in. And it's not that the team should not be trying to meaningfully improve through external upgrades. But the reality is the most important things about the team are Julio, are JP Crawford playing a lot better than he did last year, right? There's parts of the bullpen that were a lot more disappointing, and that's another area that I know has not really been discussed as like a focus of improvement, but I would argue should be something that should be addressed more seriously. And so it's not as fun to speculate and just hope that the players that are already there get better or bounce back. But I think when you look at the players in place, that's the answer, because it's just when we know we're not talking about a player of Alex Bregman's caliber to be added at third base or someone of that level added at second base, like who that player is going to be very interesting, and I'm excited to find out who it is. But that player is not going to define the 2025 Mariners. It's the players that are already on the team.
I don't think Jordan is giving the Mariners an out or giving them excuses. He's actually been pretty critical of their lack of willingness to spend, to expand their payroll, to be slightly more aggressive in acquiring guys. I think what he's doing is saying it doesn't matter who you acquire if the pieces you've already invested in, drafted, developed, Cal, JP, all of your starters, don't perform this year.
He said this yesterday, and folks were texting in like, what's he talking about? We got to go get bats and all that stuff. And I go, yeah, you do have to go get bats. But if the guys who are going to be on your team when those bats arrive don't play to their potential, then what's the use of going and getting that talent? The talent has to be supported. Everyone's got to support each other in the situation. The rotation's got to ball out. The bats got to support the rotation. The guys who are here need to play like the Julio and the Cal and the guys that we know when you add this addition to the squad. So I get his logic. I think some people just don't want to hear it. They want to hear, listen, we don't want the guys on the team to save us. We want someone else on the outside to save this team. One man does not win a baseball game. It just doesn't work that way. So he's correct. The guys, the most important parts are already here. You're just adding to the most important parts. But the most important parts need to play better than they did last year.
And sometimes those, again, you will not catch excuses for not adding, for not being competitive, and for not spending on this show, nor will you catch it from many Mariners fans. People desperately want this team to be more competitive. They need to, and fans deserve it. And frankly, the quality of your starters makes it imperative. It would be baseball malpractice to not try to improve your offense. But the point he's making is an interesting one, which is, well, how far do you really get if Julio doesn't improve?
Yeah.
If Julio has the season he had for most of last season, are you a playoff team? Probably not.
No, you can't do that. Julio needs to step it up. Cal, I think Cal can just be Cal. I think that's what we expect from him. Honestly, the numbers that he put up there.
Yeah, I don't need Cal to hit 280.
No, you need Luke to perform. You need a Rosarena to do his thing. That whole outfield needs to be athletic in the outfield and good at the plate. So that is just logic. It is logical to expect the player you are paying the most on your team to do better than what he did last year. What did he bat, like 265 or something like that? 270? Yeah.
Well, and his final stats were impacted a ton by that final stretch when, it ended up looking like a solid year.
He needs to be this consistent.
Yeah.
Right? He needs to have a better start. And it sounds like they're trying to figure out. I forgot who said it. We were listening to somebody speak. Someone in the Mariners organization, they pointed it out. Julio has to get out to a better start. How can we support Julio to where he comes out ready to go? What's the ramp-up period like in spring training? I believe it might have been DePoto that said he needs to get more hacks during spring training. Forget this veteran treatment. He'll be good to go when the season starts or a few months or a month or so into the season. Let's get some hacks. Let's go at it because this team, as you know, Stacy, and everyone else listening if you follow, they strike out a ton.
Yeah.
So how do you combat that? See more pitches. Be in those situations a bit more. It's always different when the regular season hits because there's more implication. It means more, and the talent is better. But you just got to get reps, man. Forget sitting out and then take your time doing spring. Let's ramp it up.
Let's talk about what some of these players did last year. The 253 says Cal and JP had fantastic years in 2023. OPS pluses of over 120. They still came up short. We need more, though. I think Jordan is wrong on that point. I don't think the full conversation, Jordan clearly makes it obvious that this team should absolutely add.
Yeah,
and not only that, he's kind of critical of them not spending more. But I think what he's pointing to is that the core pieces of your team need to be better fundamentally, or the additions that the Mariners are willing to make, because this is not a team that's going to spend a ton of money. This is not a team that's going to make a lot of additions. So if you're going to be that team that improves marginally, improves on the edges, then you need the middle to be as good as possible. I am going to push back a little bit, 253, though. I don't think that JP had a phenomenal year last year. I mean, I know that we're looking at advanced analytics and looking at OPS and all of that, but like just basic slash line. He was 266, 380. Let's see, I'm looking at slugging. 266, 380, 438. In 2024, he had a downturn, hit just 202 for the season. So I think, and Curtis, I know that you've talked about this a ton as well. I don't think we saw the best of JP last season. I think he was an underrated storyline because Julio was getting so much of the spotlight for poor play.
Yeah, and he was out for a while too, right?
Yes.
Some injuries. So that jacks up your timing or whatnot. But imagine if Julio had the year that he had a year or two ago and JP was a guy that we saw last year. And you got those spurts. There was a spurt where what's his name? Justin Turner came in. It was hot to start, right? Rosarena came in, was hot to start. Polanco even had some moments there. All right, if they were supported by the play that we got from the guys who've been on this team the last 2 or 3 years, this might have been different. The season might have been different. So it's not fair to ask a Polanco, even though that's why he was brought here, right, to perform at a high level, to just lead the charge. The guy who needs to lead the charge is the guy that you're paying to lead the charge, and that is Julio Rodriguez.
And that pay gets higher and higher.
It starts with him. So that's what you need. Julio's got to come in ready, focus, locked in, be that special kid, because the text lines be hollering at him. They we paid him too early and all this stuff. Now, I gave him a year. Gave him this year. Said, all right, man, it's your down year. Everybody has them. But next year is going to start getting real, and he's going to start feeling that pressure. But Julio knows this. He's aware. He's self-aware. He understands what he means to this organization. It starts with Julio. He has to play well.
Yeah, I think that ultimately what I want from this segment is to make clear that all of us want the Mariners to add, to be more aggressive in free agency, to improve on an offense that was underwhelming, disappointing, and offensive in 2024. But that you cannot overlook the importance of the pieces you already have improving, because a lot of them didn't play up to standard. I mean, constantly last year, before Scott Service was fired, we had conversations about whether it's coaching, whether it's players, like where does the onus fall? And this is one of those segments where we go, some of it is on players.
Yeah.
You have to be better.
Yep.
So, all right, we are going to jump back to the Seahawks here. Speaking of pressure, there's been lots of talk about Brian Grubb's offense, all eyes, always on head coach Mike McDonald, of course. And Geno Smith is eyeing a contract extension and his biggest payday yet. But who's under the most pressure in the Seahawks' final 3 weeks?
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk.
Our weekly conversation with Daniel Jeremiah.
I feel more comfortable saying that I can, in this setup where they are right now, I give the confetti test to Sam. I could see that. I could see them on the stage. I could see that confetti falling. With Geno, it's just off this year. It's just been so up and down. It's hard to give you a yes on that one based off what we've seen this year. There's been times in his career where I would have answered yes to that, hey, provided he has all the pieces, yeah, I could see that happening. I don't see that happening right now.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. For over 55 years, you've trusted us for roofing, siding, windows, decking, and gutters. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule a free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors.
Take your game day experience to the next level with a Mariner Suite. Suites are perfect for birthdays, anniversaries, client meetings, and that company outing you've been trying to plan for months. Enjoy first-class catering, VIP parking, custom setups for 14 to 400 people, and more, all with the help of a dedicated Mariners rep. Suites start at $125 per person, and season ticket members get 15% off. Reserve now at mariners.com/suites.
Munoz strikes out the side, and the ball game is over.
Well, the holidays are certainly here, and so are big meals, full bellies, and a ton of leftovers. It's easy to lose sight of your nutritional and fitness goals with so much going on this time of year. It's Mike Salk here, and let me offer a little bit of salvation. Eastside Weight Loss Clinic allows you to maintain eating delicious food at comfortable portions and still lose weight, lots of it. I lost 35 pounds in 8 weeks, 10 pounds in the first week, and I was still able to eat good, healthy meals. My plan didn't include any exercise, no cardio, and I still lost weight. Heck, that's all I needed to hear. Schedule a free 15-minute phone consultation with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic and see if you can lose weight during the holidays and without exercise. I mean, that should be the biggest test of whether it works or not. And guess what? It does. Eastside Weight Loss Clinic is healthy, sustainable weight loss that works. No gimmicks, no tricks, no drugs, no injections, all real food that you buy at the grocery store. You can call them at 425-588-0080 or go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here with Shannon O'Kelly, President and CEO of IRG Physical and Hand Therapy, inviting you to come work with IRG. And Shannon, what kind of staff are you looking for at IRG?
Brock, we're looking for all kinds of clinical staff, physical therapists, occupational therapists, athletic trainers, certified occupational therapy technicians, physical therapy assistants, you name it on the clinical side. We are looking for those folks. But we are really looking for folks that want to come to an organization that want to be part of our culture and change the culture and work with us to provide the best care and service we can to our patients, our team, and our community. So those clinical people out there, we're looking for you. We also provide advanced certification. We want to provide you mentorship. We want you to grow personally and professionally here at IRG.
And with over 40 clinics throughout the Pacific Northwest, you've got the opportunity to work in the city you want. Just head over to irgpt.com/careers. That's irgpt.com/careers.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check your sunroof is closed first before driving through the car wash.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, no. Wait, whoa.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission. Free delivery. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandswimspasale.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
All right, some positive news on quarterback Geno Smith from head coach Mike Macdonald earlier this afternoon. Speaking with reporters, Macdonald said Smith took part in walkthrough today and would be out at practice in, quote, a significant capacity. He added Smith feels pretty good right now after suffering that knee injury against the Packers Sunday.
Snapshot brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is brought to you by Mazda of Everett.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now.
Feel free to jump in on this conversation on the Mac and Jack's text line. I'll be keeping an eye on it. 866-979-3776. I'm keeping an eye on it because I think there are a couple possible answers here. Which Seahawk is under the most pressure in the season's final 3 weeks? Knock on wood, in the regular season's final 3 weeks. You have a couple interesting choices here. Obviously, there's always the head coach, Mike McDonald, in his first season. There is Ryan Grubb, offensive coordinator, under some fire right now. And, of course, quarterback Geno Smith, who's playing for a potential contract extension. Bump, which Seahawk, including coaches and coaching staff, to you, is under the most pressure in the season's final 3 weeks?
I got 3 answers. All right, the first answer is some black folks say when we're saying everybody. We say everybody and their mama.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody and their mama over there in Seahawks. I'm talking from head coach to the practice squad to the PR department. Everybody's under pressure.
Can you imagine someone in sales? What did I do?
Like, yeah, hey, look at your shirt.
Yeah.
You see that logo?
Look at those season tickets.
You're a part of it.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah,
yeah.
tickets.
I'll tell you what you're under pressure for.
Everybody and their mama in that building is under pressure, and they feel that pressure, right? But I think because at the end of this year, I know who for sure is going to be here. Grubb, McDonald, AD. They're going to be here. John Schneider's going to give them a few years to try to figure this thing. You got to look at the guys who are fighting for their NFL lives. Contracts coming up, expectations. So then I can narrow it down to 2 guys who I feel like are under the most pressure. I'm looking at Geno and I'm looking at DK. And I look at DK just because it's contract time. It's time for him to get paid. And it's not pressure that he can really control. He can't control that pressure because he's a wide receiver. The ball needs to be snapped. Geno needs to be protected. Coverage needs to be on point. The right play needs to be called. The ball needs to be thrown. Then it's up to DK. He's under pressure on a personal level because he's trying to get paid. He's trying to get that $30 million that some of these receivers are getting out there, whether it's here or somewhere else. It's personal pressure for him because of the severity of the situation. But it really comes down to Geno because I think we're still trying to decide if Geno's going to be the guy for the future or how long is he going to be the guy. And because they are a 8-17, right? Because they're an 8-17, they're not going to get that high draft pick. They're going to be around 19, 20, 21, 22, depending on how the season ends. So now Geno's fighting one for the team because he's a winner. He wants to win. He doesn't just want to show up and be an individual. But there always is an individual aspect when it comes to performance on a football team in the NFL because it is a business. And when it is contract time, when you're trying to get some money, where the organization is looking towards the future and trying to figure out which path they are going to go, it starts and ends with the quarterback. Quarterback does nothing without the offensive line, though. But I'm going to say, now I said everybody ain't mama. DK has his own personal pressure, but I think it comes down to Geno. Geno's under the most pressure.
Yeah.
Because Grubb ain't going nowhere, McDonald ain't going nowhere, AD ain't going nowhere. They're going to have time to figure it out. But they have to figure out if they're going to figure it out with Geno.
I absolutely agree. Coaches and coordinators are under a ton of pressure, but given that it's their first season, I think there's a little bit of leniency and understanding and patience, at least on the part of the front office and ownership.
8-6. Sorry, someone corrected us. 8-6.
When I look at players and position groups under pressure, there are offensive linemen who are under pressure and may not keep a starting job if they don't perform.
Mm-hmm.
But in terms of like where all eyes are, it's Geno. It's obviously Geno Smith. And I know that there are some people even on the Mac and Jack's text line who said, I think it's the center and the guards. Sure, but no one sent in a single name of an offensive lineman.
Mm-hmm.
There's not one guy, and it's kind of part of that shared responsibility. Shared blame, shared responsibility means that there's no single spotlight. You kind of get away from that in a way. You don't as a quarterback. You're under a microscope. And Geno Smith is going to get another contract somewhere. But there could be millions on the line for him. Now, he still has 2025 under contract with the Seahawks. The Seahawks could be incentivized, though, if he plays very, very well, to give him another extension. Let's say it's 2 years, right? 2-3 years, whatever. Just to move some money around and make 2025 a little more flexible for them. Or if Geno plays horribly, are they tempted to draft a quarterback? Are they tempted to look elsewhere in free agency? I still think that I would want to keep Geno and then maybe add, another young quarterback. But millions on the line in a new contract. The decision becomes easier but more expensive for Seattle if he plays well.
But even furthermore, like, if he don't play well, they're not going to win.
Yes.
Like, he's got to play. We talk about the contract and the future and what all that means. But if Geno does not play well, they do not win these next few ball games. If he turns the football over at a high clip, they don't win these next few ball games. And it is unfair, but it isn't to kind of isolate him because he is the quarterback. We know the offensive line has to protect. You got to be on point. But quarterbacks get paid to win drives. I wouldn't say necessarily win games, because there are going to be moments where Geno doesn't play well, yet they still win the ball game because maybe the run game was good or the defense has a few turnovers and you score. But he's got to win some drives. He's got to put some drives together, early, mid-game, late in the game, that solidifies this team or solidifies a win or just shows that he is valuable. We've seen him do that, but we haven't seen him do that as of late, or at least not last week. He's put some drives together against, obviously, the Cardinals and the New York Jets. But he's got to have those moments, because the Minnesota Vikings are a very good football team. Their defense, they apply the most pressure out of anybody in the NFL. Their offense are in there, fifth in the league when it comes to sacks. Their offense is a dynamic offense. You're going to see a lot of motions and all that good stuff we saw last couple of weeks with the Cardinals and the Green Bay Packers. So what's Geno's moment look like? Is he going to have a 11-play, 12-play drive, get inside the 10 and finish that thing? Or is he going to have a 10-play, 11-play drive, get into the 10 and throw an interception? We all hold our breath once we get into the red zone, especially once you get inside the 10. So that's Geno's responsibility. He ain't got to win the game. He doesn't have to have 350 yards and 4 or 5 touchdowns, but he got to have those drives. He has to have those moments. He's got to take care of the football.
The most popular answer on the Mac and Jacks text line right now is not Geno Smith. It is Ryan Grubb. You guys can keep chiming in on this conversation and should. 866-979-3776. 425 says, I'm not so sure Grubb will be safe if things don't get better. He actively doesn't run the ball enough for Mike McDonald's liking. Mike McDonald did talk about the run game today, wanting to see more of it.
Yeah. When you're down 14-3, it changes things, though. And I think Mike understands that as well. But I agree. Running the ball with your running backs, Zach Charbonnet had 8 carries, Halani had 3, Kenny had 3, and you got a couple runs by the quarterback. So just from the running backs, you got 14 carries and about 78 yards or 72 yards. And that's not going to cut it. But the problem is when now let's look at Mike McDonald. When your defense comes out in 2 drives, they go down there, they punch it in, boom, 14 points. It changes the way that a man calls a game. But I do agree with McDonald. You got to establish that run. That's why I'm hoping, I'm praying. We didn't see Ken Walker in any injury report this week, have we?
No, and I completely forgot to say the injury update earlier is that they're also optimistic about Ken. Optimistic about both Ken and Geno trending towards playing, so that's good.
That's good.
I have Reek Woolen as an answer here from the 206.
I can see that. I mean, you're going up against...
Like for starting job, that is.
Yeah. You're going up against the, I would say...
Best wide receiver duo?
I'm looking at the schedule. Yeah, I would say, the best wide receiver duo that you've seen all year. Atlanta is hot over there, and they were playing well when you faced them, but Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison are on another level. You cannot have the game that you had last week against the Packers, even though the Packers, low-key, have a top 3 or 4 receiving core in the game off of ability alone. I know you look at the stats, no one overwhelms you, but you look at those dudes run their routes and understand what's going on. Those dudes are good to go. But, 1-2 combo, it's the best you've seen all year. So when you're lined up over the best in the game, you got to be on point.
A question that I find myself wondering is what the 360 was saying. How can you fire anyone, coaches or not, after that offensive line performance? It needs to be addressed first and foremost. The thing is, I find the offensive line works its way into every single conversation we end up having about this team. You want to talk about Geno Smith and his red zone interceptions, those are totally on him. You pointed that out earlier, going through like his interceptions. You still have to acknowledge that he's one of the most hit quarterbacks in the league, is under one of the most pressured quarterbacks in the league. Same with the run game. If we want to talk about why we aren't seeing more from Ken Walker, well, how much of this is an offensive line issue? If we want to talk about why we aren't seeing the best of Ryan Grubb, well, how much of it is an offensive line issue? I feel the same way, where it's like, how can you truly evaluate any of these connective tissues without looking at the offensive line first?
You can't. The offensive line, they're the bones of the offense. They're the structure. Without the offensive line, you stand no chance. But you also realize that when they do, it's not like the offensive line goes out there and never pass protects, and they never create gaps for the run game. No, we know that it's been difficult, but we also know that sometimes they do. And when they do, you have to take full advantage of those opportunities and make sure that you're ready to go. So, yeah, the offensive line is connected to everything that this offense does, but they do provide some opportunity. They need to be more consistent. But when that pocket is good, receivers got to get open. Geno has to make the right throws. When that lane is there, Ken Walker has to be patient, or he has to speed it up depending on what the run requires, and you have to make the play. The playmakers got to make the plays. They have to make the O-line wrong even when they're right. So that's why we lean on them, but you're absolutely correct. The thing that connects everything and puts this thing together is the offensive line.
I think your point about, look, Geno is under the most pressure in part because this team simply does not get to the playoffs if he doesn't play well is fun. It kind of takes the cake. So I think I have a few other listeners that are looking at players that are under pressure in a way that doesn't affect the team quite as much as a whole, but definitely affects whether or not they're on this team. The 206 says Lockett, Nwosu, and Dre Jones. They've done little, but are making really good money. So maybe the team looks at a restructure, or they even get cut, freeing up money. So basically saying, hey, these are 3 high-paid players on your team that I'm not hearing enough from.
I think Nwosu gets a pass for this year.
He's been so banged up.
He's been banged up twice. I mean, he's played 2 games so far this year. I think he gets a pass on the year. I think Lockett is more of a just in a football reality situation. I'm no longer a number 2 receiver. I was a 1. I'm no longer 2. I am the 3. They're not creating plays for me to have explosive plays. This is the end of the road when it comes to my career, or could be at least here in Seattle, unless I restructure and take less money and I'm okay with a lesser role, possibly them drafting another receiver this year. That is just the life. It's like my dog Lulu. She is 6 years in human years now. You do the math. She's not old, but she slowed down a little bit. You know, she don't have the energy that she used to have when she was a pup. This is just life. We're looking at Lockett, and this is the life in the NFL. You slow down. You don't become a priority. You get paid a lot because you made it this far, and then you have to have difficult conversations when it comes to where do I go from here? What am I willing to accept when it comes to pay and my influence on this team? So I don't see no pressure from Lockett.
Yeah.
I think Lockett's like, it is what it is, bro. I've made so much money. I got real estate business going on. I'm popping. I just got married. Life is good. He ain't worried about, who's the other name?
Dre Jones.
Dre Jones? Dre Jones. I think there might be some pressure there because he is was the highest paid D lineman on this team. I think it's now Leonard, right? And he hasn't performed, but he's been banged up as well. But here's the thing is you can't just get rid of dudes. You can't get rid of dudes. You can't just say, get rid of him, get rid of him, get rid of him, and then go and get yourself a rookie or go and shop the market and think just replacing is going to be okay. You got to keep some of these guys. You don't just build a football team overnight. So it's all about how important they are to their situation. And with Lockett, he's probably not as important.
Yeah.
I think with Dre Jones, because of the rotation, he might be a bit more important.
I've gotten a few responses of John Schneider, and to that I'll say this. I'm isolating the next 3 games. The next 3 weeks, which Seahawk, including coaches, is under the most pressure. I think there are conversations about personnel we're having about John Schneider, but John Schneider cannot affect this team over the next 3 weeks. Now, if we made this a conversation about who's under the most pressure over the next year, John Schneider is right at the top. So I just want to clarify. I had a couple people texting in as part of their answer, and I just wanted to clarify why I wasn't spending a ton of time on his name. It's not that he's not facing a ton of pressure, and he will. Come draft time, people are going to be like, is this make or break for John Schneider? Like, bro, you got to fix the offensive line. You've had 10 years of struggle there, but I wanted to isolate specifically the next 3 weeks because the conversation becomes, as you noted, Bump, well, who's most important? Which player, which coach, which change gets this team to the playoffs? Who's most important to winning games over the next 3 weeks? If I threw that question your way, what do you say?
Who's most important these next 3
Which
weeks?
single coach or player is most important, has the single greatest impact on winning games over the next 3 weeks?
It's Ryan Grubb.
So does that change your answer?
Defense? No, it's not, because Grubb's going to be here next year.
Yeah.
But for the next 3 weeks, he's got to get the most out of his offense. That O-line's got to be coached up. Receivers got to be on point. He is the grand master of the offense. If the offense plays like they have the last couple weeks, it's not going to be enough. Actually, the last week, because they played decent against the Arizona Cardinals. But if they cannot show up the way they did last week, it's not going to be enough, because we know or anticipate that the Vikings are going to put up some points.
We are going to jump into a bit of a preview coming up at 1:30. First, let's get to 4 down territory.
This is 4 down territory, going inside the game with former Seahawks and Coug wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
First down, last week you highlighted the offensive line would have a challenge against the Green Bay Packers defensive line. What will be the challenge this week against the Vikings?
It's a different challenge this week. This is a very aggressive defense. They blitz 36% of the time. That's the highest in the NFL. The talent this week, or the bulk of the talent, is at the linebacker spot and in the secondary with the Vikings. With the Green Bay Packers, it was the defensive line. They're everywhere. Curtis, you got my flight ready? Fly the Bumblebee. If you can, Curtis, please.
Curtis, do you have Fly to the Bumblebee?
Please, you got it. This is what I hear when I watch this Vikings defense on film. It's a Flight of the Bumblebee. Have you ever seen that movie Drumline?
With Nick Cannon?
Yeah.
Yes, I did.
You seen that?
Yes.
All right, so you remember Dr. Lee, the conductor? He goes, Flight of the Bumblebee. He's sitting there just feeling it, right? His response. When I watch the defense, this is what I see. Flight of the Bumblebee. You're blitzing from there. You're blitzing from there. The safety's walking down. He's bailing out. They're moving. Gino's going to have to try to figure this out. Cover 2, cover 1. What are they doing? Hey, ship, Omaha. It's going to be crazy out there. This is what they do. This is what I hear when I watch the film of the Vikings, is a Flight of the Bumblebee. Thanks, Curtis. And it's crazy. Different challenge this week. Last week it was physical. This week, Flight of the Bumblebee. Better be on point.
Second down. If you were Kirk Cousins, where would you want to play next year?
Where would I want to play? I'd want to play for the Chiefs, but that ain't going to happen.
I mean, ideally.
I want to play for the Chiefs, the Bills maybe, Baltimore, kind of just chill. But he's not in that mentality yet. He thinks he's got some football left in him, and he still might have some football left in him. If he's not with the Atlanta Falcons, there's only a few places I see opportunity. The Tennessee Titans, nobody wants to go there. Their last good quarterback was Ryan Tannehill. And he got him to was it the conference finals or the round right before the conference finals?
Ooh.
Anyway,
I think the conference championship game.
Yeah, conference championship game, right? He had 1 or 2 good years over there. And then I'm looking at the New York Jets. The New York Jets are struggling. I think they're going to draft a quarterback. Kirk Cousins could be the bridge guy, but now he would go into the situation knowing he's the bridge guy. At first, he's like, I'm that dude. Let's get it. And then he's watching the draft go down like, we got the 9 pick. What we getting? A wide receiver, offensive lineman? No, son, quarterback. We're going after quarterback. So now he was a surprise bridge quarterback. Or he can go to the Jets. The Jets might draft a quarterback. We'll see if Aaron Rodgers is coming back or not, or if they want him back. The last one is interesting. It's the Niners. I think the Niners are looking at Brock Purdy different. Like the beer goggles and worn off. Mm-hmm. The lights are on. Love in the Club was the last song. They turned the lights on.
Everyone's covering their faces.
Yeah, and they're like, oh, snaps. You look different without George Kittle, Deebo Samuel, Christian McCaffrey, Brandon Ayuk. Goggles are off. Love in the Club has stopped playing. Big ups to Mikes and Shakers and Pullman. If y'all know what I'm talking about, that was always the last song before they turn on the lights. Get your girl right now. That's interesting. Are they going to pay him? Are they going to move on? That could be a situation there. Who knows, man? This is an interesting spot for Kirk Cousins. I think he has some football left in him, but it's sad that he's doing what he does most of the time, which is do just enough to make you believe in him, but then he folds. But here's the good part. $90 million guaranteed. He can go somewhere else. They pay him league minimum. He'll be on that Russell Wilson tip. All will be good. He can compete for a job. It's going to be a good situation for somebody who needs a bridge quarterback.
I was going to say, over the course of the day, as we've talked about Michael Penix, I found myself feeling bad for Kirk Cousins almost, and you just reminded me, no, this man has some of the most guaranteed money in football, has gotten guaranteed contract. He is fine. He has so much money.
Yeah,
he's fine.
He's good.
Third down. How will the Vikings offense challenge the Seahawks Sunday?
Play action. They run the most play action out of anybody in the NFL right now. And Sam Darnold does a good job working under center. I love working under center. We talked to Manti Te'o yesterday, and he pointed out that Darnold does it and that Grubb has been doing it a lot more with Geno. But the run game has to go. And if Aaron Jones is able to break off a couple of big runs, make this defense think once or twice, the play action is going to be even more relevant. The thing you can't do in the secondary is have those false steps. There's a play Kobe Bryant had against Arizona Cardinals a couple weeks ago where he took one step forward when he was supposed to get into a back pedal, and Michael Wilson ran right by him. As a receiver, if I'm running up on you and I get to 4 yards, 5 yards, and you're flat-footed and I'm running a vertical, I know you are done. I can run a 4.6 and I'm going to get by you. It's just physics. You can't turn your hips and run that fast. So no false steps. If they get the run game going and start messing with that play action, that's when the false step starts to be more prevalent and you make more mistakes. So the play action is going to be big. Sam Darnold is comfortable back there. He understands his offense. He's good with the football when it comes to the mesh points and hiding that thing. Play action, play action, play action. Motion is going to be big again this year. Kevin O'Connell has a little bit of Kyle Shanahan and Sean McVay in him.
We're going to get back to a little bit of a preview for this game and some of these talking points coming up in about 10 minutes, coming up at 1:30 with a Seahawks-Vikings preview. Fourth down. Earlier, you and I spoke with Mike Golick Jr. If you guys want to catch that interview, it's at 11 a.m., so it'll kick off hour 2 of the Bump and Stacy podcast. And we covered everything. We talked transfer portal. We talked NFL Week 16. What was most interesting to you about that conversation?
We were talking to him, and he mentioned how when he was a sophomore or something at Notre Dame, he was making a lot of mistakes. And the coach brought him in. He was like, look, man, you keep making these mistakes. I'm going to roll with the young guy. The young guy is going to make those mistakes, and I can develop him. So then that made me look at the situation in Atlanta. Yesterday, I said I don't think the Atlanta Falcons would bench Kirk Cousins for Penix. They end up doing it. So that tells me that their evaluation was, look, if you're going to make those mistakes, I'm just going to roll with the young guy. Why not do it? We got an easy schedule coming up. So now I relate that to Seattle. Right, Geno has turned the football over, the second most interceptions in the league. He gets into the red zone at times, and he throws the football away. He's made all these mistakes. And not once has McDonald or Grubb hinted that they're going towards Sam Howell. I say that all for this. Just we have to trust the evaluations of Seattle. Yesterday I said I don't think they will start Penix, but I would trust the evaluation of the Atlanta coaches. Boom, Penix is in. The same thing's going to happen here. There's a reason why Sam's not the guy. Maybe he's not ready this year. Maybe they think after another offseason he might be ready to go then. But we just have to trust the evaluation. If you trust Mike McDonald, which I think you should, this is his first year. You trust Grubb, which I think you should, and he has called some tough games sometimes. Every OC has those games, but they're still one of the best passing offenses in the game. Trust the evaluation. Geno is the guy, and he will be the guy for the foreseeable future. Now, when it's all said and done, then we'll have different conversations. That's why I say going into these last 3 games, the most pressure is on Geno.
The Seahawks' odds to make the playoffs jumped to 52% with a win over the Vikings on Sunday, dropped to 24% with a loss, though it feels like it'll be worse than that. And that's a pretty big swing. So I'm desperate to find some keys to a win. We'll go over them next.
4 down territory. Going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
If you were the OC for the Seahawks, what's something you would add to the offense?
We talked about down the red zone deception, getting defenses to move right when you're going left and vice versa. You can do so many things off the motion. You force the defense to communicate. You get their eyes going different ways. I think that is a step that this offense can take, is just using the leverage, because that's what motion does too.
4 down territory. Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission. Free delivery. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Hey, Brock Ewart here with my buddy Shannon O'Kelly, President and CEO of IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. Over 40 clinics throughout the Pacific Northwest, Shannon. What type of staff and what are you looking for when you hire?
Brock, we are looking for that person out there that wants to create opportunities to teach, instruct, and coach their patients and develop relationships with our team, our community, and then again, like I said, your patients. It's so important that we have people that are excited and positive and want to come to work and create a culture that we are striving to produce here at IRG. And that culture is what I call going towards the light. The soft skills in healthcare, the communication, the aha moments that all of us as clinicians want to do every day in our jobs, and we have it here at IRG.
And if you're a physical therapist or occupational therapist or exercise technician, athletic trainer, front office coordinators, there's opportunity for you. Head over to irgpt.com/careers and apply today. irgpt.com/careers.
We at Three Tree Roofing understand that your home is your castle. That's why our certified technicians use state-of-the-art installation methods to deliver the highest warranties available. Check out our hundreds of online reviews and schedule a free estimate to see for yourself. Three Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Want to listen to Seattle sports on your smart speaker?
Hey, smart speaker, play Seattle sports.
This message is powered by the EQC Sportsbook at Emerald Queen Casino. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
You know what's really getting old? Having to do more with less. With Ramp, you can do more with more. Ramp is the corporate card and expense management software that saves businesses like yours an average of 5%. That's more for you to invest back into your operations, your staff, your bottom line, you name it. And that means less time spent on manual tasks, less time spent closing your books, and less time spent worrying about where your money went. All with Ramp.
I grew my hospitality company fast. So fast that we actually felt serious growing pains. Ramp helped us automate our manual expense tracking, saving the team valuable time. Now we have more time to spend on what really matters, our guests and their experience.
Ramp gives you more time, more visibility, and more control over your business. Don't settle for anything less. Start using Ramp for free today at ramp.com/radio. Ramp.com/radio. That's RAMP.com/radio.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Seahawks Insider, brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. Now here's Maura Dooley.
With the Seahawks set to face an intimidating Vikings defensive front and coming off of a game in which they struggled to protect the quarterback, Mark Schlereth joined Ray Roberts and Bob Stelton on the Wyman and Bob show yesterday and discussed the importance of play calling.
So you can take a group that maybe not the most talented group, as long as they play together, but you have a play caller that understands our problems. Ultimately, if you've got a play caller that calls plays that allow me to take the passive out of pass protection, the passive out of what we're doing, and be the aggressor, then we can be really, really good, even if we're not collectively the most talented group.
The Seahawks Insider is brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. For the latest on the Seahawks anytime, go to seattlesports.com.
For over 111 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington. From the Space Needle in Seattle and now all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist you with any lighting issue, as well as help with intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting expert since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here with my friends at Snoqualmie Casino. And if you don't want to cook or clean on Christmas, I'm sure you're not alone. Who does? Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel has got you covered. How does this sound? Mouth-watering Christmas Day menu at Falls Buffet with savory roasts, the delightful sides, and then decadent desserts as well. They're also serving up prime rib with all the fixings. You want more details? Go to snocasino.com for the full menu. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man, high five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Up top, Bike Shop. Yeah.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Messethorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years.
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo!
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five.
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
This hour is brought to you by Mazda of Everett.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
That's the way I was thinking about this preview, Bump, is, okay, basic, boring, but make it fun. That's what we're going to do for the Seahawks-Vikings preview. From NFL Next Gen Stats, which I got on the NFL's website, they have a 52% chance of the playoffs for the Seahawks if they win. And their odds drop to 24% with a loss. Bump, I know this is the math. And the math is mathing for NFL Next Gen Stats. For me, it feels so far below 24% if they lose this game. Like they're not eliminated by any means.
Yeah.
And there is still an aspect to it in playing the Rams that's within your control, which is great. But, I feel bad about their odds with a loss. It is hugely important they win Sunday.
Yeah, we feel bad because we don't think the Rams will lose to the Jets.
Or the Cardinals.
Or the Cardinals. That's why. The numbers are numbering because they're like, well, they could lose to these guys.
Sure.
On paper, the Jets might be a good matchup in some areas. On paper, the Cardinals might be a good matchup.
Mm-hmm.
But guess what? We played the Jets and we played the Cardinals. And our analysis is we assume that the Rams are going to get through there. Numbers don't assume anybody's going to win. They weigh out probabilities and look at all these other stats and numbers that you and I don't have access or care to look at because we use the eye test, and it's the basic stats when it comes to this. If they lose this game, to me, it drops to like 10%.
Right.
They lose this game, I'm not looking for that extra check I get from the Seahawks during playoffs. You know, I'm like, hey, calling the wife, you're like, listen, those new shoes you wanted? Nah. Empty the shopping cart because I'm not getting that playoff check.
You're booking time at courses.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, I'm going to call it the course. Hey, I can't make it, guys. Blame the Seahawks. But I think that's why. I like those numbers when it keeps us optimistic.
Mm-hmm.
But in reality, when I watch film and I do my own analysis, I think that the Rams are going to take care of it. But you never really know. And never really knowing is what keeps you locked in. But I'm not feeling too good about it. I think this is going to be a very difficult game. I think the Vikings are better than the Green Bay Packers. I think most people listening and whoever watches the games think that the Vikings are better than the Green Bay Packers. So you understand that it's going to take a hell of an effort for the Seahawks this weekend to be victorious. I'm going to say something that you mentioned off air.
Mm-hmm.
If we go to that game and the skull clap.
I already know where you're going.
Is it skull clap? Is that what it is?
Yeah, the skull chant.
The skull. If that thing is going and it's loud as heck, I'm not going to do my third quarter walk around the stadium. I'm just going to stay in the press box so I don't get angry.
And I'm not even like, a Seahawks super fan. Like, it's not like I could be mad at other fans. Like, I was a reporter and now I'm a host. And so I feel like I always have to be like respectfully separate of like, it's not my business.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know, man. It's kind of, there's a low-key embarrassment factor to it.
It is. That's what it is. You're embarrassed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't want the other reporters making fun of me. Think of me.
That's what I felt. You know what also happened in last week's game? Remember I talked about how the press box etiquette and stuff?
Yes.
So last game when Green Bay pretty much sealed the deal, I'm going to ask to be seated somewhere else. I'm tired of sitting in front of.
Oh, because you're close to the opponent.
Yeah. And as soon as they kind of locked it up, they're celebrating and banging on the desk.
Ooh, tacky.
I turned around and I said, hey, simmer down. And turned back around.
That's super tacky.
Like, come on, man. I've been in press boxes on the road, and I've never, even when something good's happened, I just keep my cool.
I'm judging
quiet.
that.
All right, cool.
It's like chasing after a foul ball in an MLB press box. Like, that's embarrassing.
Like, I don't want that, man. So, but it's going to be tough. I'm trying to figure out where the Hawks are better. Right? Where are they better than the Minnesota Vikings? And the only place that I can point at is the running backs. I think the Hawks 1-2 combo, when healthy, when everyone's good, is better than the Vikings running attack. Aaron Jones has had some great years with Green Bay. He's not that anymore. If they are healthy and that offensive line can create some gaps, I think that's where the advantage is. And then at the quarterback spot, like I think Geno is just as talented as Sam Darnold, but Sam Darnold is just performing better right now.
And playing behind a really good offensive line. They did lose a starter earlier this year, but it hadn't stopped them. I went back and I looked at, okay, so this team has 2 losses and 1 overtime win, so I didn't count it as a loss by any means, but it was like, okay, here's a team that challenged them. And I tried to think, well, what can we learn about the losses that they had and about this overtime win? And I'll say this. One of the losses they've been dealt was from a Lions team that still had mostly healthy defensive starters. You know what I mean? Like, okay, sure. You lost to a really good Lions team. They also lost to the Rams, and I don't think that the Rams are a really good team. I think the Rams, if they make it to the playoffs, much like I feel this way about the Seahawks, are going to have some obstacles to overcome, some red flags for a lot of people that keep them from betting on them to win it all. Totally makes sense. That's just where they are as an organization. They lost to the Rams. They also had an overtime. So they went into overtime against the Chicago Bears. So this is not some unbeatable monster. They're a very good team that outmatches Seattle, outpaces Seattle, has outscored Seattle, but they have also faltered at times to some questionable players.
This is where we are. We're begging right now.
I fully admit it.
Because we were begging against the Green Bay Packers, like, oh yeah, what do you mean? They've lost some to some tough teams, but they haven't beaten anybody. Smacked us. But this is where we are right now. But I appreciate you finding some optimism in this whole thing, because you look at the teams that they beat. All right, let's play that game. All right, they beat the Giants, not a very good team. They beat San Francisco week 2 when I feel like we still believed in them. They smacked Houston, overrated this year coming in. Offensive line have issues over there. They beat Green Bay, who I felt like the Hawks could have beaten if that offense played better. Second half was a lot better. Then they beat the Jets. They beat the Colts, the Jacks, the Titans, Chicago, Arizona, Atlanta, Chicago. So what, 3 like big boy wins on that schedule? Maybe Green Bay and the early Niners. Yeah. So 2 big boy wins. There's your hope.
Now, look, if I was a Vikings fan, I'd be listening, being like, y'all are haters. Who have you beaten? However, we're currently in the seat of, okay, find me a reason. Like, find me something that I can hang on to and go, well, maybe this. And for instance, the Vikings are not, you've already pointed to it with Aaron Jones, the Vikings are not as good a run team as the Packers were. We knew the story for the Packers would be Josh Jacobs, and that defined the first half, certainly. The story of this game is going to be a really, really, really good defense against whom every single offense has turned the ball over at least once. And obviously 2 fantastic wide receivers. But when I look at Seattle's strengths, I go, well, I mean, I really like Devin Witherspoon. And, like, Rick Woolen can be really talented. They just need to play their very best game. And honestly, when I look at these games, they didn't end up winning, but the Bears played their very best game of the season against the Vikings, and it was almost enough.
All right, so why not us? Why not now? Why not Sunday? Rick Woolen's going to get in the back pedal, flip those hips, play the football the way it's supposed to. Offensive line is going to protect. Almeida's going to have a bounce-back game. Geno's not going to turn the football over in the red zone. DK is going to go for 100. JS is going to have his third down pickups, and the run game's going to get going. Why not us? Why not Sunday? Because if not, I'm dropping it down to 10%.
That 24% feels too high.
That's fake.
That's fake news. 866-979-3776. Get your questions in for what I need to know. Any question you have, text it now to the Mac and Jack's text line. That number, 866-979-3776.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
You know, and I would ask Seahawk fans and texters, you know, how do you feel about Geno now? Yeah, because I think there's been a lot of people that have been detractors, which is fine. I mean, I know that there's some good and bad with Geno, but now all of a sudden you look at it and go, oh, dang, that's a big loss. You know, and look, I thought Sam Howell was fine as a backup quarterback, but he wasn't going to win that game for you.
He got thrown in a tough situation, and
I think it's the toughest job in the NFL.
Yeah,
backup quarterback, you don't get reps.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
The Lee Johnson culture to me is
empowering all of your employees to do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. You know, there are certain things that it doesn't matter what level of employment you are in our organization. If it's not the right thing or it doesn't feel right, they have the ability to take care of the customer and make the decision without asking a manager, without asking an owner. Yeah, the end result is they can speak to the customer with more confidence. They're definitely more confident in what they're trying to provide the customer, what the customer is trying to accomplish, and just giving them a better experience.
His name is Justin Meek. He's the leader and caretaker of more than 300 full-time employees for the Lee Johnson Auto family. Justin believes everything about doing the right thing begins and ends with Lee Johnson's company culture. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up, Oscar!
What was that?
That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm, I am. Ooma has everything I need to handle the busy holiday season, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
The rain's been coming down in sheets lately, and there is more to come this winter. But despite all of those big raindrops, you want to know a surprising fact? A metal roof will not magnify the sound of rain. That's right. That was one of the first questions I asked Anthony, the owner of Asset Roofing, when he was explaining the benefits of a metal roof. Metal roofs are all the rage right now, and they're more eco-friendly. They last almost twice as long as a traditional roof, and they are a great option for adding solar panels down the road. Asset Roofing is leading the local push in metal roofing, and they can even offer metal roofs for up to 30% less than their competitors. They make each roofing panel custom and in-house to speed up production and save homeowners like you time and money on their roofing project. Remember, you're either hiring a liability or you're hiring an asset. Go to assetroofingco.com. That's assetroofingco.com.
Certified work that's never in doubt. Asset Roofing, excellence is on the house.
On behalf of Cairo News Radio, Seattle Sports, and Treehouse, thank you to everyone who helped make the 36th year of Holiday Magic truly magical.
This is the best part of our entire year here at Cairo. We don't have to do any bad news. It's all good news. It's you.
Holiday Magic may have ended, but the season of giving has not. You can still donate to Treehouse by going to mynorthwest.com/Holiday Magic. Thank you for serving Treehouse, and happy holidays.
Chronic pain can be so life-changing that it causes depression. The effects can strain relationships and tear families apart. If chronic pain is impacting you or someone you love, don't wait to get help. I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. If your family is missing the person they once knew, schedule a free consultation to learn if our non-surgical and drug-free approach could help you get your life back. At Sound Pain Solutions, we've treated thousands of patients suffering from neuropathy, neck and back pain, and complex joint problems. Our personalized treatments include state-of-the-art technology like bioelectric therapy, laser, regenerative injections, pressure wave treatment, and others that stimulate healing naturally. Get a new focus on your family and the activities you enjoy, not your pain, medications, and limitations. To learn if you qualify for our non-surgical and drug-free treatment, call us at Sound Pain Solutions or visit soundpainsolutions.com.
Well, Black Friday and Cyber Monday might be over, but it's the season of savings at all 6 Harnish Auto Family dealerships. Take the driver's seat to savings while supplies last on all 2024 models. The Harnish Auto Family has 22 acres of inventory filled with the most popular trucks, SUVs, EVs, and cars from the brands you know and love. Visit harnishautofamily.com or head to Chevrolet and Kia of Everett or Volkswagen, Subaru, and Chevrolet Buick GMC at Puyallup and tell them I sent you. We are the Harnish Cornish Auto family, where people matter.
It's the holiday season and the perfect time to gift yourself with a new home for the new year. For a limited time, take advantage of incredible savings and incentives during D.R. Horton's It's Your Year savings event. Going on now through December 22nd. Your perfect home for every holiday season is waiting for you. To find yours, visit any of our participating D.R. Horton communities or visit us at drhorton.com and discover the D.R. Horton difference. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
We got into a huge debate during the break about the first question that was texted in for what I need to know. You can send any question in 866-979-3776. And my favorite questions are ones that typically cause debate when you aren't expecting it. So I innocently read this question aloud. I said, ranch or blue cheese with your wings? I need to know, said one listener. And I said, neither. And both you, Curtis,
Crazy.
and you, Bump, turned to me and said, excuse me?
Yeah. Crazy.
Beg pardon?
Yeah, no.
It's un-American.
Well, I don't like blue cheese, first of all. And ranch is just iffy
un-American.
with me.
You a spy? Where are you from?
No,
have a good
I'm not
ranch.
KGB. I'm not. I'm American. But I just the wings are already sauced, bro. Like, you don't need to dip them in anything.
Ranch or blue cheese adds another flavor experience.
I appreciate a sauce. I like honey mustard. I like barbecue sauce. I love a garlic sauce from
Ranch
Domino's.
isn't a sauce. It's a dip.
Yeah, but I just don't want.
They
I don't
make
like
ranch
those
wings.
two flavors in particular. Are a waste of my time, and I think neither of you can handle the heat of buffalo wing sauce.
No.
Be real.
That's
I
not
can
it
not.
at all.
It just tastes good.
Yeah, it's
What
a
you
good
mean?
taste.
My wife is Mexican. All right. Throw the heat this way. We good.
866-979-3776. Someone said Stacy's food takes are a hot mess. I think
true.
there are a lot of people that don't like blue cheese, though.
I mean, I take ranch over blue cheese.
Yeah, it's
but I can do
popular.
blue cheese.
Wingstop ranch is good. I like their ranch.
What I need to know, is there anything a Husky alum can do to show support for Wazoo, a Wazoo program that keeps taking hits? All this stuff is really diminishing my love of college athletics, and it's so sad.
There's nothing you can do, brother.
Yeah, I don't think any Coug wants your commiseration.
I appreciate your thoughts and prayers, but there's nothing you can do. You just go win your bowl game, man. What they playing?
Louisville.
Huskies.
Louisville in the Sun Bowl.
Look at you.
Me and Matt are both the
Look
only
at
UW
you.
alum here. We're like, bow
Goodness
down.
gracious.
Go, dogs, go.
Just take my money for student loans. 509, what I need to know. If you could live in any part of the state and money wasn't an issue, where and what part would be your top? I mean,
Any part of the state?
Medina.
yeah, a mansion and on the east side.
I really like kind of like the rural parts of Redmond. Get some land, horse trails over there. I like that.
Well, what do we have here? The Mac and Jack's text line backing me up. I'm with
person.
two. I'm with Stacy. The wings are already sauced. You don't need to add a sauce. Another person, Stacy, I got your back. Additional sauce on wings is dumb.
But you're also not rating the 360.
I don't see those texts.
read
I
that
don't-
one too.
Stacy's right. They already come sauced. See?
Put a poll out on Twitter
I'm scared.
because you know what's gonna be.
And even Gig Harbor says, I think Stacey's talking about chicken nuggets, honey mustard on wings.
No, I was just saying that I'm not someone who's like, oh, I like dry, unseasoned food, but I really like buffalo sauce, and I do not like sour tasting things, and to me, ranch is sour. So I always just eat wings plain. I'm not helping myself. I'm moving on. What I need to know, how much would you pay right now to have a redo of either that Giants game or the first game with the Rams?
I wouldn't pay anything, man. My money goes to bills and family and gas.
Okay, I wouldn't pay anything either, but if how much would you like to watch this redone?
Oh yeah, 100%. Different team, out physical at that game. That's the worst part about it. Out physical.
Yeah.
They got beat up.
So that is the one. You know how was it 2 seasons ago we all lamented like, man, that national series for the Mariners, you're like, just if you could undo one, and you don't realize it in the moment that there's just one series where you're like, oh, I want that back. That's that Giants game.
Yep.
That one game you'd be in first place. You know what I mean? There wouldn't be quite as much at stake for the 2 games that you've had against the Packers and Vikings.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, you should have won. There was no excuse. You had no excuses to lose that game. So gross.
Hurts.
What I need to know. Let's see. Does drinking coffee count as part of my hydration for the day?
No. It dehydrates
Water
you.
in coffee.
No, but there's other stuff. It dehydrates.
There's water in all sodas, but that makes you more thirsty too.
It's water and Kool-Aid. Too much sugar.
No, you should be drinking water, but this is pot meat kettle because Matt tells me that every day. Matt, I did get water earlier. I haven't had any of it yet.
I was about to say, that is just as full as it is when you walked in.
Yeah, I took
Water's
a sip.
distilled by now.
I just don't like unflavored water. What I need to know. Did Bill Belichick have 24 wins as an NFL head football coach before his girlfriend was born?
Yeah, I'm sure it did.
Yeah.
That's the thing. He probably had like 48 of them things by the time she was born.
Yep. Would Bump take a call from Ann McCoy regarding that Wazoo coaching job?
Hit me up, Ann. You want to change the program? Let's get it.
Let's see. 866-979-3776. What I need to know. Oh, I had some Seahawks ones that I absolutely lost. Okay. What I need to know. This person said, what about mayonnaise on pizza?
Ew.
Get out.
Mayonnaise?
Oh, but I'm bad. My food takes are
ranch.
bad.
I've dipped the ranch, There's a little ranch in that thing. Mayonnaise?
That might be one of the most disgusting things I've heard. They did clarify cold pizza.
Okay.
No,
makes
that
it
doesn't
better.
make it any better.
My bad.
I'm gonna take it all back. No, that's horrible. You should be ashamed of yourself. And I'm so sorry, but I do have to block you from the text line for that.
Oh, don't do it.
No, I'm not going to do it. Let's see. Someone said as bad as they played against Green Bay, they still had a chance to win. I think if Geno was in that game, it would have been possible. And I'm not even a big fan of Geno either.
I agree, 100%.
Yeah, there's been a couple of those this year. 866-979-3776. What I need to know, who's closer to a championship, Seahawks, Mariners, Kraken. I think it could always be NFL. It's just easier.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know that's a boring answer, but it's truly easier to improve in a short period of time.
I mean, the Mariners are literally like 2 or 3 players away from being an AL contender.
Will they add
That's
them?
the thing. They are close.
Will they add them?
Will they push the ball forward?
The one thing that I will give John Schneider is he has made aggressive moves and has shown a clear willingness to constantly contend, whereas I'm waiting for the Mariners to make more aggressive moves.
Yeah.
Both are close. Both need a couple tweaks and you're in. Neither team is in a spot that's hopeless.
Close?
No, I'm saying neither team is in a spot that's hopeless. Neither team is the Raiders. Neither team is the, like just a bad team
I
with
would
little
say
to hope
a
for.
lot of people listening feel like it's hopeless with the Mariners.
Because of inaction, not because of
of whatever.
literal distance they've been from making the playoffs.
No, just because of 20-something years in one appearance.
Well, yeah, of course. But I'm saying, like, if they've missed the playoffs by 1 or 2 games for so many seasons.
We're talking championship. We ain't talking about playoffs.
Yeah, that's true.
They're way off from a championship.
Yeah.
Yeah. Seahawks are closer now. I'm not saying they're close, but they're closer than the Mariners.
Who has more core pieces in place? I'd say the Mariners.
Which makes it more infuriating. Frankly. Someone said, because they're the Mariners. Now the whole text line is just people defending Ranch. And I frankly,
Stacey.
I have to leave.
It's key.
This has been Bump and Stacy. If you missed any part of the show, make sure you check out the Bump and Stacy podcast on Apple, Spotify, Google Play, or SeattleSports.com. For Michael Bumpus, Curtis Rogers, Matt Nelson, I'm Stacy Ross. Stop adding sauce to your sauced wings. Wyman and Bob are coming your way next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
He is Mark Schlereth.
If you want to be a really good offensive line, you got to have a really good play caller. So you can take a group that maybe not the most talented group, as long as they play together, but you have a play caller that understands our problems, that allow me to take the passive out of pass protection, the passive out of what we're doing, and be the aggressor, then we can be really, really good, even if we're not collectively the most talented group.
Streaming on your smart speaker.
For every kid that didn't have a chance, and every kid that was out of options, Seattle Children's is fighting for you. Because this isn't about beating the odds. It's about changing them for all kid kind.
So I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and I would get, the same questions from people about what to do in the case of an accident. Do you need a lawyer? To the point where I decided that I would at least write a book which would answer the common questions that I would receive as a lawyer. Once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases so that we could really teach people about their rights, how to protect them, and how to decide on whether they need a lawyer and what lawyer to hire. I've found in my career that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also you